Chapter 16. Konohagakure? The third training ground? It had been a little over 8 weeks since Team 10 had been formed, and so far things have been going pretty smoothly for the lot of them. From the start of day one, it was quickly established that Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru all worked well together. This pretty much put them at a bit of an advantage above the other teams, because they were flexible and were willing to compromise. They weren't afraid to work together, and they all supported each other in times of great doubt, so it was all good. The most outstanding aspect about their team up to this point, however, had been the workload they were able to pull through. The team worked really hard, including Shikamaru of all people. The routine they followed was the same each and every day, so there was very little time needed to be spent on briefing. Over the course of the working week, the mornings and early afternoons were occupied by missions, the stuff that they all despised with a passion. After pulling through a good 7 hours of D-rank, shitty labor, it was then straight off to the training fields for a good workout with their teacher or with each other. On most days it turned out to be the same old, and on other days Asuma mixed things up a little by giving them something new to do. Either way, shinobi life was going well for them. However, on days like the one that they were having now, the team had been given some time off, courtesy of Asuma Sarutobi. It became sort of a ritual as of late for the group to just get together and hang out based on a unanimous agreement by all party members. Sometimes they would hit the town or go get something to eat, or they would just go to the training field and chill, and depending on their mood, train at their own leisure. Today turned out to be the latter. Scattered around the area of the 3 logs of the training ground, the youngsters were indulging themselves in the activities that they hadn't had much time to acquaint themselves with in a while. Shikamaru was fast asleep under the shadow of a nearby tree, Hinata was wandering around the field and collecting flowers to put into her bookbinder, and Naruto was over by the wooden man training dummy that he had used a clone to create earlier that morning. Asuma was also over by the same tree Shikamaru was under, fast asleep with a reed in his mouth and just relaxing. Yup, it was pretty much the same old stuff that they were used to, and a great interlude to have in their routine. All those who needed a break from the hectic schedule of their day-to-day lives definitely got it here. Naruto breathed calmly as his hands struck and weaved around the extended arms of the wooden man, occasionally thrusting into the tree's center with double palm strikes, straights, and kicks. You could hear the piece of wood clatter and clink with every hit that landed, its foundations shaking from the variety of combinations the jinchuriki was walking through. The commotion he made had Hinata look his way momentarily from her little activity. The girl blinked when she watched him work for a bit, a sight that brought a smile to her face and warmth to her cheeks. She cupped her hands together. Naruto-kun is truly passionate about his training. His admirable strength knows no bounds. After a brief moment of silent admiration, the Hyuga then returned her attention to the clusters of flowers around her and knelt down. Opening her book up, she flipped through the pages quickly to see whether or not she had any bluebells in her collection. Finding none, the girl attentively picked a couple from the small brush in the grassland, before slipping them into the pages and flattening them in. She then stood back up and went about finding some other diverse plants she could bring back with her. There wasn't much point checking up on Asuma and Shikamaru right now. I mean, how many things could actually change while they were asleep? Aside from a damselfly landing on Shikamaru's nose, there was nothing new going on with them. Naruto smiled, hooking around the extended arm, throwing combos into the pillar's side before then stepping into the right swiftly, parrying the arm and rotating in with a right cross. The counter movement was sharp and fast, just like how he had practiced hundreds of times before, and with his slicing cross technique, slammed it into the supposed head of the wooden man. The hits from before caused the dummy to tremor and rattle, but this blow lifted it off of its foundations and caused it to flip. A loud bang was heard when its head hit the floor, seconds before a white puff of smoke engulfed it and it transformed back into a clone. The clone had an expression of clear shock with a fist imprint on its face and blood flying from his mouth. It thudded loudly when its whole body hit the ground, the copy groaning in pain while the original Naruto stepped out of his executed punch and smiled down at his fallen duplicate. "Pretty awesome, huh?" the blonde exclaimed, holding up his right fist. He completely ignored the condition of the earth clone he had created that was starting to crack at the face and froth at the mouth. "My slicing cross is the strongest technique in my arsenal next to my armor piercer. If I keep working on it, maybe I can transform it into the perfect finishing move." "Yeah, just." The clone groaned while its face started cracking up even more from where it was punched. "Don't use us as practice dummies for it." It then transformed back into its original texture and crumbled away into a pile of dirt. Flexing his wrist, Naruto smiled and looked over to where Hinata was picking flowers. Sparing a glance or two back over to where Asuma and Shikamaru were dozing, the jinchuriki grinned and wiped his thumb under his nose. "I'm glad to have been put on this team. It's quiet times like these that you can spend with them that I enjoy the most." With that little cheer, he then jogged over to where the Hyuga was walking about. Though he caused her to fluster a bit when he suddenly came by and offered to help, Hinata accepted his offer albeit a red face. 2 days later, Tenten giggled happily as she sat at a table inside the small restaurant in the center of Konohagakure called Maru, delighting in the smell of the plate of noodles being laid out in front of her. Thanking the waitress, she then picked up the chopsticks provided, split them and prepared for a delightful lunch. "I really appreciate you taking me out and all, Naruto-chan," the girl exclaimed, looking across at the boy smiling back at her as his dish was also laid out in front of him. "But I can't help wondering why?" "Well, I guess I just wanted to thank you for inviting me over to your place when you did," the boy replied with a simple shrug, also going for his chopsticks and splitting them. "I needed to pay you back after all." "Oh, there's no need for that," Tenten grinned, leaning over a bit and giving the boy a mischievous gaze. "However, that's not the real reason, is it?" Naruto blinked, pausing momentarily out of confusion. "Huh? What do you mean? You want something, don't you?" the girl asked, rubbing her chin thoughtfully while sizing up her opponent. "There's some dark ulterior motive going on here, isn't there?" What? Quickly realizing where she was going with this a lot faster than he thought she was, the blonde jumped in his seat and waved his hands frantically in front of him. No, it's not that." Flustered, the boy began his shaky and unprepared response toward the girl's prying inquiries. I just wanted to hang out with you, is all Tenchan. I really like talking with you, ya know. There's nothing funny going on here. Honest. Then throw me a bone," the girl smiled, plopping her chopsticks in the egg noodles on her plate and stirring a bit. She then tapped it rhythmically, indicating a progression of thought. "Though I don't go out as often as I should, the only real company I've ever spent time with are with my teammates and my sensei. But not even Lee or Niji are bold enough to take me out to lunch on their own, even in their off time. I can't help but be curious." "Well, it can't be that weird," Naruto murmured, scratching the back of his head. Though his cheeks did show a bit of red, he couldn't help but feel that the awkwardness of what his friend was suggesting hadn't gone away yet. She was still giving him that all-knowing stare that had the power behind it to put anyone on edge. "I mean, I hang out with Yimchan and Ranchan whenever they want to go out to town, and I love playing board games with Miao-chan whenever we're at home. It's pretty cool to hang out with your team and all, but I also think it's great to hang out with some of your other friends outside of the squad, yeah." "Humph," Tenten smirked, entangling noodles in her chopsticks and holding it up to make sure it was well mixed. "So it's just a regular thing with you, huh? Sorry if I sounded like I was prying, but it's just that I'm not normally asked out to lunch by a lot of boys. A lot of them are either too busy or I just ask them out." "So, you ask your teammates to go chill somewhere as well?" Naruto asked, watching the girl slurp up noodles and go for some dumplings. Tenten stopped when she was about to pick up a wonton and looked up at her companion. She gave him a half-smile and shrugged. "Yeah, I try. But whenever we go somewhere or do something remotely fun, most of the time we hang out as a team, since it's the only time any one of them says they're available. Whenever I ask either Lee or Niji whether one of them wants to go do something together, Lee is either off doing something youthful, doesn't shows up late or is too busy, and Niji says he's always booked or whatever." Tenten let out a disappointed sigh and shook her head. "Sometimes I wonder how we ever made it as far as a team in the first place. Though I enjoy hanging out with Lee and Gai-sensei, Niji, well, ever since the four of us became a team he's been very distant from us, and even though he's really good, he's still kind of an ass now that I think about it." "Oh," Naruto blinked, getting a better picture of what his friend's team is like. He gave the girl a small smile. "So he's one of those guys, right? Niji?" "Yeah, I think I know exactly the kind of person you're talking about," Naruto exclaimed, clicking his chopsticks together and drawing circles in the air with them. He looked off absently while trying to think of a way to best describe the person this Niji character was leading him to. "I've known this guy in the academy for years now. You could always find him somewhere sitting on his own or wandering around with his hands in his pockets. His name's Sasuke. Do you know him?" "Huh? You mean Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, the last of the Uchiha?" Tenten leaned forward curiously, putting down her chopsticks momentarily. "His name's been tossed around quite a bit. Yeah, I've heard of him. What about Sasuke?" Naruto scratched his neck, making a bit of a disgruntled face. "Ever since I met him, I always thought the guy was a bit of a dick too. Wherever he went he was always swamped by crowds of girls and other kids wanting to be friends with the coolest guy in school. But whenever anybody tries to get close to him, he always just ignores them and walks away. Hell, he didn't treat me with any respect or glance my way even once until the end of the exams." The blonde hit the table with his chopstick hand curled into a fist, rattling their food and looking up at the kunoichi listening in to his story intently. Though I thought it was cool that we could finally talk, his attitude still pisses me off. Maybe, he's still upset over his clan being killed by his brother, you know? Tenten suggested with a small smile. Something like that would definitely shake a person up. Yeah, well. Naruto sighed and looked down at his plate a little crestfallen. I wouldn't really know. I never had a mum or dad or anything like that, so asking me what it's like to lose a family in one night is like asking an ordinary person what it's like to fly across the mountains every morning. The blonde looked up at the girl with a lopsided smile. If you haven't experienced it, then you can't really understand what it's like. Maybe that's why Sasuke and I never got along very well. Tenten tilted her head at him. Considering his words carefully, she then beamed at the young man and nodded. I never looked at it that way before. Ah, it's no big deal. I guess I just had a lot of time to think about stuff like that whenever I was alone, Naruto said with a wave. But yeah, if the guy on your team, Niji was it, is anything like the Sasuke I know from the academy, then I definitely know the type of guy you're talking about. Yeah, the girl chuckled, leaning back again to return to her meal. She picked up her chopsticks and the wonton dumpling she was initially after and plopped it in her mouth. It's funny how teams work sometimes. You can either get along with them like their family and fail altogether on missions, or you can have a crappy relationship with them and do exceptionally well. Or you could have both, a good friendship and a great track record, the girl exclaimed between chewing and swallowing. It's different for everybody, I guess. I mean, I could have wound up on a team with Sasuke and Sakura-chan. TSK, man, how terrible would that have been? No matter how hard he tried to think about it, he just couldn't see it. To him it was mostly a sort of pipe dream to be put onto a team with Sakura, but being on one with Sasuke? That would have been a disaster for the world waiting to happen. In either case, Sasuke was Shino's problem now, and he had no complaints about it thus far, so why start? So what's it like being on your team? Naruto asked curiously, seeing Tenten enjoy nibbling on the char siu included with the wonton mee noodle dishes they had both ordered and were currently enjoying with interval conversation. The blonde picked up a dumpling and crammed it into his mouth at the same time the kunoichi looked his way. You know, hanging with that Lee guy and the miserable one? It's okay, Tenten replied, picking up her side of tea and holding it in front of her with both hands. Like I said, Lee I have no problems with. However, like our teacher, he's a very eccentric sort of character. She giggled and stared at the blonde consuming both noodles and roast pork like he had a black hole for a mouth. Looking at the picture from afar, the boy sort of resembled a grouper fish trying to bite off more than it could chew. So when he gazed back at the girl with his mouth full and a smile, Tenten had to stop herself from laughing outright. Actually, he's very much like you. I might have said this before, but I just can't stop thinking about it. With the exception of the jumpsuits, the hairdos, and the exclamations of youth, you're practically identical twins by character. Swallowing the mass of noodles and pork lodged in his jaw in one gulp, the jinchuriki smiled. So he trains a lot? Oh yeah, Tenten grinned, from dusk till dawn, nonstop. He gets that attitude towards hard work from his teacher. Hell, whenever they go out on one of their marathon runs together, they keep running day and night. They even run while they're asleep. Wow. What does he do? A lot of ninjutsu and heavy lifting stuff? He must be a pro. He's a pro? I guess, but not in ninjutsu, oh no. Lee can't use ninjutsu, all account of his inability to mold chakra properly, Tenten said, taking hold of her chopsticks and jabbing them in his direction with a smirk. He's a taijutsu specialist, body and soul, a born athlete. Seriously? Naruto exclaimed, rising out of his seat a little and leaning over sharply. Tenten had to back off a little at the amount of sunlight coming off of him in that instant, a display that had a lot of the patrons at the surrounding tables look their way in surprise. Man. I so have to meet this guy. Oh, I'm sure you will someday if you keep hanging out with me, Tenten chuckled nervously, waving her utensils at him. But don't go regretting those words of yours. Out of our entire team, Lee is physically the strongest, fittest, and has the most stamina. Pit your fighting style against his and I'd say you'd probably be one of the only genin around who could actually give him a run for his money. Interesting. Interesting, Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking away with a conniving grin and eyes that said the exact same thing. He then looked back over at her. And Niji? More or less except for that cold, superiority complex of his, Tenten replied, but then sent a weary expression the Jinchuriki's way. But don't you go picking a fight with Niji. He may seem like a pansy on the outside, but he's got the right amount of bite to back up his bark. Not only is he a genius, elected Rookie of the Year before yours and great at using that gentle fist style of his, he's also the strongest genin in the village. It was her second point that had Naruto pause momentarily. He gave the kunoichi a blank stare, to which she maintained her firm gaze on him. She added a few blinks of confusion when she became aware of the change in his expressions. Wait a moment, is Niji a Hyuga? Why yeah, Tenten shrugged, Niji Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. He's a part of the branch family, so that puts him in the servant class, even though he doesn't act the part. Actually, he hates the main house with a passion and isn't afraid to say so, as does a lot of the other members with a grudge against the main family. Why would he hate the main family? Naruto inquired with a blink. Aren't they, like, family? Aren't they supposed to love each other and all that? Kind of, but it's a pretty fractured relationship. The branches outside of the main family aren't treated as fairly or respectfully as members of the main branch. It's up to the branch family members to protect and serve the main house without question. If they don't, then they get severely punished, Tenten explained, twirling her chopsticks between her fingers skillfully. Why? The girl smiled weakly and tapped her forehead protector with her utensils, a chinking noise ringing out as she did so. All members of the branch family are branded with a cursed seal, which can be found on their foreheads. If they act disobediently or show any signs of hostility towards the main house, any standing member of the main house may activate the seal to inflict pain upon the insubordinate branch member till they fall back in line or kill them. This curse mark gives the main family absolute control over the branch family members. That's horrible, Naruto replied, reeling back at the news. But that's only the icing on top of the cake, Tenten stated, lowering her chopsticks back down to her plate. The seal's main purpose is to act as a countermeasure. If an enemy shinobi happens to kill a Hyuga of the branch family, the seal activates and destroys the defeated Hyuga's Byakugan, the doujutsu that they are most famed for. The kunoichi pointed at her eyes for illustrative purposes. This is done so in order to prevent any enemy shinobi or other villages from stealing the Byakugan for themselves. It is also the role of the branch family members to sacrifice themselves willingly for the main house, so steps are taken by the clan heads to ensure that branch family members always take the hit in the stead of the main house. That's even worse, the jinchuriki exclaimed in outrage, his voice's volume climbing. He then flinched when he noticed that restaurant patrons had turned to stare at him again because of his numerous outbursts, and he immediately shut himself up. Sorry, he waved apologetically. That's okay, I'm used to it, the kunoichi replied with a casual gesture. She had no problems with his exclamations at all since she'd spent most of her entire shinobi life up to this point on a team with two of the most embarrassing people on the face of the planet with more live performances than a stand-up comedian. Tenten let out a heavy sigh and smiled at the blonde. Niji got the short end of the stick in that draw, but he is an exceptionally good shinobi without question. He's got genius abilities that should have been born into the main house. So he's that strong? Naruto murmured in an almost side thought, scratching his head. He then smiled a little and looked up at the girl. Now that I think about it some more, I guess I wouldn't mind getting into a fight with him. Heck, it might be an interesting matchup. But, Tenten blinked, almost dropping her chopsticks. The kunoichi began freaking out. Hang on a second, weren't you listening to what I've been saying this whole time? Yeah. Of course I was, Naruto quickly interjected, letting out a dry chuckle and rubbing the back of his head. I'm just saying that it might be fun, It's not like I resent the guy or anything like that, but I guess I just want to fight him because, well, I think I know where he's coming from. Huh? The kunoichi blinked. Really? That curse mark on his head, the burden he carries, the thing that's branded him and his entire family. I think that's what he's so upset about. Naruto grinned and massaged his neck, trying to find the right words to utter on such a delicate subject. I can understand why he's so upset because I have the same problem that he has, the same that the whole branch family has, a burden. As seriously, Tenten choked, leaning forward to get a closer look at him to make sure he wasn't pulling a fast one over her. You mean? It's not something I like to talk about or mention that often, but I guess if you want to cheer somebody up you've got to know where they're coming from. The jinchuriki absently placed his hand over his stomach and rubbed it, having learned not too long ago from a book Shiho had given him of where the kyubi might be sealed. It was quite discomforting, knowing that he had something so large crammed into his gut, but it also gave him an idea of what some people with an unfortunate history might be experiencing today. Maybe if I talked or fought with the guy sometime, maybe I can make him feel better or something, I don't know. Tenten stared, wondering what could make the boy in front of her so willing to help someone and go so far as to even tread into an uncomfortable subject, and mentioning that he too was branded in a similar manner to her teammate. Though she had very little if not any idea of the latter, she couldn't help but express her curiosity visually. However, seeing that he didn't want to say anything else beyond that, all the kunoichi could do at this point was trust in his word and hope for the best. Sitting back, the girl smiled again and gave the boy a more considerate expression. You're an odd one, but I guess there's a deep history behind that, am I right? Naruto chuckled nervously and scratched his cheek. Guilty. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm sure I'll find out sometime in the not-too-distant future, Tenten grinned, going back to her noodles by picking at them. She gave him a mischievous smile as he began taking careful sips of his tea beside him. After all, we're best friends, right, Naruto-chan? The rookie nearly choked on his drink at her carefully placed, affectionate suffix. Stop with the chan stuff already, it's really weird, the blonde whined, slowly turning back to his activity with a blue face. His enthusiasm continued to plummet at her ongoing use of the honorific in the time to follow. Oh, but I think it suits you well, Naru-chan, Tenten exclaimed, making it sound even cuter than before. This made the blonde pale till he was just a 2D sheet of white with a black outline of himself. The kunoichi giggled at his change of expression or lack of one. You are so much fun to hang around. Ugh, ditto, Tenchan. His own honorific and shortening of her name as of recently wasn't as bad as his because the girl actually fancied his nickname towards her. The main reason he didn't like his was because his companion was going out of her way to constantly treat him like a child, and a cute one at that. He wasn't cute. He was macho. A real man. A man. However, his display wasn't one too convincing. He dressed in orange, wore childish pajamas and enjoyed a strawberry sundae while watching Love and Other Facts with Yim every afternoon on his TV. To readers, shut up, everyone has their guilty pleasures. Real men aren't afraid to eat strawberry sundaes. Fact of life. Naruto believed this so adamantly that even with all the criticisms and put-downs from years of being with overly judgmental people, he refused to change the things that made him the individual that he was. That was something that Yim, Ran and Miao respected him greatly for and hoped he'd never change about his character. Before meeting his teachers, it was his saving grace. After improving his skills phenomenally under their tutelage, it pretty much rounded out his character and gave him another weapon in which to wield that would never falter nor decay. His little quirks were timeless. Tenten seemed to admire this as well, a quality which she couldn't help but exploit for her own personal satisfaction. He was a great friend for not putting up too much of a fuss over it. But remember, friends in these scenarios always if not often found a way to get ammunition to fire back with. Naruto was that sort of a bastard, one which truly shone in his eyes when he noticed something off about Tenten's eating habits. She was enjoying her meal. She was enjoying her meal a lot. Watching her just devour the noodles like somebody hadn't eaten in 3 days and drinking tea alongside it, while still maintaining some dignity, it just made the blonde snicker at the possibilities. Looking at his kunoichi friend eating freely across from him, with his devious little mind, Naruto was easily able to cook up a little plan, using the girl's noticeable habits as his ingredients. Grinning after slurping up the uncut noodle strand that managed to hang onto his lip, the boy smiled across at Tenten when she began shoveling down dumplings again. Tenchan. The girl replied through a mouthful of food. The sight of her bloated cheeks and sauce on her face had the boy snicker more prominently. You really like food from Foshan, don't you? The girl blinked, pausing momentarily at his question. She glanced between her plate and back up at him, seeing his gaze locked firmly onto her. It was as if he was probing for something. Unfortunately, with the euphoria from the smells and tastes in her mouth overpowering her common sense, she had very little to no inkling as to what his stare was implying with all its visual cues. So? It's good. What's your point? Naruto grinned and held out a tissue for her, waving it a little to draw her attention to it. I now know your weakness, Ms. Freckleface. The grin at the end said it all. Don't go repainting the walls with the way you slurp up noodles now. Realizing at that instant that her mouth had oyster sauce splattered all around it, the girl blushed a bright scarlet before grabbing the tissue and wiping her face down, nose and all. She looked away, while throwing the smirking boy a dirty glare before her redirection of focus. You'd better not. Oh, don't worry, Naruto grinned evilly. This is just between you and me. I'd hate to stain your praiseworthy reputation as a great kunoichi with stuff like, you're a sucker for overseas delicacies. So what if I don't have proper dining etiquette? The girl frowned his way, lowering the tissue with a deep scowl. It's not like yours is any better. True, but the fact is I'm a dude and am not afraid of making an ass of myself in public, the jinchuriki replied plain and simple. I've got my own reputation to keep feeding. However, since you're someone who takes great care of her appearance and wishes to make the perfect presentation each and every time, well, alright, I get it, Tenten huffed, looking away again. She was still bright red, unable to believe she was able to lose her cool over a good bowl of foreign food for even a second. She loved food from the country of Qin, she couldn't help it. Wonton mi was the bomb. This is payback for me teasing you, isn't it? Bingo, Naruto exclaimed, pulling his plate closer and picking up his chopsticks. Well, let's not let this delicious meal go to waste. And so he too began his everyday ritual of pigging out, not so much that it'd draw a lot of attention but enough to make Tenten believe that what he said to her, he meant. The boy wasn't at all ashamed of his eating habits while she on the other hand wanted to maintain as much dignity about herself as possible. What honorable man would want to marry a girl like that? Unfortunately though, there were moments when she unconsciously let her guard slip and her own, true habits were exposed to the world. Her display moments before was no exception. While she sat there, cheeks puffed out indignantly and still looking a little flustered, the shinobi in orange smiled up at her and pointed in her direction with his utensils. You missed a spot? Heating up again, she let out a squeak and went about cleaning her cheeks again with the tissue. Acknowledging this, the jinchuriki couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Life is good. 2 days later. Naruto's backyard. The atmosphere was fresh with the smell of a beautiful lunch being made on a stove, seeping out of the nearby window, and perspiration flying through the air as the local jinchuriki drove nails into wood. You could interpret this to be more of a literal sense because Naruto was going out of his way on working to strengthen his fists. For that entire morning the blonde had been stuck in his backyard near one of the training posts Miao had set up for him. The post was similar to the ones that could be found on the third training ground, but while they did look similar in many respects they were in no way fashioned from the same material. The tree this post was made out of was an ironwood tree, one of sturdiest pieces of material that could be found within Konohagakure. It was in fact the strongest wood next to the rockwood tree, the differences being that the ironwood had a smoother surface and could take a hell of a lot more punishment. It took industrial-based equipment to cut through this stuff, making them the ideal posts for taijutsu and ninjutsu practice. At that very moment, Naruto was laying into the pillar of natural strength with all he had, bombarding it with a combination of punches, elbows, and kicks. These weren't conventional attacks though. Naruto was using Miao's Iron Cat fist style to deliver the blows. While it combined general attacks with an orthodox style such as ordinary jabs, roundhouse and jump kicks, the jinchuriki was also instructed in various other unusual techniques. The most prominent attacks associated with this style included clawed hand strikes and straights using the finger knuckles, as opposed to the ordinary fist. The kicks also required more use of the toes, the training he had gone through under the martial artist's watchful eye resulting in more than a handful of painful memories. The pain associated with strengthening his fingers and toes to meet the Iron Cat fist style's requirements was a real killer, and still is. He could feel it burning into his joints as he drove his palms, nails and fingers into the hardwood. Sweat flew, dust from the bark hung in the air, and grass kicked off of the lawn as Naruto circled the stump and just poured it on. The post rattled and shook with every blow, with not a single dent making its mark on the length of wood. Though it was Naruto's intention to one day overcome the very object of his waking nightmares, he wanted to get there at the pace his teachers saw fit for him to pursue. By living up to their high expectations, he could progress smoothly into the next levels of his training. Right now, it was all basics. Basics, basics, basics. This word was nailed further into the back of his mind with every punch he drove into his sturdy opponent. Wearing only his orange pants and small boulders tied to his ankles for weight, he hammered the post with jabs, before leaping off of the grass and spin-kicking the tree in where the face would be. He literally grabbed the stump with his toes, dug into it and held. He then twisted and swung another kick with his free leg into it, the slam of his shin into the wood rattling the post once again before he kicked off of it expertly, flipped through the air, and landed on all fours much like a cat. He then leapt at the post again and lunged at it with right hooks, his fingers curled into claws as he gnashed at it ferociously. Thrusting elbows and conventional hits into it between clawed strikes, he finished off the combo with a swift side kick to it before leaping away again. He landed, left palm extended and right pulled back, with both fists curled almost to resemble cat paws. Rule of thumb for this style was to use these as a part of an offensive stance, as it allowed the user to attack with snapping movements and sharp strikes. Panting from exerting movements, Naruto grinned and widened his stance. I love this. This is a whole new level of fighting I never thought I'd be able to experience before. Naruto grinned. I'm fighting like I'm walking on clouds. Not only am I developing outfighting quickness but my mid-range and infighting swiftness has improved heaps. I've got to give Miao something back for this. I'm rubbing out all of my weaknesses. However, he acknowledged that increased speed did reduce power unless he used bodily rotations effectively with his movements. Therefore, he opted to train more in strength building to allow him to possess power with increased speed. That meant developing strength with power. You could not neglect the other if your goal was to one day become a well-rounded fighter. That being said, his punches already packed a wallop, but what was so wrong with continuing to build on existing floors? He wanted to reach even higher levels. Pausing momentarily, he looked down at his fists and flexed his fingers to test how they were doing so far. Aside from the bruises around his wrists from the long pole exercises, his hands were also showing the strain of his hand-to-hand workouts. Moving from hitting the rockwood stump to the iron wood has caused his knuckles to become afflicted with various cuts, scuffs, bruises, blood blisters, and all forms of damage that could possibly come from excessive hitting. However, those wounds have become but calluses at this point, and he was now able to effectively dish punishment out on an immovable object with few issues. He needed more work though. More training was required for him if he was to truly become adept at controlling his techniques without thought. It needed to become reflex and welded into his instincts. Smiling, he reassumed his stance and continued, throwing jabs and straights into the log. Unbeknownst to him, while he began working this style in to try and add another element to his art of the blocking fist form, he failed to notice Kin walking by the back door. Because the door was wide open, it allowed the raven-haired girl wandering around with a magazine in her hand to chance a glimpse of him training on his own out of her peripheral vision. Though it wasn't something new or out of the ordinary, the girl couldn't help but freeze up for a moment and simply stare out toward him upon catching his intricate use of acrobatic martial arts. Bare chest and bare foot, he was really giving it his all, as indicated by the amount of sweat flying off of him with every attack executed with almost pinpoint precision. Stepping towards the exit, the kunoichi clung onto the frame of the sliding door and watched like a timid observer as he worked himself to the bone. Blinking curiously, Kin marveled at his punches as they became intertwined with the rhythm of his kicking techniques, which he began throwing out ferociously and with great skill. Low sweeping kicks to flying and spinning jump kicks, his bare feet just rammed into the post as if he were fighting with an actual opponent. It was one of the many advantages of shadow sparring. You were able to imagine who you were battling against. Though she had initially found his suffering one to be enjoyed, who wouldn't find pleasure in a close companion bawling in pain from a little bit of discipline? A series of aggressive, educational sessions that she didn't have to sit through was a most rewarding thing to bear witness to, and apparently his teachers took some small measure of entertainment from it too. However, when he wasn't suffering, crying, or winging about his aching feet or whatever, Naruto was actually a splendid-looking shinobi when he trained. Technique, grace and form, not to mention strength that seemed almost limitless, he had it all. Whenever the spotlight was on him and showcasing these very qualities about his person, from time to time, Kin had watched him with a gleam of admiration in her eye. The girl genuinely smiled as she watched him continue to train, but turned away to hide herself behind the door when he circled the log. The blonde continued jumping in, out and around with no signs of slowing down, while at the same time the former kunoichi kept out of sight for fear of being discovered. Grabbing the collar of her khaki shirt, the girl looked over her shoulder where just meters beyond the sliding doors Naruto was training hard. She couldn't help herself. In a word, watching him commit himself to a task and get serious was simply awe-inspiring. Deep down, it made her excited? But hold on, not in the way everyone is probably thinking. The girl looked down at her hands from left to right, rolling them over so that she could look at both the back and the front. She then curled her fingers into fists and took the stance she had learned from her time spent in Otogakure under the various, tough, regimented instructors assigned to her. Because taijutsu could be executed even without chakra, there was nothing holding the girl back in throwing out a few dozen combinations and kicks. However, as opposed to what she had initially thought was a masterful display of technique when she was a fighting force to be reckoned with, she realized that it wasn't anything like she thought it was before. Throwing a jab, the girl blinked and brought her fist back to her. Looking down at it, she gazed at her knuckles, clenching and unclenching her fingers repeatedly. Her thoughts dawning over the idea in her mind, the girl clenched her fist tightly and jabbed out, this time in a sloppy manner lacking any real effort. It doesn't feel right. See, compared to his. Kin thought, her eyes moving about as she pondered on her memories of the boy sparring as well as matching his style up with her own style she remembered practicing. Biting her bottom lip, she looked around the door again, where she saw Naruto working the wooden pillar over with jab combos. His focus and the skills he possesses right now, they're unbelievable. After only just a few weeks he's made so many leaps forward in his fighting abilities it's almost unfair. Seeing the sweat fly off of him from executing a spinning back kick, Kin smiled again when she saw him jump away. Hopping on his back foot, he then leapt off of it, threw it around in a spinning fly kick and slammed it into the wooden pillar. Dust blew off of the ground from the exertion of force he committed to the kick combo, after which he then fell back to the ground and assumed his iron cat stance once again. It's amazing, Kin smiled. That all it took for him to get this far was hard work and sheer grit. Finishing with a sharp jab to the stump, Naruto suddenly got this strange feeling like he was being watched. Following his nose or wherever this other sixth sense was leading him, he glanced over toward his house, where he saw Kin standing behind the sliding door and peering around at him. He saw the girl visibly freak out and with a barely audible "Kia," ducked behind the shoji. Blinking in surprise, the blonde smiled and stepped out of his fighting stance. "Hey Kin-chan, what are you doing hiding over there?" Nothing," the girl squeaked back. Suddenly realizing that was the wrong way for her to respond, she cleared her throat and quickly doubled back. I mean, it's none of your damn business, kid." "Oh?" Naruto smiled and tilted his head. "Really?" "Yeah," she snapped back. The blonde chuckled. "Because it looks to me like you're spying on me. Is there something bothering you?" "And me? Spying on you?" Kin spat, looking away with a huff even though he couldn't see her. "Like I give a damn? The only times I actually watch you train are when you're either getting your ass kicked around by your teachers or you're crawling around on your hands and knees, crying and dragging a boulder behind you." She scowled in his direction, toward his unchanging and unwavering happy expression. "From a bystander's point of view, that shit's funny." "Really?" "Why yeah," Kin blinked, realizing that his smile wasn't dropping, faltering, or anything of the sort. She stared back when he continued to gaze her way. Feeling as though she was exposed in some unsightly way, the kunoichi quickly hid herself further from view and pulled her t-shirt across by the collar as if it were a towel wrapped around her. "What are you smiling at, idiot? Are you interested in the taijutsu that I'm using?" Naruto asked, raising his right hand and flexing it. The girl scoffed and looked away again, frustration and doubt flooding across her face. "I interested? Hardly. As if I'd be interested in the senseless dancing you guys call martial arts. It's stupid." It was a lie. But what else was she expected to say? She had been caught staring. What other words could have been said to defend her pride any further? There was no way she was giving away anything else to the blonde, flaming idiot. Even though she admitted his way of living and how it had rubbed off on her so far was infinitely better than all her years in the village hidden in the sound altogether, she was going to fight against this boy's grins and approaches with every fiber of her being. After all, she was still a cold, calculating kunoichi at heart. She was not going to give in completely. Oh no. She was going to punch and kick to defend herself? "Even though my moves are dog shit compared to his," the raven-haired teen thought amidst her flustered state of person. Seeing the conflicting feelings move across her face even from the distance that stood between them, Naruto watched with his hands on his hips as the girl went from glaring defiantly in his direction to looking away in confused meditation. Of course, being the guy that he was, he didn't want this little performance of theirs to drag on. There was obviously a problem with his house guest and he decided in that instant that he was going to fix it. Since Kin had come into his life, the only times Naruto had ever seen her or been anywhere near her were the brief moments of consciousness in his peripherals during his training, breakfast, sometimes lunch, and dinner. There had been few times he'd actually sat down with the girl and genuinely talked with her, so what the heck? The jinchuriki extended a hand to her, to which the girl glanced towards with a surprised blink. "Would you like me to teach you some moves?" Kin jumped at the question. Shaking her head quickly, her eyes began darting around and her head began turning this way and that, incoherent mumbling quickly springing forth from her mouth. Me, why you want to teach, me? How, Naruto chuckled, lowering his hand and gesturing her over with a smile and a nod. "Come on, it's okay. It'll be fun, I promise." Looking around wildly and making sure nobody was in sight, the girl then stepped out from behind the sliding door. She was wearing just casual clothes, a t-shirt and forest camouflage pants, so it was basically the ideal attire to pursue a training session in. However, her choice of dress aside, she was still being awfully hesitant. Chances are she would either decline his offer completely or accept it, but through gritted teeth. Her decision could swing either way. "Well, Gulping, the girl took in a deep breath. Steadying her heart rate, she took a firm, resilient stance on the porch and opened her eyes to glare back down at the still grinning and expectantly waiting genin. "Fine. But just for a bit." His smile widening, Naruto watched as Kin stepped down onto the back lawn and approached him. He stepped aside and allowed her into his reach, but the girl maintained a firm glare as well as a firm stance against him, assuring the boy that she was here strictly for the business of being here. "All right, where do I start?" the girl demanded with a snap. The boy smiled pleasantly at her and gestured at her pointedly. "Firstly, you have to forget everything you know about martial arts. We must start out with a blank canvas." The kunoichi scowled at him. "And how the hell am I supposed to do that? I've been an active kunoichi for as long as I can remember. Getting rid of years of experience like that." She snapped her fingers. "Isn't that simple?" "Sure it is. Watch." Placing his fingers to his temples, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. Several seconds later, he opened them with a smile. See. Easy. He then blinked when he suddenly came about a whopping huge flaw in his starting line concept, to which he then gave a look of absolute terror, clapping his hands to sides of his head like the famous Scream painting. Oh shit? Kin stared at him, at first wondering why he was looking all panicky all of a sudden. She then realized what must have happened to him and snorted. That reflex action of withholding laughter didn't do much for her in the long run, and soon enough the girl was curled over, clenching her guts and laughing her ass off. The girl laughed so hard and so loudly that she had to use the wooden pillar as a form of support. A flabbergasted Naruto pointed at her. Stop laughing. I spent months learning Wing Chun, and now, oh god, what have I done? So, it was safe to say that clearing your mind of all knowledge of martial arts before the actual process of teaching for the master was not a very good idea. Tears welling up in her eyes, Kin continued to laugh outright and keep her body up at the same time. Boy, this was definitely something she wanted to remember after this day. Naruto freaking out over something so petty but obviously important to him was just too much. Eventually, when the Jinchuriki got his shit back together and Kin had stopped bawling head over heels, it allowed Naruto to get back down to explaining all of the basics to her. He wanted to teach her Wing Chun as well, and what better way to start off than to start from where Yim had. Soon enough, by the turn into the afternoon and a little after lunch, Kin was already moving into the basic stances and motions. While the Jinchuriki was coaching Kin and performing techniques beside her, and every so often gently and physically putting her hands in the right places with several of the gestures, the pair failed to notice Yim, Ran and Meow sitting up on top of the roof watching them from afar. Having noticed them hanging out in the back a little earlier, the audience decided to get a better view of the action taking place, and what better vantage point was there than the roof of the house they were residing at? It gave them a superb elevation and hid their presence entirely. The kitten Taiga and the dove Mr. Wu were also with them. While Yim and Ran watched with admirable gazes in play, Meow maintained her usual persona by puffing out her cheeks and grinning in a silly manner. Like a child sitting on a park bench, she rocked from side to side with her feet out in front, and at the same time taking in the moments of gentle intimacy between both the blonde and his companion. Even though it was strictly a teaching session between them, they could all see that Naruto was taking great care in guiding the girl along the correct material, and Kin had actually lightened up enough that she was genuinely smiling in his presence and allowing him to get close to her. Either she was experiencing some sort of placebo effect from the incident before, or she was actually acting out on suppressed feelings from weeks of being within each other's distance, no one knew. In any case, all of Naruto's grins, jokes, stubbornness and hard work to meet expectations were finally paying dividends in more ways than one. This was an amazing breakthrough. The cat-like fighter giggled cheekily, she likes him. Ran conked the martial artist on the head with the handle of her katana. Don't ruin the moment, Meow. 3 days later. Asuma-sensei? Hinata murmured in surprise. Please, tell me you're serious, Naruto also exclaimed in astonishment. The man they were speaking directly toward, their teacher, smiled delightfully down at his gawking students all kneeling on the grass before him. He had just finished giving them a workout of a lifetime, a 3-on-1 sparring session that basically involved him kicking them around for a good couple of hours. From the condition of the training field, the scorch and skid marks, the potholes and the amount of throwing weapons lying around, it was easy to tell that it must have been one hell of a battle. Too bad for the young members of Team 10, it was all for naught. Naruto had taken a beating but had still managed to hold it together. Hinata was brought to her knees with damage she was unable to take, and Shikamaru was pretty close to losing consciousness. It had been a one-sided spectacle. While the teenagers were all scuffed up and bruised, Asuma looked like he hadn't done anything that could even remotely be called a workout. The amount of punishment the team had taken in attempting to pin the man down had been almost humiliating. While the Jonin had praised all three of them for their efforts, he had also provided a little feedback for them on their teamwork and individual skills overall. Whatever there was that he saw was good and what needed further improvement, he gave it to them straight out. But this was only the bad news for the day, in a manner of speaking. The actual good news came with the packaged gift presented to them immediately after the session's end. You're serious? Naruto asked again, staggering towards the man while Hinata and Shikamaru were still kneeling behind him, panting for breath. Their physical conditions aside, they were all in a state of utter disbelief. You're not kidding us this time? No, I kid you not, brat, Asuma replied proudly, dangling the scroll he had drawn from his pouch in front of their eyes from the string tightly bound at the end. At first glance it seemed like an ordinary mission scroll, nothing to be too excited about. But as it circled on the breeze, revealing the other side to the winded rookie team, they were able to catch a full glimpse of the letter stamped onto the rolled-up piece of parchment. It was like a golden treat dangling tantalizingly on the air. That letter, C, could only mean one thing to them. No way, Shikamaru choked out, while Hinata and Naruto's captivated eyes widened and sparkled under the sun. Asuma grinned. Oh yes. Why you mean? Hinata began in a shaky voice. As a reward for all your hard work, completing over 22 official D-rank missions and 36 other paid jobs, their instructor exclaimed, tossing the scroll up into the air and catching it firmly on the return, I'd say it's time we moved on to the next level. Naruto blinked, still pointing at the scroll. Does that mean? Knowing where he was going with that little inquiry, the Jonin laughed and shook his head. Oh, you'll still be doing D-rank missions, for sure. He saw the expressions of all three of them transform into scowls, and upon feeling their death glares on him, Asuma chuckled nervously and waved the scroll in front of him again. However, from now on we'll be doing as many C-rank missions as much as possible, but only if I can get my hands on them from the old man. The D-rank assignments are just to keep you guys on your toes and get you trained up for the higher playing fields. Oh sure, so to practice chasing tigers on C-rank missions we'll have to continue chasing cats on D-rank missions, Shikamaru guessed sarcastically. Of course, it's a fantastic learning experience, what a drag. He huffed exhaustedly, not surprising since he was still out of breath from the sparring match. Well, sure, if you want to look at it that way, Asuma shrugged, earning a scowl from the lazy bones and odd looks from both Naruto and Hinata. Don't underestimate the difficulty of C-rank missions though. The moment shinobi attain the rank of Chunin they are free to choose either a C or B rank assignment at their leisure, while genin rarely even get the opportunity to even participate in a C-rank mission in their first year. Unless they have their instructor's consent, then genin have no hope of seeing a single C-rank mission until they get promoted. Then, does that mean we're? Naruto shrugged suggestively, outstanding? Asuma nodded his head, unfurling the scroll and taking a glance at it. Damn straight. I acknowledge the strength that you three possess and I am doing everything that I can to help you grow stronger. In doing so, I'm giving you guys all the experience you'll need for future assignments to come. But I don't want to, Shikamaru whined, looking away with a frown. It's too much work. He ignored the scowl from Naruto and the unflinching stare from Hinata, and instead decided to keep on moaning. Is it an easy mission? It all depends on your point of view, the Jonin continued, his eyes scanning over the provided specifications for a few seconds before looking back up at the trio. He waited for a moment as his genin rose to their feet, responding to his shift of attention and the anticipation of the explanations to come. Their actions in light of his following announcement said more than words ever could. His battered team rising to attention told the Jonin that if his young troop were to be going on their first C-rank mission ever, then they were going to be listening. There were high hopes riding on this one, something that Asuma had been counting on. Why would he have approached his father inquiring about a higher detailed assignment in the first place? For all of their efforts, there was no way he was getting them something too cheesy or too easy to complete. It had to be both memorable and something vaguely familiar to them. He simply upped the scale. Tomorrow the four of us are going to the Port of Dusk on the east coast of the Land of Fire. It's a 2 days journey from here, so there shouldn't be any dramas, Asuma stated, rolling the scroll back up and pocketing it. He then folded his arms and gave his team a firm look over, to which they then formed an attentive row in front of him, shoulder to shoulder. Our mission is to deliver a package to Princess Kasumi, the chief overseer of the land surrounding the port and crown of Mugen Castle, her family's heritage. While Naruto visibly pumped his fists at the prospects of their task and shared an excited glance with Hinata, their other teammate couldn't help but announce his immediate suspicions. That's pretty high tone for a C-rank mission, Shikamaru inquired, raising an eyebrow. Shouldn't this be a little higher up on the charts? Not really, Asuma exclaimed, glancing down at the boy. We're just delivering a parcel that we need to collect from the checkpoint at the East Gate tomorrow morning. Apparently, it's a small gift the princess ordered for some Westerners wishing to open up secure trading routes with the elemental nations, who are currently negotiating with her for permission to use her port as their main base of shipping. It's all business, so I won't get too into it. It's none of our concern. Westerners? Hinata blinked, catching on to their teacher's words. Why, you mean foreigners from across the seas? Awesome. Naruto grinned, letting out a whoop and jumping in the air. This is great. You picked a damn good one for our first C-rank mission, sensei. He gave a thumbs up to the Jonin, who grinned back down at his enthusiastic student. Ugh, don't go straining yourself, Naruto, Shikamaru commented with a half smile. You'll wear us out before the mission even starts. Come on, Shikamaru. This is going to be great, the Jinchuriki cheered, turning back to a nervous Hinata, who jumped when the boy confronted her directly. Right, Hinata? You're excited too, aren't you? Our first C-rank mission together, outside of the village, don't you think that's cool, huh? Why yes, the blue-haired girl gulped, pressing her fingers together with a bright shade of crimson on her cheeks as the boy grinned at her inches from her face. This could be a really, interesting adventure for us. Of course it will be. Man. Naruto cheered again, clenching his fists at his sides. This assignment came at the right time. I couldn't have asked for anything else. Now I will be able to test my full strength and see just how far I've come along. Watch out, world, the boy shouted and punched towards the sky. Naruto Uzumaki is coming to get you. Shikamaru looked oddly at him and eventually sighed, while Hinata marveled at the boy's enthusiasm from a nervous position. Asuma chuckled. Glad to see that you're excited. Though he did say this, he could still catch glimpses of the expressions of doubt drawn across the faces of Hinata and Shikamaru. Of course, though it was understandable that one of them was nervous and the other one was skeptical about, well, everything to do with their job, their ever-devious teacher knew exactly how to steer them clear of any wandering concerns. Clearing his throat, the man placed his hands on his hips and grinned down at him. We won't be camping out in the wilderness on the night though. I managed to book rooms for us at a hot spring for the interval, so we can pop in on the way there and back. Sounds good to you? Really? Hinata perked up at the sound of a hot spring. Lighting up when she saw Asuma nod, the girl blushed and pressed her hands together, while looking shyly over at Naruto. Tea together at a resort, together, in the same room. The girl celebrated in her head with her inner self, but in what ways nobody knew. The only visual cues she gave them was some unearthly, heavenly-like glow with sparkly diamonds dancing around her head as it swelled up with all sorts of ideas and fantasies. While some people were shy, others also possessed a sort of devilish streak that definitely suited their character. Hinata was that kind of person. Even Shikamaru responded positively to this information, immediately shrugging off his troublesome thoughts over their assignment and settling on a smile. Sweet. You've got my vote on the resort. Let's do this thing. All right then, it's decided. Asuma boomed, pointing at them. We'll be setting out first thing tomorrow morning. Rest up, get a good night's sleep, and be ready with a standard pack by sunrise. It's going to be a busy week for us, understand? Yes, sensei, the members of Team 10 replied at once with almost military assertiveness. That told Asuma that they were as pumped as they were going to be. Dismissed. XXX. Shikamaru's house? Later that evening. Although there were one or two reasons for him to be excited about a mission, Shikamaru wasn't really living up to these urges. True to his character, the boy had spent the first few hours since getting home sleeping and recovering from the beating he had gotten from Asuma earlier that day. The rest of his conscious time was spent staring at his backpack at the other end of his bed. It was kind of funny having a staring contest with the very bag he was going to end up carrying across the entire country in the next couple of days. The whole process leading up to that stage was, in a word, troublesome for the teenager. In fact, it was so much of a bother to actually get prepared for the mission that Shikamaru had spent the last half hour glaring at the bag and daring it to fill itself. There was no way he was going to motivate his body to pack it, he just couldn't. Why didn't I just become a deer herder? Shikamaru groaned, rubbing the back of his head and looking out the window over the evening setting of the village. At least if I was a deer herder I wouldn't need to make such a huge hassle over them and see to all of their needs and requirements. Hell, I could just sit out there in the field and sleep all day. Unfortunately for him, it was the job that every Nara in the family wanted, so that sort of knocked Shikamaru further down the list of potential employment opportunities. Still, even if he did bother to go out of his way to actually sign himself on for that job as future successful deer herder, farmer or shepherd, he was pretty sure his mother would have strangled him. When he mentioned this, she said something along the lines of, "We're a family of shinobi and we're gonna stay that way. Get your butt in line and straighten up, or I'll straighten you up myself," something like that. She threatened him and his dad with all sorts of stuff whenever they fell or looked like they were going to fall out of line, and the most fearful truth of this was that she was a woman who legitimately followed through with the threats she made. It was the reason why a lot of the people in their clan as well as the village itself feared her. Thankfully, Shikamaru made the right call in the end. But it's still such a drag being a shinobi, man. Shikamaru massaged his shoulder, looking off to the side of the room absently. Geez, I can't believe that I'm actually going out of my way to support my teammates so vehemently. I guess seeing Naruto and Hinata moving around the way they do gives me some sort of energy to work with. And Naruto, heh. The boy chuckled at the memory of his friend. That guy's gotta be emitting some sort of energy-boosting radiation or something that has us all fired up. Getting up out of bed, he moved over to his wardrobe to start taking out stuff to put into his bag. When he opened it though and looked at all his vests, shirts, pants and whatever folded up in their little drawers and respective shelving areas, the boy sighed and shook his head. He slumped over, as if he were bowing before the overpowering sight of folded laundry. So much stuff to pack, so little time, need more sleep. Ugh, even so, it's still too troublesome, no matter what angle I look at it from. XXX. Hinata's room. Across the village? While some were willing to procrastinate through the entire preparation period before their mission tomorrow, others were more determined to make the next day go as smoothly and as perfectly as possible. Over in Kurenai's home, where Hinata was taking up temporary residence on account of her rather shaky relationship with her father, the young girl was busy neatly folding up her clothes, getting her supplies ready and arranging all of her ninja gear on the floor. She was even using her bed as a platform for all of her other material that she was going to need for her journey. Having replaced her worn and torn clothes from today with a new set after throwing the others into the wash, the girl made sure that she had 3 of everything for the days to come but a lot of the essentials. You could see her darting from her wardrobe to her bed the entire hour, placing the clothing next to the bag and making sure that all of it was going to fit in neatly. She was very much like Naruto, all excited and jumpy, with the exception of expressing her enthusiasm verbally. Still, Hinata was looking forward to their mission and was showing this through action. After cramming the clothes into the bag and placing the other supplies on top, the girl knelt down in front of it and smiled proudly. She nodded when she recounted everything she had taken and set up. I am ready, the girl exclaimed quietly, holding a fist up in her characteristic manner and placing it against her chest. Yes, that's everything. Now. She turned on the carpeted floor, moving to now repack her pouch with all the weapons she needed. It was all textbook stuff that they had been drilled on time and time again in the academy. Even though the possibility of screwing up was low, Hinata wasn't taking any chances. She counted twice. While she was lining up her kunai and packing them into a section in her leg holster, she failed to notice Kurenai peering in through the door and observing her as she ran around from corner to corner. Dressed in casual robes and with a content smile on her face, the raven-haired woman watched the young girl she was looking after prepare herself for an obviously exciting event soon to come. The woman even giggled when she saw Hinata panic when she forgot the paper tags and went over to her bedside cabinet to grab them. She fumbled about clumsily, acting more sporadic than normal. A C-rank mission, huh? Kurenai exclaimed, closing the door slightly so that only a crack was open, before strolling back down the hall to her living room. You're pushing your kids along nicely, Asuma, just like you said. It was reassuring for her to know that the man was looking after the students he was charged with and making sure that they were happy. Even though they weren't his own, he had a pretty solid thing going with them, which was obvious by how Hinata actually talked about him and her team every night and dinner. She especially talked about Naruto quite a bit and spoke of him highly, and even though it was old news, the young Kunoichi was talking about him a lot more these days. The instructor of Team 8 then paused at the couch, looking up towards the ceiling in contemplation. The small change in Hinata's character, her newly found confidence and her enthusiasm to train even harder than before. I think being around Naruto is starting to grow on her a lot more. The woman smiled fondly at thinking about the boy and in what ways he was helping his team out, whether directly or indirectly. Though his history was all cluttered with controversy and mischief, he was still a good kid. He really has an effect on all those closest to him, that boy. XXX. Meanwhile, Naruto's home. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't had that much of a chance to get himself ready for his team's C-rank mission tomorrow. Word got out as soon as he got home that he would be going on his first assignment outside of the village, and that had more than a couple of the residents sharing his domain with him more than a little excited. Putting Ran, the kitten, Mr. Wu and a rather disturbed Kin aside, the rather strange family of foreigners and animals watched from the sidelines at the dining table as Naruto was hugged into submission by a very cheerful Meow. The woman martial artist was embracing him tightly, flooding him with so much love and energy that it was drowning him. Well, in the sense of drowning, he was actually suffocating. The girl was so psyched at having played a part in his development that he was now going out of the village on a serious assignment, it just had her up on her feet and literally celebrating. She congratulated the boy to no end, so much so that his face started turning blue. I am so happy for you, Naruto-kun. Meow exclaimed, rubbing her cheek into his spiky hair as the boy choked and twitched in her arms. Even though the girl did know how to control her strength in most instances, in those uncommon times when she was overcome she just lost sight of all concentration. Naruto was experiencing this firsthand. It's your first job outside of the village in another town. Oh, Naruto-kun. Do remember Meow-sensei's training, it will serve you well. Brush your teeth, go to bed before 9 and don't run around holding any pointy objects as long as it is at a bad person. Naruto gagged, tears brimming at his eyes with the ever-present, lingering feeling in his mind that his spinal column was about to snap. Why yes. I'm proud of him. Ran chuckled, at the same time watching the jinchuriki squirm, not just about the mission, but actually staying conscious for this long. A shaken-up Kin pointed in their direction. Should we do something about this? The sight of the paling child had the girl worry. The samurai waved. Don't worry, she'll be done in a moment. Miao-chan. Naruto wheezed, his face being pressed up tightly to the woman's soft chest, the vest of which was smothering his mouth in cloth. Why you're hugging, too? Too little? Ah! Miao exclaimed, nuzzling him again. It's okay, I'll hug you some more. Before she could take up any more time to further asphyxiate the boy, the jinchuriki was suddenly released and pulled into a new embrace. The close to unconscious child actually blinked back into reality when he felt his face land against something soft and warm. He looked up a bit to see where this new sensation was coming from, and realized he was being held by Yim. The woman gazed down at him and ran her hand through his hair affectionately. You'll be okay, Naruto, the woman nodded, pulling him closer. Just remember your training, okay? The boy blinked, realizing a little bit later that he was actually being held against her endowment. Of course, being one to spout fiction with his mouth and do it well, the young blonde moved on without skipping a beat and sighed into the woman's embrace. He hugged her too. All the while Miao was dancing around them and still looking as excited for him as she was before. Thanks, Yim-chan. Though this gratitude toward his teacher came out with all sincerity, he did spare a moment of an afterthought. It's not even an A-rank mission and they're making such a fuss. This was quickly drowned out when he was pulled closer into her soft, warm, reasonably sized chest. Ah well, may as well enjoy it. Kin noticed the perverted grin he had and the small blush on his cheeks, and lining that up with his proximity to the woman now congratulating him in her own way, the girl rose to her feet in outrage. She shook her fist in his direction. Hey! That little pervert. Ran chuckled, picking up her tea while watching the raven-haired girl stomp her way over to the martial artists and the jinchuriki. Oh, this looks to be like an interesting before-dinner performance. The very next day, outside of Konoha's east gate, Naruto moaned from a rather pathetic, slouched-over position as he dragged his feet along in the triangular formation that his entire team had taken up upon their leaving of the village. Konohagakure's east gate and its towering walls may still be shadowing them, but as the team walked along were slowly disappearing over the rise with the ground the group was able to cover. While Asuma remained relatively quiet with a cigarette in his mouth after putting the collected package in Hinata's bag, and Shikamaru and Hinata were beginning to take in their new surroundings, Naruto was the only one out of all of them making any audible sounds. His discomfort and groaning drew in a lot of stares from his teammates. I'm hugged out, the jinchuriki murmured, his arms swinging methodically from side to side with every step he planted into the ground. Rough night? Shikamaru asked, hands in his pockets as per the usual routine. The blonde nodded exhaustedly. Miao-chan was so excited about my first mission outside of the village that she hugged me until my bones started to creak. He then made a hand gesture above his head like he was squeezing something. And then? Yim-chan, she overdid it too. Never in his whole life had he been so thoroughly suffocated and embraced with such passion in one night. He ventured a guess that this was one of those prices that was eventually paid when living in a house full of travelers and weirdos. They were such an odd collection of characters it was almost like they ventured into his world from their own stories, in this FIC's case, yes. Sounds like it was some party, Asuma also spoke up with an amused grin. Yeah, some party. It was supposed to be just a plain and simple dinner till it turned into a fiesta, Naruto sang, tilting his head with a more distraught look this time at the memories beginning to resurface. After asphyxiating me half to death I then got a scolding from Kinchan for trying to enjoy the hugs from Yimchan. Let me guess, it didn't go exactly as planned, the Jonin inquired, scratching his cheek while looking away as if he didn't know the boy's true motives. He actually did, he just wasn't saying anything. The mischievous smirk said it all though. Naruto sighed. No. Blinking back into reality he then gave Asuma a very dirty look, but instead of seeing the man snickering behind his back he instead caught him whistling nonchalantly and trying to play innocent to his query. The jinchuriki looked ahead of him afterwards. Though I admit it was good, I'm never doing stuff like that in plain sight again. Girls' punches hurt, they really hurt. This is really kind of an interesting first for us, Naruto, Shikamaru exclaimed, giving the boy an amused grin while receiving a scowl for his troubles. Never in all my years of watching you take action have I ever seen you brought to your knees before, you know, figuratively. Hey! This doesn't count as a down, okay? The jinchuriki snapped back, pointing at him. It was just a tiring night. Shikamaru grinned and pushed the boy's hand out of his face. Yet another first. What other wonderful insights we will get to witness from you on this trip, I wonder. Even though it's too much of a bother to really devote all of my energy into thinking about it, the the Nara sighed, bringing his hands up and placing them behind his head with a smile. It's the little things you sometimes take an interest in. I'll let the world continue turning as planned. Says the rock, Naruto exclaimed, before looking over at his other teammate. The kunoichi eeped when his eyes fell on her. What about you, Hinata-chan? Anything you want to say? Hesitating and murmuring uneasily, the girl pressed her fingers together before looking up at the youngster. I think, this is a good start for you, and Naruto-kun. After all, you always say to yourself that no matter how many times you fall, you pick yourself up, keep on going, and keep getting stronger, right? Blinking, the Uzumaki smiled and glanced around at Shikamaru, at the same time pointing towards the meek Hinata. You see? That is why I like her so much. He failed to notice the blue-haired girl quite literally blushed to the roots of her hair at his comment, with Asuma quickly moving up behind her to prevent the girl from falling over and losing consciousness. Whatever, Shikamaru shrugged. It's not like I'm competing for any of your affections. What's that supposed to mean? The Nara grinned in his direction. That's because I'm not in love with you, man. What? Do you want me to harbor secret feelings for you or something? Weird question, but how else was he going to express his point of view as well as point out Hinata's secret crush for the boy to the densest man on the face of the planet? The Jinchuriki blinked and tilted his head. Huh? Yup, it completely blew right over him. That meant Hinata was safe for an extended month or so. Asuma shook his head at their conversation. What is it like to live in your world for a day, Naruto? I'd really like to know. Even if it was a fabricated reality at some stages, he was sure the guy was just happy all the time. What was that like? He couldn't help but wonder as they continued trudging on down the road, with Naruto and Shikamaru trading casual conversation about what's been going on over on their side of the fence, with a still flustered Hinata also engaging in pleasantries with them, and Asuma simply contemplating on the scope of their mission. A long walk was all that would pass between now and their stop-off at the hotel before hitting the port town. XXX. That night? The hot spring resort. The sun was gone, the stars were out, and in spite of all the darkness surrounding them, the team could still see and feel the steam rising up and out of the springs that they were currently lying in. Well, it wasn't like the whole team was all sitting in one spot. There was that gender issue that was easily taken care of. It was simple enough. Naruto, Shikamaru and Asuma were on the male side and Hinata was all by her lonesome on the woman's side. You couldn't have made it any clearer if you stuck a bamboo-fashioned, 10-foot barricade in between the baths, which there was. However, despite the presence of the divider, all members of the squad were enjoying a lovely bath in close company, resting up for the next day ahead. Quite frankly, it had been a while since they'd actually enjoyed something like this together. Sure, there was their off time, but this was something big that they were actually partaking and bonding over as a team. With his body almost completely submerged in the middle of the spring and a washcloth folded on top of his head, Naruto was beaming towards a far-off wall like a sunflower, while Shikamaru and Asuma had sat themselves on separate sides of the bath and were in full lounge mode. Tipping back a small dish of sake, the Jonin sighed out and rubbed the side of his face with his washcloth. Though it's not a most admirable trait to have, but I have to admit, Shikamaru, you're really onto something with your sloth-like approach to life. And you see, the Nara exclaimed, pointing over at Naruto and then thumbing in the direction of their sprawled-out instructor. That's why I like him so much. Oh please, I like Asuma-sensei too, Shikamaru, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, waving a hand towards the boy before sinking into the water to his nose. The adult shinobi chuckled and raised his hands in defense. Whoa, since when was I so popular? This wasn't exactly the kind of vibe I was getting when I was playing whack-a-mole with you guys on the training field a couple of days ago. Shikamaru and Naruto scowled in his direction. Not a most pleasant account we like to remember, but still. Shikamaru sighed and leaned back against the rocks, draping his washcloth over his eyes. You could call this trip the event that redeems you of all of that hell you'd put us through, sensei. Cheers, the man replied, tipping another sake dish to the team before gulping it down. He then grinned over his shoulder, up towards the bamboo fence behind them. How are you doing, Hinata? Fine, they all heard the girl exclaim back in a stammer. Is the water okay on your end, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, standing up a little while scrubbing his hair. They heard the girl fumble with her words upon being addressed by the blonde. Even with a barrier between them, the fact of the matter was that they were all half-naked and taking baths so close to each other. This was a bit unnerving for the poor kunoichi. It's very comforting and warm. And Naruto-kun. Sweet, the Jinchuriki replied, dunking back in and paddling over to one of the edges of the hot pond. As long as we're all enjoying ourselves. Why yes. Smiling in reassurance that all hands were okay and living well, Asuma turned back to his own bath and dipped himself in a little more. Ah, and this is one of the other perks of the job that you've got to enjoy. Things seem to be looking well for their first high-level mission, smooth sailing and all that. However, while they saw this as an experience to enjoy with a lot of privileges was only the calm before the storm. Little did Team 10 know was that they were about to walk into a whole other mess that was way beyond their control. The following day, not a bad view, eh? Asuma exclaimed as he and his team stood up at the top of the hill overlooking the entire port of Dusk in all its magnificence and splendor. It was no doubt a sight to behold because the entire team was literally gawking at the sight of the town that was about the size of a city. The large structures inland, the squares, the marketplaces, and the sheer expanse of it was only a start. Putting aside the striking architecture and the massive castle that could be seen sitting at the very edge of the village on a lush rolling hillside, the amount of ships that were coming to make berth at the port was also incredible. Whoa! Naruto breathed, putting his hand over his eyes to shield them from the sun. That's a port? It's a lot bigger than I expected, Hinata murmured, biting the top of her finger when she brought her hands up to her chin. This many ships come and go when trading between other countries and nations? Yup, the Jonin answered, popping a cigarette in his mouth and allowing his students to get a long, good view of the place they would be arriving at shortly. They were in fact so fixated on their activity that Naruto had unconsciously squatted down to get more comfortable and so to better take in the many specific details of the scenery laid out before them. This port town is aligned primarily with Konohagakure, but it also serves as a medium for ships sailing between other nations around this continent. Not only does it provide a temporary station for boats making long journeys, it also exports material from the Land of Fire and distributes it throughout the island villages, as well as the nations to the north and south. Why would they do that? Shikamaru asked curiously, looking up at the man giving them the most welcoming of lectures. Aren't we connected with the Land of Lightning? The man nodded. Yes and no. The roads through the mountains are really difficult to travel along when transporting heavy material. Therefore, it cuts down on time and costs to make trade with the Land of Lightning by sea. Not to mention Konohagakure isn't exactly on good terms with Kumogakure, so making exchanges via land isn't exactly a good approach. The Nara nodded in understanding, gazing back out over the port. Sounds like a real drag. Pretty much, Asuma exclaimed. While they were gazing out over the amazing new village, Naruto spotted something odd sitting at some of the piers he could see a couple of kilometers away from their position. It was easy enough to see from this distance because the silhouettes of ships weren't that difficult to make out from a particular vantage point. Ships were big like buildings and because they were on open water it wasn't too much of a stretch to make them out. It was a sight that the jinchuriki found quite fascinating and went out of his way to point out to the others, tugging on Asuma's leggings to draw his instructor's eyes to the sight. Sensei, what are those? Those, the man repeated, scanning the docks his student was directing him toward with a smile. Yeah, those big silver boats, Naruto exclaimed, rising to his feet to widen his view. Wow! I've seen pictures of battleships from our countries before in books, but those ships are enormous. He leapt excitedly at seeing the cluster of about 24 foreign ships parked on their coastline. Even Shikamaru and Hinata had taken an interest in them, gawking when they were able to single out the biggest of the fleet in the harbor. Man! They're as long as skyscrapers are tall. Where did they come from? Look at that one, Hinata exclaimed, activating her Byakugan to get a better look at the one her own eyes had locked onto. Her binocular-like vision fell upon the steel hull of the largest vessel pulled right up to the pier, a battle cruiser with 2 funnels, masts, and an impressive assortment of armaments along her decks. Yes. Hood. The girl blinked when she read the name engraved on the side, to which she then looked over at Naruto. What's a Hood? Naruto shrugged back. Dunno. Maybe it's the name of the ship. Shikamaru scoffed, nudging the blonde in the side and getting their attention. I wonder if there's a ship named Jumper down there. All 3 of the kids chuckled at the joke, before quickly returning their focus to all of the impressive craft they were able to make out. If there was anything to get really excited about on this trip, it was that. However, while it was all fun and games for them playing Where's Wally with the interesting-looking boats floating around, Asuma had suddenly found himself set in a completely different mood altogether. Keeping his expression out of view of his excited students, he looked out with a serious glint in his eyes as he scanned the port more carefully from end to end. Focusing on only the large ships they could see pulled up to the various piers and docks scattered along the shoreline, the instructor's fears were quickly confirmed when he came to the realization that most of the big ships in the area, including a handful still adrift at sea several kilometers out, were all a part of the same task force. Counting on his fingers, he could see freighters, battle cruisers, destroyers, and various other armed vessels he had hardly ever seen before. It wasn't like he didn't know what they were entirely, they were big-ass ships with massive cannons on them that looked like they could rip an entire village to shreds with little effort. They were also scattered all over the place, almost like they had formed a defensive perimeter at every possible access point to the harbor. Asuma knew from experience that these weren't ordinary ships belonging to any of the elemental nations. No. Their designs and colors didn't tie them to any of the nations on this continent, which led the Jonin to the conclusion that these ships were Western vessels. And they're all warships? Asuma blinked, looking from the biggest ship, the HMS Hood, as Hinata had identified earlier, and out towards the others. The sight of an entire armada had the bearded Jonin sweating bullets. This can't be good. However, there was nothing he could do about it. An entire naval detachment from a Western country across the ocean wasn't going to pay any attention to a lowly shinobi like him. After all, they were probably here escorting the esteemed guest negotiating with the princess about opening up secure trading routes outside of other companies. Should whatever deal they had going for went as planned, these ships were probably going to be running as security, along with the vessels that would be running channels between the elemental nations and the Western countries. Finding himself a little too close to the fire this time, the man extinguished the cigarette he already had and replaced it with a new one to calm his nerves before turning to look back down at his 3 students, all of whom were still pointing out the different boats they could spot. "All of you listen up," Asuma spoke, drawing the squad's attention to him. He looked at each of them seriously. "It looks as though there is some big business going on down there, so I want you all to be on your best behavior. Those are all Western ships, so odds are there are going to be a lot of foreigners down there. Don't do anything that will draw attention to yourselves." The man then looked at the middle team member with the blonde hair, who blinked when he found himself being singled out. "That goes double for you, Naruto." "What?" the jinchuriki jolted, pointing at his chest. "Oh come on sensei, you know me." "Yes, I do know you," Asuma stated with a smirk. "So don't get all jumpy and excited while we're down there. We're just here to deliver a package, not to make contact with anybody else outside of our business. All right?" He got 3 simultaneous nods in return, with Naruto also complying due to how firmly their instructor was asserting his orders. "So?" Shikamaru began, yawning and rubbing the back of his head. "Who are we supposed to deliver the package to?" "An envoy will be meeting us at the main square to take us over to the palace." "We are to deliver the package in person," Asuma said, shrugging his shoulders and adjusting his pack. "Let's get moving. Don't want to keep Her Highness waiting." The Jonin then began herding the trio down the hill towards town. While the youngsters were still expressing their anticipation and excitement over entering a whole other community in their own little ways, their instructor was standing a little on edge. There was good reason for him to be nervous, because there was no way in telling what would happen to them the moment they entered the village. XXX. Sometime later? Elsewhere, close to the edge of the Port of Dusk, where the wilderness of the world outside of the town entrance could be seen transforming into the world constructed from human hands, sat a vast array of shops and stalls, welcoming new travelers from the mainland and bidding farewell to those from the sea. It was your traditional village setup with all characteristics taken from the cultural influence of this part of the continent, and was alive with the hustle and bustle of various commuters, and brimming with excitement. Families were out with loved ones, friends were greeting each other on the street, and salesmen were doing good business with the many people stepping onto their turf. However, with all the kids running around, you wouldn't think that they would be so cheerful when in the presence of a lot of soldiers also marching around. There were 2 types of soldiers currently on patrol all around the town, which was very unusual. On one side of the road there were platoons of soldiers marching in rows of 2 up and down the streets, all of them wearing 1902 pattern service dress tunics and trousers, bandoliers and backpacks with stocks of ammunition, Lee-Enfield rifles slung over their shoulders, and dish-shaped helmets, Brody helmets, on top of their heads. On the other side of the road, there were the soldiers serving under Princess Kasumi patrolling the streets, wearing black spandex suits with silver samurai armor over that, shin guards, arm guards, and helmets with golden rivets. All of them were armed with either crossbows that fired rounds repeatedly from a canister, lances and swords. It was like 2 completely different eras from 2 completely different countries were facing each other down on the street, the elemental nation civilians from an Edo period, 1603 to 1868, meeting face to face with Britannia troops from a late Victorian era or an early Edwardian era. Judging from the way they were positioned on either side of the road, it was almost as if somebody had drawn a line between the bounds of which side controlled what area. Still, in spite of the heavy presence of military personnel, the people within the town could still go about their daily activities, since they were probably used to seeing their own soldiers gallivanting about. One particular place where the atmosphere was fresh and rich was at a local ramen bar some ways down the road from the entrance to the town. It was a small establishment called Sunrise Noodles, which was basically just an open bar with barely any curtain providing shade for the counter just several feet under the veranda, so it was pretty much out there. The owner in question was currently dicing up fish cakes behind the serving desk and humming a gentle tune, overseeing the couple of customers already sitting at the counter and eating their fill. While he was tossing noodles and cutting up ingredients concurrently, he noticed another person step into his stall. He greeted them with a smile and then an even wider grin when he recognized the face of the patron. My, the short, silver-haired old man exclaimed as he watched the individual pull up a bar stool. You say you don't indulge, but here you are again for lunch after eating so many bowls for breakfast? Are my noodles really that good? Of course they are. A young man around 13 years of age with a dark brown complexion, short black hair, wearing a yellow Chinese top with the bottoms undone and khaki shorts with gauze wrapped heavily around his arms and feet, exclaimed as he made himself comfortable at the station. I just can't help myself, your food is delicious. Give me 3 bowls of miso, Gramps. He slapped the amount of ryu needed for the purchase down on the table, to which the chef chuckled and took it off his hands. Certainly, sir. Would you like extra kamaboko with that? Please, the boy replied while raising a hand above him happily. They're the best bits. It seemed as though the shop owner and the young man got along really well, in spite of the fact that they didn't look like they came from the same town, let alone the same country. Out of everybody in the bar, the boy wearing yellow with the darker skin texture was the only one who stuck out the most. Actually, while everybody else looked more oriental, the young, spry-looking male appeared as though he had come from somewhere much more tropical. However, this was but a face for the character that was very kind, happy, and enjoyed eating great food. He immediately dug into the bowl of noodles as it was laid out in front of him, while the elderly shopkeeper smiled in his direction. I still can't believe you actually came in with this rabble. The young man looked up with his cheeks bloated and noodles hanging from his mouth. Arrêt bleu? Rabble. The man repeated while gesturing toward his lips. Getting the point quickly, the boy sucked up the noodles hanging down his chin and swallowed, adjusting his dining etiquette at the same time. I'm referring to those smartly dressed fellas marching up and down the streets. Oh, them, the youngster exclaimed, pointing over his shoulder to the platoon of Britannia soldiers marching past. He grinned and waved. Nah, I'm just a representative. They wanted to make a better impression with the rest of these lands, so they brought along folks like me from countries closer to this continent to help them out. He pointed at his chest with a wide grin. However, my country is a lot further away than they think. Really? The chef inquired, tapping his chin thoughtfully as he gave the boy a look over. The land of lightning, perhaps? No way. I come from a country to the south, not the north, the boy chuckled, before going back to stirring his noodles. I come from Siam. It's just a little ways down from the islands of the land of water, and there are miles of forests and mountains making up the terrain. It was tough getting here, I can tell ya that. You did mention you came here on foot, the elder smiled, to which the teen nodded towards, gulping down broth in spoonfuls. Your nation is connected to this continent? Aha! Great exercise, he replied, as if it were no big deal. He tipped the bowl he was holding back and drank down the remnants of the soup at the bottom, before setting it down with a content sigh, signifying his satisfaction of the meal. Wiping his chin, he grinned at the manager. I received a letter for work from my master back at home, so I made my way up here as quickly as I could. Sayane didn't want to go, so he sent me here as a form of training and to gain experience, not to mention these Western folks say they pay good money for extra guards, so there was no way I could ignore the call. My family could use the money. Well, as long as you aren't causing us trouble, that's fine with me, the old man replied, going back to cooking his noodles and cutting vegetables. In between slicing up some beef, the youngster in front of him grinned his way. We're just here to make sure that trading between both this country and the West are open and safe, the raven-haired boy nodded affirmatively. That's what they told me. He almost leapt excitedly from his seat when he saw another bowl slide in front of him, and after clapping his hands together and thanking the heavens for the wonderful meal, he went back to filling his stomach. Let us hope that we are able to keep the peace then. The elder sighed and rubbed his head, looking down at his chopping board with a shake and a groan. I've already lived through the misfortunes of one shinobi war. The last thing I want to be a part of is a war between nations from across the seas. The boy stopped slurping noodles enough to hear the old man's concerns. It was upon registering to the worries of international conflict from the manager that had the youngster stop eating for a moment. While he admitted it would be a great tragedy if fighting should suddenly break out on the streets while they, meaning him and Britannia, were present, he felt that all of it could be completely avoided if both sides cooperated. However, it was one world meeting another here, so there was no telling what could happen. While he as an individual had no problems with communing with people from another country, you're talking about whole communities, groups, and civilizations meeting face to face. Things had the potential to unexpectedly spiral out of control if an unnecessary fuse was to be lit. Unfortunately. Hey! Watch where you're going, stupid kid, a grown man shouted from the road outside the bar. Watch where I'm going? We bumped into each other, you big ape. Ape? We're visitors to this country, Blondie. You might want to show us a little more respect, aye? The boy in yellow turned around in surprise, while the manager behind the counter sighed and leaned over the serving desk to see what was going on. Heck, almost everyone inside the store had stopped to see what all the commotion coming from outdoors was all about. It sounded like a fight, one that was between a troubled local and one of the soldiers from the foreign envoys here. All observers closer to the action were right on their assumptions. A group of 3 kids being led by a shinobi from Konohagakure had accidentally run into a couple of Western soldiers walking down the same road. The one wearing bright orange was having it out with the taller corporal. Oh dear, what now? The old chef sighed. Slurping up the noodle dangling freely from his mouth, the boy that had been interrupted from his lunch quickly finished up the serve he was given. Inhaling the rest of his bowl without so much as a breath of air, he slammed it back down on the counter and got up out of his seat. His moving to the entrance of the bar had the elderly manager look on with great concern. I knew it. This whole thing isn't going to end well, darn whippersnappers. XXX. With Team 10? A few moments ago? Wow, there are a lot of soldiers here, Shikamaru pointed, observing from his end the formations of both military men from their country marching down the road in the direction that they were coming from, along with the soldiers from the ships parked in the dock marching in the same direction the rookie squad was walking in on the other side of the avenue. It's almost like 2 different parades are going on at the same time. They are just security details, nothing to get too excited about, Asuma smiled, leading his students around small crowds and dodging a couple of kids running across to a local cafe. My guess is that the Westerners and the princess's staff have already come to some sort of agreement, and have distributed their forces throughout the village so that the locals could get comfortable with 2 different countries working together. It's sort of like a gesture of good faith that the newcomers are here to keep the peace and not start a war. Sounds fair, Shikamaru replied, rolling his shoulders. But, it's like you said, nothing to get worked up about. Avoiding more traffic, the team walked past a few other soldiers not on duty, the 4 of them engaged in conversation while checking out some of the surrounding stores. It was almost like they were already completely used to their environment, like they were veteran tourists, and were checking out some stuff to take back with them as souvenirs. They were nothing like what Naruto and his team thought Western soldiers were like before. They weren't just cold, calculating warriors in their own right, they were also ordinary people. The contrast between those marching and those walking amongst the populace, it was huge. Looking across toward one of the booths run by an old woman, Hinata saw one of the Western soldiers talking with a warrior from the town's local guard, exchanging pleasantries. She along with Naruto took an interest in the staff-like weapon hanging off of his shoulder with a weird, bolt-like mechanism at the base where the wooden part formed a butt as seen on a crossbow. Comparing it to their weapons, the youngsters couldn't help but look up towards Asuma in question of the strange devices. Sensei, what are those things the soldiers are carrying? Things? Which ones? The man asked, requiring a little more detail. Looking at the troops already marching about, there were a lot of things he could see that they were wearing on their person. It was difficult to take apart certain aspects when you didn't have that much to work on, especially on a target that was completely outside of his turf. Those stick things they're carrying, Naruto said, pointing at the Lee Enfield rifle slung over the man's shoulder. Are they some sort of club or kunai launcher? Oh, those things, Asuma grinned, finally finding himself on the same page. He nodded towards the troops marching by on their right. The weapons the Westerners are wielding are called firearms. The bigger ones over their shoulders are called rifles. The trick to them is that they fire small projectiles down a barrel at an amazing speed using a form of ignition powder that they pack into a small cylinder. Oh, like sea cannons, Hinata exclaimed. She saw their teacher nod to affirm that their responses were correct. Yeah, but much smaller, the Jonin explained, using hand gestures to help illustrate his point. These are more compact and can be carried out onto the battlefield with ease, but are still capable of hitting targets from long distances. They're very dangerous weapons though, so stay away from them. So you point and shoot, like a crossbow? Naruto asked, trying to mimic the use of the familiar weapon from the academy. The blonde took aim and looked about with his invisible shooter, before turning it on Asuma with a half smirk. His shift of focus now meant that he was walking backwards and not looking where he was going. It seems kind of a cheap way to fight. I'd prefer beating the snot out of my targets with my bare hands. Shikamaru smirked at him. Some people don't have the kind of punch that you pack, Naruto. I honestly think it's kind of smart that they came up with weapons like that to fight with. You just lay back and let the metal do the work for ya. Sure, it was a bland way of looking at it, but fighting like that was actually a lot harsher than he was actually letting the others onto. He knew full well that Asuma was a veteran from a shinobi world war, so the best the Nara could do was assume how battles with weapons that fired projectiles was really like. Thinking on it a little, those ships and the soldiers, they all carried projectile-firing weapons from massive cannons to small guns that could be shoved into holsters. Did that mean that Westerners weren't that up to scratch with hand-to-hand fighting, or were most of them incapable of metaphysical feats? Surely there had to be a handful of exceptional warriors among the Westerners who, like the shinobi from this land, did possess some supernatural abilities or superhuman strengths. Fighting like that is boring, Naruto exclaimed, throwing a punch. Real men settle disagreements with their fists, not with watch out, Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted, but was too late to get her warning across when the jinchuriki suddenly backed up into a soldier, who was also talking to one of his comrades, walking the same way that they were coming from. Stumbling forward after the run-in and causing the taller man to stagger at nearly tripping, both sides turned towards one another to see what they had hit. Meeting his foe eye to waist, Naruto's eyes then trailed up the abdominals and chest of the soldier he immediately identified to be from the western side. When their eyes met, they immediately found themselves locked in a cold staring contest. Asuma kept Shikamaru and Hinata back, also a little surprised at the turn of events. He'd been too distracted by the commotion around them to realize that they had been inadvertently walking into other people from the crowd. "Hey! Watch where you're going, stupid kid," the man with chevrons on his tunic said loudly. Rubbing the back of his head from the bump, the blonde-haired boy scowled. "Watch where I'm going? We bumped into each other, you big ape." "Ape?" the man scoffed, finding the kid's words quite hearty for his size. "We're visitors to this country, Blondie. You might want to show us a little more respect, aye?" "As if," Naruto replied, pointing up at the man. "When you visit another person's place you have to show appreciation and gratitude to them for letting you in. Respect and manners is shared between both sides." The soldier whistled at his courage, slinging his rifle off of his shoulder and taking it by the length of the barrel. "You talk big, kid. Do you want to back those words up, huh?" He pushed Naruto in the chest with the butt end of his rifle, causing the boy to stumble into the arms of his teammates. "Go on. Why don't you run back home to your mum and stay out of people's way from now on?" Naruto gritted his teeth, finding this man's rudeness most appalling. "Why you?" "Naruto," Shikamaru warned, taking his friend by the shoulder. "Hey, don't go picking fights with strangers you don't want to see through to the end. You'll get us all into trouble." A crowd started to gather around them, the people in the way quickly moving aside when they realized that the visiting soldiers were locking horns with a group of shinobi. It didn't take headbands and uniforms to tell them that trouble was starting to brew. "Listen, dude." The jinchuriki shrugged his shoulder out of his friend's grip and held his fist out to the soldier smirking down at him. "He started it. Then finish it," Asuma advised, taking the youngster by the head and pulling him back. After rooting the jinchuriki to the floor and watching him seethe through his teeth, the jonin then smiled apologetically up at the soldiers. "I apologize for my student's behavior. He's a bit of a handful. We're sorry that we got in your way, sir." The other soldier beside the corporal smirked while the man they were actually focusing on scoffed. "Some teacher you are?" He slung his rifle back over his arm. "The standards in this place are pathetic. The first thing you should have taught your little riffraffs is to watch where they're going, or do you need a little education yourself? This whole country needs an education. Stuff your apologies. Just keep an eye on the road next time, you blithering idiot," the corporal pointed at the seething Naruto, before then pointing at Asuma. "And you'd better keep an eye on your little brats from now on, otherwise they might end up wandering off of a cliff if you don't." Asuma frowned almost instantly at having his apology shot down, as did Shikamaru and Hinata. Sure, it was worrisome at first when Naruto started barking at the man, but then even with an offering of peace the strangers were still baring fangs at them. Either that or they were just rude soldiers intentionally looking for trouble. In any case, they had their pride as shinobi as well as individuals. The students in particular clenched their fists when they realized that their teacher, the man that was practically raising them and supporting them in their line of work, was also being insulted, even without provocation on his part. And he was trying to settle the disagreement. What was wrong with these guys? "Oh, I think we made the little mice angry," Stanton, the private on the corporal's right, grinned, nudging him in the arm. "How scary. Don't fret, they're only mice. What harm can they do? With a sloppy teacher like theirs, I bet these monkeys couldn't even throw a punch properly even if they wanted to," the soldier now identified as Stanton exclaimed. Clearly he was a dick, someone who enjoyed picking on people he believed to be beneath him. Arrogance. They still use spears for Pete's sake, nothing to be scared of at all. Makes me wonder why we even came to make deals with these savages in the first place. Slinging his rifle strap, the man grinned. Have a pleasant day. You'd better keep that brat on a leash from now on, the private suggested in a cocky tone of voice, turning away with his friend to take their leave. With those whiskers of his, I wouldn't be surprised if the little mongrel bit every person he came in contact with. Mongrel? Naruto shouted in outrage, ducking out of Asuma's grip and dashing right at the soldier that named him. I'll show you who the mongrel is. Naruto had been insulted by strangers from his village many times before. However, this time he was being talked down at by soldiers who were supposed to be figures of authority and righteousness, as well as people who were basically representatives from their own country. Being treated and looked down at like he was a lowly animal, on top of having his home and his teacher insulted, was something he wasn't going to stand for. The boy had a pretty short fuse in that department. The soldier that had referred to the jinchuriki as a dog had no idea what was coming next till he was suddenly impaled by a small fist digging right into the kidney area. The man doubled over in shock, spewing out saliva when he was nearly thrown off his feet. Naruto then followed up by leaping off of the man's bent leg with his foot and hooking him across the face, sending the soldier barreling to the ground. When Naruto landed and glared up the man that had started the argument, he saw him swing his rifle around and pointed at him. Everyone in the area jumped when they saw him bring his main weapon out onto the field, with the blonde's team also responding critically. Asuma reached for his kunai, intent on stopping this fight himself if need be. He was pissed off just like his squad, which was the main reason why the Jonin didn't stop his infuriated student in the first place, but now. However, just as the corporal was bringing his rifle around, Naruto was already targeting him. A single shot rang out like a sharp clap of thunder when the soldier let loose a round, only to have it fired skyward when his swift little opponent dashed in an orange blur right at him and batted the barrel with a parry straight up into the air. After staggering his second opponent, Naruto then ran at him completely and leapt. He kneed the brute right in the chest, before twisting in the air and literally roundhouse kicking him across the face. That sent the soldier keeling over as well, with his face hitting the dirt road before the rest of his body with a heavy thud. Naruto landed between his two fallen foes, panting heavily and almost growling angrily with every breath taken. The crowds gawked at the sight of such a young boy having quickly dispatched two of the foreign soldiers, with his team also looking on in surprise. Seeing that Naruto had settled the conflict without serious fatalities, Asuma sighed and retracted his kunai. He folded his arms and shook his head. I'm gonna catch a lot of heat for this later. Damn it, kid. The Jonin thought while rubbing the side of his head. Geez, Naruto, don't jump in so eagerly, you idiot. Hearing his instructor addressing him, Naruto looked up toward his teacher with a blink. Catching his breath and regaining his composure, the boy shook his arms out before focusing his complete and undivided attention on the team leader. Sorry, sensei. Though I appreciate you standing up for the rest of us, Asuma said with a smile, rubbing his eye a little, couldn't you have had it out with someone who was not from another continent? His friends aren't going to be too happy about this. Hearing the groans emitting off of the soldiers rolling around on the ground in pain, Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly before smiling up at his team. He saw Shikamaru shaking his head with a smirk and spotted the concerned look he was getting from Hinata, and waved back at them to show that he was okay. I'm sure it'll be alright. He started walking over to rejoin them, stepping over the private holding in his guts. They were bullies anyway. I'll take the responsibility of this, mice. Before he could finish, Naruto caught something fast moving from his left blind spot and his eyes darted toward it in shock. On instinct he threw up a guard to protect his BAM. There was a loud bang, like a shotgun round being fired off and hitting a huge slab of meat hanging from a rack, followed quickly by what sounded like the barrier of sound breaking. The next thing Naruto saw was black as his body was literally sent spinning through the air before slamming straight into a stack of crates in an alleyway on the other side of the road. The wall of boxes exploded into a shower of splinters, sending dust and debris in the form of a huge cloud as the tower collapsed on itself, and Naruto went cartwheeling through the barriers. The entire contingent of Team 10 jumped in shock, the crowds audibly gasping when they saw the once vengeful and strong boy that had jumped at the defense of his friends, get hurled into a wall like he had been fired out of a cannon. Though their initial concerns were for their friend Shikamaru, and Hinata stopped themselves from running to his aid to look back at the person responsible for sending Naruto flying in the first place. The fact that he had been attacked out of the blue meant that there was a third, even stronger player from the enemy's side, so instincts told them to analyze the situation first before jumping in hastily. Asuma and his students looked to where the two soldiers had been brought down and were now sitting up, where they saw a boy around Naruto's age standing at their defense. Wearing brown shorts, a yellow shirt unbuttoned and trailing on the wind, and bearing a brown skin complexion with black hair, the newcomer made his presence known by dropping out of the roundhouse kick he had just executed and took a stance. What the? Shikamaru blinked, staring at the teenager several feet in front of him. Who is that? Glare locked onto the cloud slowly dissipating, the boy rolled his shoulders before looking down at the soldiers he had assisted. He watched them rise to their feet, picking up their weapons while also licking at their wounds. Are you two okay? Why yeah. Corporal Stanton groaned, backing away towards the crowd. That little punk, the soldier's companion groaned, holding in his side as he limped away. Gee, get him. Nai. Oh, I intend to, the dark-skinned boy replied, rolling his shoulders again and turning back to glare at his target once he was certain his clients were out of harm's way. The soldiers regrouped with their comrades gathering with the crowd, guards from both the village's forces and the western visitors arriving on the scene. Realizing that this person was with the foreigners, Hinata and the others then quickly looked back to the rubble. And Naruto-kun, the Hyuga exclaimed, bringing her hands up in worry. At first there was nothing. When no audible response or movement came from the passageway for the next few minutes, everybody began thinking that the boy was either knocked out or dead. However, when the dust finally settled and the crowds were graced with the sight of the splintered remains of a story stack of crates lying on the ground, everyone unexpectedly jumped in surprise when the blonde that had been blindsided moments before, pulled himself out of the pile of crap and dusted himself down. Looking as though he had just taken a full-on beating from a pack of thugs, and gripping his left arm which had taken the full brunt of the kick that had lifted him off of his feet, the jinchuriki glared out onto the road. Hinata sighed in relief, as did Shikamaru, whereas Asuma flinched when he noticed something off about Naruto's left arm and the way he just staggered out of the alleyway. It was unlike the kid to actually feel anything after a hit like the one he took. Normally after being thrown off of his feet from a hit from the jonin during their spars and crashing into several trees, the boy would simply shrug it off, stand up straight and grin. Here, his face was twisted into one of frustration that was rarely seen, even after taking just one hit. The jonin sweated nervously. Is his arm broken? What the hell? Swearing, Naruto kicked his way out of the destroyed crates and back onto the road, before glaring across at who he assumed was the one who attacked him. Where, how, Goor, who the hell are you? The boy he was addressing smirked, cracking his neck to the side before taking a fighting stance. Team 10 looked back at him in bewilderment, with Asuma also becoming more concerned when he saw the newcomer take a narrow, orthodox fighting stance and begin bobbing up and down on his toes. He also brought his hands up, above his head and on either side of his face, like a protective guard. Naruto instantly became perplexed by his stance and his bobbing movements. My name is Naikanamtam, the young male exclaimed, a big grin on his face, and I'm here to protect my clients. He was obviously referring to the soldiers he had been tasked in serving alongside. Looking at his confrontational stance, the jinchuriki grinned and after spitting out the blood from the cuts in his mouth, slid into his own fighting stance. Sliding his dominant foot in front and across and bringing both hands up and in front, he assumed his Wing Chun fighting stance. So you want to play, huh? Naruto exclaimed, ignoring his bruises, scratches, and the throbbing pain up and down his left side. Alright then, bring it. The two squared off, keeping their eyes locked onto the other and nobody else. That brat's gonna get his ass kicked, the corporal that had taken the savage beating from before exclaimed, while being supported by two of his squad mates. No one has ever been able to beat Nai before. This match is as good as settled. While the teens approached the center, the soldiers and castle guards in the area, as well as Team 10, pulled back even further to the side and watched on with both anticipation and concern. While the audience was aware that a fight was about to break out between these two really strong youngsters who have just met, those with common sense about them couldn't help but worry. Sweating bullets while also keeping his other students at bay to prevent them from jumping in haphazardly, Asuma looked between both Naruto and his new opponent Nai. While it was true both sides had acted out of defense, there was something unsettling about the person the jinchuriki was set to engage. Sure, the jonin had confidence in the boy's ability to fight on his own, there was no one from his village finer in taijutsu than maybe Rock Lee and his crew, but this situation felt different. This boy working with the westerners that just swooped in and literally downed Naruto with a single kick, something about him told Asuma that he was dangerous. He was powerful, really powerful? He's not just strong, Asuma thought nervously, looking across at the darker boy and the stance he had taken. It was quite an odd fighting form for someone to use, one that though it did look odd the instructor swore he had seen something like it years before. It wasn't wide and low like the academy's taijutsu, nor was the hands held anywhere impressive that showed incredible aggression. In fact, it was a well-balanced, confident stance that didn't require excessive movement. Strangely, it resembled Naruto's blocking fist style in practice by how he was staying on his toes and bobbing around. In contrast to the Wing Chun style the jinchuriki was now using, which was more stationary, this one appeared more natural and fluent. It was while he was staring at the smirking boy with his hands raised up in a guard did Asuma finally realize who this young fighter was. There was no way the guy was a shinobi, not with that stance, and he wasn't from this country either. Accounting for all his characteristics as well as the knowledge the instructor possessed, he was able to recall where he'd seen that fighting form before. "I've seen travelers and monks from Siam practice this style," Asuma said, his eyes narrowing grimly at who he figured out Naruto was about to engage. A user of the Art of 8 Limbs. Muay Thai. Chapter 17. Konohagakure? Naruto's home. It was midday, around the same time Naruto and his team had arrived at the Port of Dusk on the other side of the country, and so far things were going well for the people of the Hidden Leaf. While the atmospheres everywhere else were pretty high and tensions were still rising, everything else back inside the home village was pretty flat water. Smooth sailing, very little waves, things were all well and good for the villagers. It was a simple, normal day with a light breeze and warm sun, so what more could anybody possibly ask for? Seeing that it was a fine day to catch some sunlight, Ren had decided to hang out on the back porch to indulge in some sake and some charming company. Her companion took the form of a rather frustrated Kin, who had also decided to join her and was currently sitting across from the woman engaged in an intense game of shogi. It was an activity she had taken on as something she could really be competitive about around here, but while she'd been having plenty of practice losing to Mr. Wu, the samurai wasn't thinking of going easy on her either. Despite having half her mind in a bottle of alcohol and the other half minding the state of play, the enchanting drifter who wielded a katana like a god was taking Kin apart piece by piece. The former kunoichi-sai twitched when she watched yet another one of her generals get taken away from her. "I'm starting to get really annoyed at losing at this game. Why is everybody so good at everything in this village?" "Well, would you like a list of reasons or just the consolation prize for your troubles?" Ran inquired, taking another shot of sake while observing Kin make an absolute fuss over her next move. "Please. Naruto sucks at this game," the samurai stated straight out, earning an almost immediate scowl from the raven-haired girl. "Just so you know, comparing me to him does not instill much confidence in myself," the girl replied. "Confidence must be fought for. It's not like the world is suddenly going to ease up on you when things get tough and time seemingly starts slowing down on you. Every now and then situations call for you to be more aggressive," Rand stated, taking her pawn and shuffling it forward. It was a maneuver that had the girl in front of her grit her teeth and fold her arms in exasperation. The samurai smiled. "However, I recommend that you do not take such action here, not when you're pitted against me." "Whatever," Kin grunted, taking her king and moving him out of harm's way. "Still, I'd be happier if I was more or less compared to either one of you guys." "Why do you say that?" Ran asked. "Simple. You, Miao and Yim are superhumans, forces of nature, storms to be reckoned with, and heroes from worlds beyond this one. If I knew exactly where I stood in contrast to you three, then maybe I could derive some measure of comfort knowing that I'm not too far down the ladder to call myself useless," Kin explained, expressing her concerns over her value as a human being. The samurai chuckled, pouring herself another glass while also contemplating on her next move. Her eyes darting around the board from corner to corner, she took her knight and moved him around an opposing rook. "You think little of yourself because you think you're wallowing around on the losing end? Let's face it, I'm not exactly an outstanding person," Kin moped, looking up at her opponent with a sour expression. "Not only did I lose to one of the densest and loudest shinobi in the world, but I lost a lot of my dignity as a kunoichi, have admitted to most of my mistakes, am on long-term house arrest, and am being overshadowed by you monsters. How the heck am I supposed to feel knowing that I'm just a tiny pebble in a village filled with boulders?" "Ah, but you're forgetting one little detail," Rand smiled, pointing at the girl with a straightforward hand gesture. "It's not about the size of the rocks that make the landscape but what they're made of. For instance, a boulder built on arrogance may be made of weak material and can crack under intense pressure. However, a pebble made up of stronger elements such as guts and an iron will, may last even longer than the boulder. You never know, maybe you're a pebble made of gold, one with a pure heart that stands out above the rest." The woman sat back a little while placing her hand on her lap as she raised her sake glass. "Don't look down on yourself when you've only begun to discover your potential." "What potential? I mean?" Kin furrowed her brow and glared down at the board, the pair of them moving their pieces around a couple of times before settling on yet another standoff. I lost in this game to a bird, which says that the intelligence I was once brought up to believe was quite high, sucks, and aside from my ninjutsu I had nothing else going for me in any of the other departments. Naruto was exactly the same, Rand stated, causing the girl to look in her direction in surprise. Folding her arms, the samurai gave the raven teenager an intent gaze. Before becoming Yim's apprentice, he had very little skill as a shinobi and lacked refinement in the techniques he practiced. However, with a little helping hand and a reason to work harder to become stronger, he was able to become the splendid shinobi he is today. Perhaps, you would be able to do the same if you followed after him. Blinking, Kin looked away momentarily to dabble over the woman's words of comfort. This gave Rand the time she needed to consider her next moves on the board, leaving the kunoichi to dawn on the idea presented to her. It didn't take long for the former sound ninja to come to a conclusion on her own, which she admitted to with a warm and gentle smile. He's not so bad, the girl said, her eyes shimmering with a sort of newfound revelation. I guess it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. There you go, Rand grinned, moving her general and taking out one of the girl's remaining pawns. Kin frowned deeply at watching another one of her pieces get spirited away from the battlefield, and as much as she wanted to protest her conscious thought better against and quickly overruled that motion, figuring it was not such a good idea to mess with a shinobi and samurai slayer when she was only 3 feet away from her. Never give up. Keep moving forward. That's what Naruto always says anyway. He has so much confidence in himself and in those around him that he has no intention of stopping. You've got a lot of road ahead of you to cover if you want to catch up to him. Kin sighed, giving the woman a calm glare. Yeah, you can say that again. He's already 100 lessons ahead of me. The samurai smiled, leaning back with another shot of sake in hand and raising it to the girl suggestively. Would you like it if Miao and I trained you? You'll be able to cover quite a bit of ground much faster if you had someone to help you in reaching your goal. Looking surprised again, the girl pointed at herself. Why you would, train me, really? Well, I'll certainly be here for a while. My job with Naruto is yet finished, not to mention I really like this village, so what harm can come from taking on another apprentice in the period of my stay here? Rand smiled, placing her cup down and leaning towards the girl with a warm gaze. Interested? Blinking, the former kunoichi smiled back and nodded her head affirmatively. I think I'd like that. Thank you. Exchanging pleasant gazes, the two returned to the game at their feet and continued lashing out at each other's throats. However, it was while Kin was about to make her next move something in the back of her head clicked and she suddenly glared back up at a woman. How could she have not noticed? Wait a second, what goal? I didn't say anything about my ambitions to you. Realizing exactly what the young girl was reading into, the samurai chuckled and looked away awkwardly, scratching her cheek at the same time. You see. I've been watching how you and Naruto have been getting along quite recently, and since I did suggest that in order for you to grow and become stronger you should follow him and you agreed, I merely assumed from that point that Naruto is your goal. Glancing around, she saw the girl's face slowly contort from suspicious to bafflement, followed by unbelievable shock with a shade of red on the side. Drinking this completely new look on her in, the laid-back samurai grinned mischievously. Of course, he would be now, unless you already planned on pursuing him before? Sputtering, Kin blushed brightly and shook her head furiously. Hell no. Hell no. She crossed her arms and threw them out defiantly. I refuse to couple with that boy, in this world or the next. The kunoichi folded her arms and looked away, red-faced. You can't make me. Well, if your intention is to grow strong like him, odds are the two of you will be training alongside one another very soon, Ran explained in an enlightening tone, earning a very discomforting look from the girl across from her. Many things can happen in a lifetime after all, especially if you follow the same path and live under the same roof. It was quite clear Kin was becoming overly flustered at the rather suggestive thoughts of being in close proximity to the jinchuriki being expressed by the wandering samurai, but there was no helping it now. When that sort of idea was out there was no way of taking it back without leaving behind an incredibly strong aftertaste. If you become aware of it you'll have to live with it, and the vagrant was well aware of this. She allowed Kin to simmer where she sat for a while as the game rolled on. Naruto might return from his mission a much wiser man than before, Ran exclaimed, moving one of her leading pieces and taking another shot. She watched Kin commit her uneasiness to another maneuver in kind, with hesitation visible behind her obviously crumbling strategies. His first job outside of the village, maybe something good will happen to him. Are you sure he's ready for it? Kin asked troublingly, looking up at the samurai with uncertainty in her eyes. C-rank assignments can be pretty tough on a rookie leaving the nest for the first time. What makes you think he'll be able to pull through any problems if they happen to show up? His teacher wouldn't have taken his team out if he wasn't sure of their abilities, Rand smiled, pouring herself another glass and swirling the contents. Besides, I think I am right in saying that it was the perfect time for them to step it up. Yim, Meow and I have been training Naruto extra hard these past several weeks, so as one of his instructors I'm positive that after all of his hard work, if he was to run into something that posed a major problem for him, he won't end up mud wrestling. XXX. Meanwhile, Port of Dusk. Asuma blinked in shock. Well, at least he's not mud wrestling. Shikamaru and Hinata shared the exact same expressions of surprise as they gawked at their teammate currently engaging the foreign fighter. The entire team remained rooted where they stood at the edge of a once enthusiastically cheering crowd, all of whom had been silenced after witnessing the events of the past few seconds. It had all been going so well at the beginning and things had started to heat up, until the unthinkable happened. Amazing, Hinata exclaimed, raising her hands to her chin and trying to stop her body from shaking like a leaf. Shikamaru blinked. I'm going to be honest, I did not see that coming. On Naruto's end the boy was all fired up. Looking at his expression one could clearly see the sweat running down his face with an almost maniacal grin pulled across his lips. His current nature, appearance and response to the conflict he was currently occupied with was almost animalistic in a sense, as he clenched his fists tightly and breathed angrily through bared teeth. Any opponent would be intimidated by such a look, as they would think he was possessed by the Kyuubi. If only he was directing this glare at his opponent. When it appeared the Jinchuriki was initially directing all of this blind fury towards his target, he was in fact directing it at the ground he was holding with his hands. In summary, Naruto was on his knees, while Nai on the other hand had backed off and was at this very moment circling him, still bouncing on his toes and assumed in an offensive stance. The young kickboxer glared down at the winded blonde as he grabbed dirt and shook up a storm where he had been brought down. Things weren't looking so good for the Jinchuriki. Holy shit, Naruto thought, biting back the pain in his abdominals as best as he could. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about the spasms racking his muscles and bones, and after seconds of attempting to pull through it opted to remain where he was for a little longer to recover. And things had started off so well for me. After pulling himself out of the piles of destroyed crates he'd been kicked into minutes before, he was able to shrug off the dust, debris, as well as the cracked bones in his arm and his busted ribs. What followed afterwards had been an intense exchange of fists and kicks, as both he had the person who had almost caved in his entire body went at it in the middle of the street surrounded by both soldiers and civilians. At first Naruto had started off the fight with a variety of parries and counters, attempting to get a feel for the other boy's style and rhythm. However, after 2 minutes of dancing around his more stationary target and getting his timing down, the Jinchuriki went in for an attack. Unfortunately, his actions all backfired on him. After taking a roundhouse kick to the side followed by an uppercut to his abdominals, Naruto was almost instantaneously grounded and, from the feel of it, even more busted up than before. This was unlike any of his spars he'd had with Meow and Yim, and was nowhere even close to his fight with the Sound Team. The blows he'd taken from Dosu, Kin and Zaku had at least been manageable, even with all of their intents to kill and getting the drop on him at the beginning of their fight. This guy on the other hand? Bloody hell, Naruto gasped, looking up to see his opponent circle him again defensively, as if searching for an opening. In spite of having downed him, the pugilist was being incredibly careful. This guy is strong. He's unbelievably strong. He thought the world was taking a big shit on him right now, but in truth it wasn't. When you think you've taken all the punches, the cold reality is that you haven't. Thinking back on it, Yim, Meow and even Asuma's punishing spars have all been about technique and combinations, and while their blows did indeed hurt and they had kicked him around like a rag doll more times than he could count, they were all sharp and heavy. The attacks from this person though, they were both heavy and had high penetration. 2 shots to the body and Naruto felt like his insides were on fire. And he didn't even have to be thrown into any trees to feel his bones breaking. Screw this. Naruto grinned above the pain, grabbing some dirt in his hands before slamming both of his fists into the ground. I've taken more hits than these. No way am I going down in some one-hit wonder punching contest. I'll get him. It was easier said than done. Before the Jinchuriki could properly reset for a third engagement, his opponent unexpectedly jumped at him with speed. Naruto gasped in shock when he caught the boxer leaping through the air and diving down at him knee first, prompting the Jinchuriki to leap aside prematurely. The blonde spun in a parallel, evasive maneuver across the ground, just in the nick of time to avoid Nai slamming into the road he had been kneeling over seconds before. The kickboxer hit the road with a heavy crack, splitting the surface and glaring after his retreating opponent when he realized he had missed. Back on his feet and his opponent also rising up to face him, Naruto's eye twitched as he glared down his target. Exchanging heated stares, the blonde shinobi watched as the teen started moving around from side to side across the way in that signature bobbing motion of his again, like he was still sizing up the young shinobi from a distance. Eventually the darker-skinned boy Nai took up position directly ahead and held his ground at the center, yet kept his hands above him with his left fist extended further out in a narrow, orthodox stance. Wanting to take the pace early in a re-engagement despite the damage he had sustained, the jinchuriki tried to shuffle forward. The moment he did so, however, his left abdominal muscles convulsed and he visibly shuddered. Naruto bit his teeth and held his ground, his eyes glancing down momentarily at his shaky lower body. His opponent thankfully failed to spot his distracted concerns, which bought him a few more much-needed seconds of breathing space. What the fuck? Naruto thought furiously, testing the foundations of his seemingly distorted position. Just what the hell did the guy hit me with? He glared back at his opponent. His foe's smirk had turned into a frown, and all excitement over the situation from him flooded away and was replaced with all seriousness. Nai shifted forward inch by inch, wondering who was going to be making the next move. The crowd surrounding them was literally silenced by the growing tension of the situation. Finding strength in his legs, Naruto moved around. The two fighters circled one another, with the jinchuriki's hand position switching from left-hand dominant to right-hand southpaw. The blonde blinked in surprise when his opponent also shifted to southpaw, his stance widening as a result. Naruto stopped, as did Nai. Whoever he is, he's no ordinary fighter, Naruto thought, furrowing his brow. He's extremely sharp, focused, and his roundhouse kick packs a wallop. His left eye twitched and he briefly looked down at his trembling left hand. He didn't just crack the bones in my forearm, but I'm pretty sure 2 of my ribs are broken. He managed to get me even with a guard up. He clenched his open palms into fists and held his stance. No doubt about it, he's strong. I've cracked rocks with my kicks, but this kid is able to stand through too, Nai thought, looking the blonde up and down as they sized each other up. He saw the way he was standing and how his hands were extended outwards, definitely in an ideal blocking position. Wing Chun, huh? First time I've ever seen a practitioner up close. This might be an interesting matchup. A smile reappeared on his face at the excitement of the battle to come. Is he making fun of me? Naruto blinked, seeing the other boy smirk. This had him tense and move forward instinctively. Fine, if you want me to bite first, I will. However, just as he was about to take the initiative by closing the distance between them, his opponent suddenly dashed right at him. Ducking in, Nai lunged with a left jab, with even greater speed that had the jinchuriki's eyes widen in surprise. The left punch cut through the air like a bladed weapon, which Naruto immediately parried and cut out with a left of his own, striking his attacker in the chest. But when the jinchuriki expected the lightning-fast counter to stagger his opponent, he got another unexpected surprise when his fist quite literally bounced off of the other boy's chest and Nai followed up unhindered with a right hook. Naruto blinked in shock and blocked the right, his feet skidding across the ground on impact from the force that had been put behind it. Attempting to lock the blow in place, the jinchuriki then followed with a right open hand straight, only to have it shot down by a swift jab from his foe. Forced back across open ground, both the jinchuriki and the kickboxer exchanged swift blows, parries and counters, with Naruto blocking an uppercut before attempting to retaliate with a jab, which was also shot down the moment it was thrown before he was forced to duck a left hook. Straightening up, the genin instantly guarded against a right cross, an attack with enough force build up to send him skidding back across the ground. Naruto bit his teeth from the sheer effort of attempting to hold his own against the strikes, and peered through the gap in his arms at his opponent advancing on him. It was becoming quite obvious to the young ninja that he was losing more ground by the second than in any other fight he'd had before. Naruto stepped forward, blocking a body shot and a hook before attempting a straight cross of his own, only to receive a left hook across the face. The blow sent him staggering to the side while his world spun around him like he was caught in a twister. Shaking out of it quickly, the jinchuriki slid back from his stumbling into his stance and turned back on his opponent, who lunged at him with a jab. He immediately responded with a parry and a left straight kick, snapping out at his opponent's abdominals, but was shocked when Nai parried the straight with a right knee and continued advancing. The foreign fighter threw both hands out and literally shoved with his full body weight at Naruto's chest and sent the boy flying through the air. Landing and sliding to a stop, Naruto reassumed a defensive stance. He ducked and weaved around hooks when his opponent was once again on top of him, jabbing out with straights and body shots to the guy's body, only to have his swift strikes bounce off of his target's unbelievably sturdy core and abdominals with every attempt. The jinchuriki gritted his teeth and guarded against a right roundhouse at his side, taking the blow that sent him stumbling again. He guarded his center a split second later when a left straight kick snapped out at him and the young shinobi was thrown across the road. There was no denying it. Naruto was being kicked around like a goddamn ball. Holy shit, Naruto thought, his thoughts coming to a sudden stop when his back slammed into a brick wall. The jinchuriki looked behind him desperately, realizing he had been thrown into one of the buildings on the side of the street before looking forward again to see his opponent dashing straight at him. Damn it. Naruto dodged left, avoiding a left side kick that impaled the wall and went straight through it. Sweat now running down his face, the jinchuriki backed off hurriedly when his opponent immediately followed up with right hooks, left jabs, and various elbow strikes attempting to drive the young boy through the wall, but instead smashed up the brick surface and brought down the entire section of the building in the ensuing pursuit. When Naruto rolled against the remaining wall away from his opponent, the barrier they were up against crumbled to the ground, leaving behind a gaping hole. The crowd gawked at the destruction the foreign fighter was able to bring about using only melee attacks, with Team 10 also looking on in astonishment. Whoa, Shikamaru murmured, seeing the dust choke up the airspace and hide both fighters from view. This guy is insanely strong. Naruto thought in shock, deciding to change tactics or risk being hammered into another corner. He kicked out with his left foot and pushed himself off of the building's framework just as his opponent leapt at him with an elbow strike. When Nai missed, the black-haired boy watched his opponent sail through the air across the road and upon landing shuffle his way into the center of the clearing inside of the crowd. The jinchuriki gritted his teeth and assumed another defensive stance, watching his opponent take his own offensive variation and make his way back toward him to re-engage. What is his body made of, steel? Naruto questioned, switching to southpaw dominant. Those same attacks brought guys like Zaku and even Kiba to their knees with only a few combinations. Why aren't they working? Naruto quickly ducked a haymaker when his opponent jumped at him, their position switching when they turned to face one another after the pass. Both began to circle, eyes locked and guards up. This is bad. Not only did Naruto realize that even though they were both nearly the same age and size, with only a couple inches difference between them, individual, swift counters and attacks had no effect on the kickboxer. The jinchuriki's opponent had a shockingly sturdy body and was resilient to almost all of his attacks. Furthermore, the guy was calculative and aggressive, and had a very direct offensive style. He threw attacks with absolute confidence behind each swing without fear of a crippling counter, and the power he rotated in with his attacks was scary. Even with a guard or the use of parries to defend against the onslaught of punches and kicks, taking the guy's blows hurt like a bitch. But that's the thing, Naruto began thinking, watching his opponent circle just outside of reach. He has a well-rounded style and his attacks are heavy as hell, but I'm quicker than he is. Though the speed difference is only off by milliseconds, I can unload more combinations on him before he even has a chance to follow through. His skills are quite impressive, Nai murmured in his head while furrowing his brow at his opponent, both of them sizing each other up. Ordinary opponents would have tried to duke it out with me from the get-go and lose out from poor technique, but this guy fights smart and is quick on his toes. Though I admit he's not as strong as me, his attacks are sharp and all of them are aiming for vital areas. He moved in, aiming to take his opponent again and probably finish him off before things escalated beyond a street fight. I've tested him with more use of my upper body. Let's see how he handles more of my kicks. Immediately upon setting a strategy, Nai lashed out at the boy's legs with a left roundhouse. Naruto snapped out with a right straight and knocked his leg back before it could even lift off of the ground. Though this failed to shock the boxer, the foreign fighter returned with a right straight kick. The jinchuriki parried and followed up by stepping in with his left and jabbing out. Nai blocked and followed up with a right hook, only to have his opponent immediately weave under it and unleash a combination of chain punches to his center. Taking the blows, Nai followed up with a left downward cross, his opponent weaving around and coming in with a right cross as a flowing counter. The kickboxer parried with a left and followed with a right elbow, but no matter what he did after, his opponent kept on ducking, weaving and dodging his strikes, and continued landing sharp chain punches and swift counters against him. A left roundhouse kick shot out, which Naruto blocked but was thrown back again from the force. His opponent advanced immediately with a right knee and a jab at the same time. The jinchuriki parried the jab and stepped in to avoid the knee. Ramming his elbows into his opponent's neck, Naruto locked up the kickboxer with his arms folded against his collar and shoulders, and flicked out with a right kick, only for his opponent to block and retaliate with knee strikes. Both fighters found themselves locked in a clinch, with Naruto pushing forward from an advantageous position under his opponent's head. His arms locked up against Nai's neck, the jinchuriki prevented the brawler from unloading punches and even body blows from their position, but because Nai had a dominant position over the blonde's head, he could still freely use knees and ram them into his sides. But the blonde wasn't making himself an easy target, continually kicking out at his foe's shins and ankles as he pushed the taller boy back to throw him off. Naruto gritted his teeth and growled, finding the weight on top of him becoming a bit unbearable even with a lock. Nai remained calm and continued unloading knees in their grappling match, but was finding it a little bit difficult trying to keep his balance. The kickboxer then changed tactics and used his upper clinch around his opponent's shoulders to his advantage, and began throwing the boy around. They circled and jerked at each other sharply, with Nai connecting with knees to Naruto's sides and the jinchuriki, albeit the throbbing pain from his cracked ribs attacked his opponent's legs with his own kicks, at the same time asphyxiating the pugilist with his neck lock and making each of his attacks uncomfortable. Eventually, Nai, losing out in a close-quarter standoff, managed to get his elbows in between Naruto's arms and threw the boy off. The moment the lock was broken, both opponents sent straight kicks at each other. The snapping attacks connected and the two boys were blown back, where they then took up defensive stances. Digging their feet in, Nai and Naruto maintained calm and collected expressions following their backbreaking grappling match, showing that they were still in good shape and eager to keep on going. The crowd began murmuring and cheering excitedly after seeing the exchanges the two boys were able to unload. The soldiers from both sides also cheered, with several of the squads present making bets while others from Britannia's side, including a wounded Stanton and his comrade, gawked in amazement at how the blonde kid from out of town was able to go toe-to-toe with their Nai. Shikamaru and Hinata looked on with heavy anticipation, as did their teacher. However, the entirety of Team 10 couldn't help but look on with signs of worry as both opponents began circling each other again. "The guy's tough, I'll give him that," the Jonin commented, placing his hand on his chin thoughtfully. "But Naruto is just as tough as him," the Nara spoke, looking up at their instructor with concern. "Do you think he'll be able to beat him? The guy can take Naruto's taijutsu head-on with his own no problem, and although he's much stronger than him he's losing out in a match of speed," Asuma explained, his mind pondering over their strengths. "I guess the factor that will ultimately decide who wins this one will be determination." "Well, when it comes to determination and fighting against the impossible," Shikamaru smirked, "Naruto's got this one hands down." "Why yes," Hinata smiled, relief from their words flowing into her as she laced her fingers together and clenched her hands enthusiastically. "And Naruto-kun will win. I know he will." Although, even with his students cheered up and their fears set aside for the time being with his analysis, the Jonin couldn't help but continue to feel anxious. Though he had reassured the rest of his team that Naruto would be able to tear into the guy with sheer grit combined with his own skills in combat, he couldn't shake this uneasy feeling racking his gut that something bad was going to happen and that it was looming just around the bend. Though I'm sure Naruto can win, this guy isn't making it easy on him. Their difference in speed isn't that far apart and the other boy can apparently take much more punishment. Even though he's landing points, Naruto's really hurting right now and is taking a lot more damage than his opponent. Asuma frowned and brought his arms to his sides. His eye twitched restlessly, a physical reaction that very few could catch. "Maybe I should step in." However, when it looked as though the teacher was about to intervene, Naruto's eyes darted toward him then back to his opponent. Asuma caught his gesture with his honed reflexes and blinked in surprise, and after seeing the blonde look back at him several more times, the instructor nodded in understanding and smiled. "The stubborn runt, he's actually having fun?" Naruto smirked. "I've got this one. Don't stop me, guys." Seeing his opponent's smile had Nai a little on edge. Figuring it to be some form of retaliation for his own cocky glare from before, the martial artist from Siam opted to fix this and push this fight into his favor once again. Tightening his guard, he ducked in and dashed forward. The third jump in his speed didn't deter Naruto at all, who ducked under a hooking elbow and uncorked chain punches into his abdominals. He then moved around when the guy thrust forward with a knee, their position switching as they circled each other sharply and at close range. When they circled, Nai chopped at his opponent with a roundhouse to his leg. Naruto blocked and stepped in when the kick was thrown off, aiming to follow up with a cross. He landed a second later before ducking an elbow and dodging an uppercut, throwing swift chain punches into the boy's lower body and attempting to hit his face, but meeting blocks at every turn. When they broke off the engagement and circled again, Naruto stepped in with more chain punches, dodging a left and kicking out at his opponent's legs. His opponent blocked, immediately moving in with another roundhouse and meeting a parry, which threw his leg back on the recoil. However, when it appeared both of them would begin exchanging blows for a second time, Nai's expression unexpectedly darkened. "Take this." The swift change in moods caught the blonde by surprise when their eyes met as the young ninja slid in, attempting to close the distance to counter. Naruto seized up when he saw Nai's face, his body literally stopping for barely a moment. What the heck, the jinchuriki thought, his breath catching in his throat. The blonde had no idea what he was being hit with, but things seemed to just completely slow down around him. It was like a force was holding him back, overshadowing if not overpowering him altogether. All energy inside of his body was almost completely sapped away, and the world from his point of view visibly darkened as he was drawn into his opponent's gaze. It wouldn't be until seconds later of staring back into the cold, hard stare of his foe would the jinchuriki realize that he was being overpowered by only killing intent. Naruto blinked back into reality when he physically came around to the realization that his attack had stopped. The kickboxer immediately switched up, taking advantage of his opponent's split-second hesitancy, and instead of letting his initial kick fail, he swung in again with the same leg, and struck his frozen opponent in the lower leg before slicing up and down with a swift, third one. 3 simultaneous roundhouse kicks in a row. That last left roundhouse struck Naruto in his forward right leg's thigh with a splintering crack, which he was unprepared to guard against. A sound like a gunshot rang out throughout the entire area, with enough impact behind it to silence all cheers and murmurings from the observing civilians and soldiers. The jinchuriki's eyes widened when bolts of pain shot up him like lightning from the hit he took. Before he even realized what exactly had hit him, he was already falling forward. The crowd gaped in shock, as did Team 10 after they saw the blonde take the swift hits and almost instantly buckle from the damage. Shikamaru stepped forward. "Oh no! Naruto-kun!" Hinata cried out. "Kami, what was that?" Naruto stumbled away, almost tripping over his own shaky feet but managing to regain his balance and land back on both legs. When he slid back into a stance and glared up, his opponent rushed at him with a jab. Instinctively moving to counter, the jinchuriki straightened up to re-engage as though nothing had happened, only for his battered right leg to suddenly give way. Naruto looked on in silent shock as he began falling backwards, his opponent lunging in and uncorking his next attack without any signs of stopping. The boy's jab aimed to slice him down in a single stroke. The entire crowd sucked in air all at once and held, watching in slow motion as Naruto keeled over like a fallen tree and his opponent chopped down at him with his finishing blow. "If that hits, I'll lose." Naruto switched positions, bringing his right hand back and extending his left while still in midfall. With that speed and at that angle, he wouldn't just lose. He would get killed. There was no way he was going to get hit by that swing. "I'm not done yet, you bastard." The jab was coming quick. He had to counter now. Concentrating hard, Naruto gritted his teeth and, with a yell of sheer effort put behind his aching body, he threw his right hand under and upwards in a hooking motion, palm open. The moment he did so, a blast of wind was fired off, sending a wave of invisible energy whipping right at his opponent. Nai, expecting to hit, continued moving forward without restraint. However, just as it seemed like he was about to land his strike and end this short bout once and for all, the boy suddenly winced when he was unexpectedly struck in the stomach by something hard and heavy, a sharp pain bolting through his entire nervous system at the brunt of the blow. The gust of wind that wrapped around him nearly sent him barreling over all at once, but he managed to hold his ground, and after staggering backwards, he was able to watch his opponent hit the ground with a heavy thud. From their positions, both fighters glared across at one another, while the assortment of onlookers, soldiers and members of Team 10 stared at the teenagers in utter astonishment. "I got him." Naruto grinned with sweat dripping down his head from where he was lying, his body trembling from the effort of keeping himself righted. What the hell was that? Nai thought to himself, his body also trembling from the shock. Was it a punch or an unconscious reaction to a feint? Did he trip? Thinking on it a little, there was no way it could have been out of hesitancy. It was a physical attack that stopped him. The only problem was that he just had no idea what it was. His opponent had been too far away to have unloaded a counter or a kick, and from the position he had been in there was no way he could have landed anything with that much force behind it. So just what the heck stopped him? Shaking off the impact of the invisible blow, Nai reset himself as fast as his body allowed, before dropping into a lowered stance and lunging in. "Screw it. I'll just finish this while he's still out of it." Seeing that his opponent wasn't stopping even after a direct blow from his strongest technique, Naruto gritted his teeth and sat up. Assuming a crouched position, the blonde yelled out and leapt off of the ground at top speed to meet the other boy's charge. In that instance, when both opponents dashed at one another, they attacked with right straights to land with each other's faces if possible. When they met at the center though, their attacks were grabbed by the wrists of their targets and were firmly held in place, with their foreheads slamming into one another at full speed and locking the pair in an intense staring match. A dark-eyed Nai glared back through gritted teeth at an equally dark-eyed Naruto, both of whom attempting to push at one another but failing to overcome the other opposing force. The crowds began cheering at the renewed clash, egging the two to continue the fight as more wagers were put forward. The soldiers in particular were betting amongst themselves, withholding from stopping the public disturbance because they'd never seen entertainment like this in a while. It was like a deadly face-off between two forces of nature. It was also another reason why nobody wanted to intervene for fear of getting caught up in the typhoon. The only tangible thought that sat in anybody's minds at that very moment was who would be the first to break the deadlock? "What the hell is going on here?" a voice shouted over the silence. Naruto and Nai blinked in surprise and looked away from each other. Further down the road, they saw the crowd on that part of the ring move aside to form a path as a young man riding a horse forced his way into view, accompanied by a platoon of soldiers. The horse reared back and kicked its forward feet with a whinnying call, before circling the two fighters who quickly broke out of their grapple. The once brawling fighters looked up at the person circling them, while Team 10 also watched on from the sidelines as the crowds further dispersed themselves. The boy astride the horse was an officer, as indicated by how every Western soldier immediately stood to attention at the sight of him. Despite only looking to be around 15 years of age, it appeared as though he had already attained the rank of captain and had an assortment of distinguished awards sewn above his left tunic pocket. Smartly dressed, hat, boots and all, the teen spared no effort in flaunting his superior position above the Britannia forces present. The young shinobi in the area meanwhile counted his weapons, including a sidearm, a short blade and what looked to be an incredibly long lance held in his right hand. Ensuring that the crowd was parted and order was restored, the officer rode his horse alongside the two once battling youngsters and glared down at them. He looked from both the raven-haired boy to the jinchuriki, before furrowing his brow and rounding his attention on the Muay Thai practitioner. "Are you causing trouble again, Nai?" The teen Naruto had been quarreling with minutes before chuckled and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Ah, what makes you say that, sir?" "I'm referring to this little street performance of yours," the officer shot back, using his lance as an arrow and pointing at the destroyed wall behind him. "Now, this destruction of property simply begs the question as to what would prompt a man of your disposition to try and tear an entire building apart with his bare hands." "WLUC," Nai chuckled, before pointing nervously at his opponent. Naruto gawked in surprise when he found all eyes in the area suddenly land on him and stick. Looking between the brawler, the teen on the horse and the throng of onlookers, the blonde-haired shinobi quickly backed up and threw his hands in front of him, waving them frantically. "And now wait just a second. I didn't start a damn thing here. I'm just another victim in some big misunderstanding. This whole fight started because of them." He then pointed over to the corporal and private he could see standing at the edge of the crowd, both of whom were still sporting wounds from their beating earlier. The captain turned to the pair in question, both of whom standing further at attention and looking quite fearful in the newcomer's presence. They didn't say a word even against the accusations, due to them having failed to be given the order to stand at ease. This pretty much gave the shinobi that arrived into town the perfect opportunity to defend their case. "We bumped into each other and they started picking on me and my friends," Naruto said, directing the young officer's attention to the rest of Team 10. When the captain looked over at Asuma, Shikamaru and Hinata, he saw the three of them wave back at him pleasantly. "Hi," Hinata squeaked. "We didn't do or say anything to upset anybody here, because we just got here," the blonde continued, standing down a little when the man glared back at him. "If a bully starts picking on you, then you have a right to defend yourself. When I tried to do just that, well, I guess you can ask him about the rest." He then pointed back at Nai, who folded his arms and looked back up at the officer with a shrug. Upon sizing up the brutes being accused as well as the team of shinobi who were the supposed victims of verbal abuse and provocation, the teen currently acting as judge nodded his head before steering his horse around, glancing down at the jinchuriki again. "We are guests here, therefore we must treat our hosts with respect if we are to receive the same treatment in kind." The man glared across at the beaten corporal and the private, both of whom stiffened nervously. He smiled down at Naruto after directing his point across to the troops in the area and tipped his hat. "I apologize to you and your friends." The jinchuriki sighed before looking over at his former opponent. He saw Nai grin and glance back up at the officer who suddenly sheathed his lance into his saddle and hopped off. A soldier from the sidelines quickly ran over to take the reins while the young man dismounted. "You are very kind, Alex." "Oh, give it a rest, Nai," the officer sighed, dusting his tunic down once he was back on solid ground and looking back at the boy he had scolded before. "Don't go thinking that you're off the hook just yet. Because of your actions today, we not only have to compensate these kind folks for the damages you've caused, we also have to repair the walls you destroyed. I believe you're familiar with the phrase, 'You break it, you bought it'?" The young pugilist chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his neck. "It's been tossed around back at home, yes." Naruto, gripping his side and still holding a considerably weakened stance, watched the pair interact from the side with great interest. He appeared a little taken aback that such a high-ranking looking officer could exchange such pleasantries with someone who looked so far beneath him. However, upon looking at the situation a little more closely of how the soldier on the horse no older than them was giving the cheerful teenager such a displeasing look, the jinchuriki could only assume from their small back and forth that they had some sort of a friendship. It kind of reminded him of how he and his team communicated with one another, but things seemed a little bit different here. Upon giving Nai a lecture on holding back in the future as well as showing restraint in public, the captain then turned towards Team 10 and marched in their direction. The crowd watched on curiously as the young man stood before Asuma, Shikamaru and Hinata, and after taking in the appearances of all three of them, bowed to them in greeting as he had seen done many times upon his arrival here between locals and smiled in their direction. "Good day, I'm Captain Alexander Edward Murray, 8th Earl of Dunmore, head officer of His Majesty's 5th Cavalry Regiment of the Royal Academy and platoon leader of Britannia's 16th Lancers Cavalry Unit, assigned as one of 4 guards in escort to his royal envoy. You may call me by my courtesy title Viscount Fincastle or Vincent. It is a pleasure to meet you." His introduction was immediately met with a lot of bewildered and thunderstruck stares as a result of the amount of information crammed into his one title, to which Asuma saluted back rather weakly. How the heck were they supposed to respond to that? Noting their shared confusion, the young officer chuckled bashfully and straightened himself up. "Sorry about my forwardness. I was under the impression that it would have been rude of me to withhold my full name and title to esteemed guests to this town." "Guests?" Shikamaru inquired, receiving an affirmative nod from the young officer. "You are the team delivering the package to the princess of this country, yes?" Catching on to this point, Asuma quickly jumped back into life and approached the young man all businesslike. Fumbling like he was adjusting a non-existent tie, he nodded enthusiastically towards the high-ranking individual and raised a hand to him in greeting. Vincent took his hand and shook it firmly, while the adults' team members and Nai looked on curiously as the pair exchanged compliments. "How do you do? I'm Asuma Sarutobi, Jonin captain of Team 10 from the village hidden in the leaves," the bearded man greeted, before feeling a little empty on the inside shortly afterwards as to how many of his own titles he lacked. The shinobi sweat dropped inwardly while allowing his other conscious self at the back of his mind to do the talking in place of his mouth. "Maybe I should add that I was once a part of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, or would that be showing off? Geez, why the hell don't I have a cool name like him?" He bitched for failing to acquire a cool epithet for himself over his entire service history as a ninja of Konohagakure thus far, taking a moment to curse Kakashi Hatake outright for actually having one. There was no way he was praising Guy though. That person just scared the crap out of him with his introductions. "Pleased to make your acquaintance," Vincent smiled, looking back down after the handshake at Shikamaru and finally over at Hinata. It was when his eyes locked onto the blue-haired girl in the jumper at the end did he give this particular individual a moment of pause, looking her up and down with an intense gaze. The kunoichi visibly backed away when she saw the teen's eyes look her from head to toe, before watching him remove the hat from his head followed shortly by a bow of greeting. "And, it's a pleasure to meet you, miss?" The girl stammered, finding herself suddenly placed under the boy's uncomfortable gaze. Knowing that she was being singled out and that the officer was asking her directly for her name, she knew that she had to come up with an answer soon. After some incomprehensible mumbling, the kunoichi eventually mustered up enough confidence to respond. "I am Hinata Hyuga." "Hinata Hyuga," the officer smiled, slowly reaching out and taking her hand in his. "It's nice to meet you." He lowered his head and gently kissed her knuckles, releasing it and reaching behind him with grace and elegance behind his movements. If Hinata hadn't been blushing already from the strange display of affection from the foreigner, she certainly was seconds later when the teen in front of her suddenly pulled a bouquet of flowers out from behind him. Naruto, Shikamaru, Asuma, and Nai jumped in surprise at the sudden appearance of the decorative collection of flora, with everybody else watching and wondering where the hell he had gotten the roses from. What occurred next was something not even the most clairvoyant of individuals would have foreseen. With a sparkly smile and a new air of contentment about his person, Vincent extended the flowers to the blue-haired girl, who looked back at him nervously in spite of his meaningful gestures. She had no idea what she was supposed to do as she leaned away from the smells of gorgeous lilies and daisies being offered to her. "I initially believed that there was no such thing as angels in this world, but now that I have seen one for myself, my belief in the existence of a world beyond this one has been reborn," Vincent exclaimed, his voice becoming husky with charm as he held the bunch of flowers out to the girl and more, which he began conjuring out of thin air. "Because you have graced this humble soul with such a wonderful portrait of beauty, I must ask that you accept this gift of mine. I picked these just for you." Picked. Hinata blinked, tapping one of the bluebells when a cluster of more plant life was thrust ever closer to her. Shikamaru stared oddly at the sight of the serenading young male and the blushing kunoichi. We aren't even near any flower fields, where the hell is he getting these bouquets from? It's true, Asuma sighed, running a hand over his face in disbelief. There are people in this world even worse than Guy. If it is not to your liking, then I shall bring you an entire field of flowers and lay its very foundations at your feet, so that your footsteps may never touch the likes of ground again, the boy sang, placing his hand on his chest and posing grandly. The sparkles around him and the light engulfing his body seemed to get brighter, making Naruto and Nai flinch from their proximity to the teenager. Oh, I will shower you with flowers and proclamations of love if you wish. Please, Hinata Hyuga, tell me, how may this poor servant from across the seas enrich your life and raise you above the clouds? The crowds were silent, like, dead silent. Team 10 was gawking, and for some otherworldly reason that they just could not explain was that the young teenager had dropped to his knees, produced even more bouquets so that he was almost standing on a podium, and had a spotlight illuminating him from the heavens above. Though it wasn't something Asuma or Naruto hadn't seen before, it was definitely one for the record books. It was like the guy was the member of some host club and was going out of his way to make Hinata feel appreciated. He was quite literally showering the girl in cherry blossom petals at this point. However, as if nothing at all abnormal was taking place in front of her or anything remotely interesting was happening, the nervous Hyuga shrugged off the petals and looked about nervously. Gulping, the girl quickly shuffled around the kneeling officer, who continued to beam in her direction before her composure just broke and she dashed over to Naruto for safety. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your gifts, she shouted in a rush, before hiding herself behind the blonde who she viewed as her pillar of strength. Though it was in her character to faint more often than normal when in Naruto's presence, around a person like that, she would risk a coma to hide from this boy. In that very moment upon receiving the girl's answer, the spotlight once illuminating Vincent was switched off like curtains down at the end of a show, and the previously proud and charming officer splintered where he knelt. Actually, the accurate term to vividly describe his reaction to the girl's reply would be that the boy's once glamorous image suddenly turned into stone and his entire body from the head down fractured. No joke. It was like those animated sequences in cartoons in which the guy was shot down by the girl he admired and had been showering praise over her, and was left kneeling in a thunderstruck state in the middle of the street. That was exactly what happened to the great Earl. The next thing everybody was aware of was that the young officer was standing next to a wall on the other side of the street with his hand against it, looking down at the ground with a rain cloud floating overhead. The small, black ball of fluff began pouring down on top of him, framing depression and presenting yet another over-the-top theatrical performance to the audience. Team 10 stared at him. Okay. Shikamaru murmured uneasily, watching the rain cloud soak the officer to the bone. Is this really the guy that's supposed to take us to the palace, because I think he's broken. Not just broken, shattered, on his knees and wet. However, rejection was one of those many things a guy had to deal with if he was going to make it in the world of love. Today, he just came on too strong. Way too strong. Hinata was still hiding behind her crush who was also giving the distraught officer an odd look. Asuma shrugged. Well, what can you do? If Kurenai had brushed him off like that on his first proposition, the Jonin was pretty sure he would have been in the same state of person as him. Letting out a sigh, Nai looked over at Team 10 with a wave to get their attention. Sorry for the misunderstanding. We'll escort you guys the rest of the way over to the castle so that you won't get sidetracked. Upon receiving a set of nods from Asuma and Shikamaru, he then looked over at Naruto, whose silent stare he matched with a hard glare of his own. Hinata looked worryingly between them, wondering if the account between the two boys had been settled or not. Her hands on the jinchuriki's shoulders tightened as she watched their brows furrow and their stares lock, before the raven-haired boy broke the ice with a smirk. You have a lot of skill for someone your age. I enjoyed our fight. Naruto smirked back cockily. Ditto. Shrugging his shoulders, Nai waltzed over to where Vincent was still sulking. Taking the guy by the arms and patting him reassuringly, he then proceeded to lead him through the crowds in the direction of the castle that was their destination. The soldiers scattered around the scene dropped out of attention and went about dispersing the villagers and redirecting traffic to restore order to this part of town. The visiting shinobi took the breakup of the audience as a sign that the situation out here was over for the time being, and followed after the horse being led after its owner. Asuma and Shikamaru approached Naruto's position, and just as the jinchuriki was about to march on with the rest of the group, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The Jonin anticipated this from his battered student and caught him in midfall, lowering him down with great care as the boy groaned out in pain. Easy. Didn't I tell you not to make such a big fuss, you idiot? Naruto arched his back sharply when he landed on the stinging pain in his side, the adrenaline rush fading and being replaced by complete awareness. His senses spoke wonders to his brain and gave him the full details of the damage he had actually sustained in the brawl. My options were limited, sensei. Geez, you and your problems, Shikamaru sighed, kneeling beside his friend along with a now seriously concerned Hinata. The kunoichi gulped, her attention fixing with Naruto when he reached down with his right to grip his left arm. Are you going to be okay? Not for a while I should think, Asuma replied for the blonde, unzipping the kid's jacket as he rested his back against him and pulled up his blue shirt to reveal his stomach. When the three of them got a better look at the teen's side from where they were able to see he had taken the brunt of damage, they all reeled back in surprise at the dark, purple bruise stretched across his side just below his chest line. They could safely assume from that point that that was where he had taken the first kick. He got me, Naruto hissed, feeling his teacher prod the inflamed area to assess the overall damage under touch. His right leg also twisted in discomfort when Shikamaru and Hinata rolled up his pant legging, both of them remembering he had also taken some serious damage from the roundhouse kicks at the end of the duel. Surely things couldn't have been as worse as they were. Not for Naruto. The guy was a powerhouse after all, he could pull through anything. Unfortunately though, if the broken ribs and his fractured left arm weren't bad enough, the Hyuga and her teammates were barely able to contain their shock when they saw the Jinchuriki's right thigh up close. Normally, leg muscles when suffering from a certain amount of trauma or bruising would swell up and become inflamed with a bit of reddish discoloration. Some ice and bed rest over a few-day period would cure a problem like that in a jiffy, and if attended to by a medic nin, then the issue would be fixed in just a few hours. Looking at Naruto's thigh though where he had taken the biggest hit of all, it looked as though the big muscles in his leg had just exploded. A huge swelling sensation the size of his arm with veins visible and a dark, blackish color appearing around the heavily afflicted area were the most appealing signs of injury. It came as such a big surprise to the team that they had half a mind to believe that the femur had cracked, but after another look over Asuma assured his student that he had taken it well, and that it was only an extreme case of swelling and bruising. I'm sure we can find a doctor to fix this right up for ya, kid, Asuma exclaimed, seeing the boy pant heavily from the pain he must still be feeling. With the help of Hinata, they managed to apply bandages to the boy's chest and leg, before covering up the wounds and pulling him into a sitting position. Don't worry, you're not gonna die. Oh. I'm not worried about dying, Asuma-sensei. I don't plan on passing on just yet, Naruto grinned back through a sweaty face as he was righted on the ground. His team remained at his side as support, smiling his way as he reached up with his good arm and rubbed his head. I'll get better by the end of today, just you watch, believe it. Heh, nice guts, Asuma exclaimed, patting him on the back. His expression then became serious when he saw the boy smile at him. But consider yourself lucky that you weren't arrested or taken away by the soldiers. Good thing that captain showed up. Why yeah, Naruto chuckled looking back around and down the road, where they saw the teen officer in question along with Nai waiting for them further up ahead. His eyes darted around the soldiers guarding them before landing on the pugilist teenager he had been having it out with only minutes ago, a sight which caused the blonde to visibly frown and sit up some more. Shikamaru took him by the shoulder to make sure that he didn't fall. That guy? He's a Muay Thai fighter, Asuma stated, seeing his students immediately turn to stare at him at the mention of the individual. And Muay Thai? Hinata murmured, not liking the sound of that name. What's that? The Nara asked. The Jonin sighed and nodded them in the direction of the waiting escort. It's an old form of martial arts from the country of Siam to the far south, a vicious self-defense method that employs the use of striking, grappling and kicking to overwhelm a hostile target, the man informed, seeing his students develop rather nervous expressions at his telling of the fighting style that they had just witnessed. I've seen street performers and monks practice that style in the past, but only to a small degree. That boy there, however, he's something else entirely. No kidding, Shikamaru exclaimed, looking over at Naruto to see his friend still glaring out towards his former opponent. Judging from his incredibly direct and effective offensive capabilities and his speed, it's easy to tell from a distance that he has a really strong body with a lot of power built up behind his blows. I bet he's got a lot more tricks tucked up behind those kicks of his too. Yeah, and with those muscles, he can definitely take punches, Naruto replied, clenching his fists as he returned his friend's stares with his own. But, what do you really think? How did I do? Hearing him inquire into his capabilities for a second opinion, Asuma smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. You did well. If he hadn't gotten the drop on you from the get-go, I'm sure that one-on-one you would have had him on the ropes, but, if the fight had continued from where it started, I would have lost, the blonde asked, looking back at his teacher with a dejected gaze. He then glanced around at his friends, also seeing the stares of concern they were throwing back at him. Really? And Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured, watching the boy turn away with an even more downhearted expression when no support was given on his part. Coming around with a half-smile, Shikamaru nudged him in the arm. Hey, it's okay. Everybody loses once in a while. You just have to pick yourself up, remember? There was silence. Naruto didn't say a word to back him or even defend his own momentary show of weakness. Of course, while Asuma and the rest of the team responded with worry over his state of mind and person, the entirety of Team 10 looked back at the blonde in surprise when they unexpectedly heard him chuckle. Watching closely, they saw the jinchuriki look ahead of him with a wide grin, running a hand through his hair to clear his fringe from his sight. After sharing a laugh with the rest of the world for but a moment, the young shinobi then held up his fist and glared straight down the road towards the one that had been kicking him around only minutes before. Pride as a shinobi aside, the jinchuriki looked as though he was psyched up for another round. I want to fight him again, Naruto said with grit and certainty. His words, though shocking at first, brought a smile to all three of his friends, particularly from a concerned Hinata, who was reassured that his spirit hadn't wavered in the slightest following his severe beatdown. Oh yeah. I was injured and I wasn't even fighting at my best. He's the perfect opponent for me to test my skills against. Shaking his head, Asuma chuckled and pulled him to his feet. Shikamaru helped the blonde up as well as the team prepared to set off and follow after their escort. Any longer and they would inconvenience the officer that had come all this way out here to find them in the first place. It was a mistake that they did not wish to repeat. I'm sure you'll get another chance. Just rest for now. Sure, Naruto grinned, looking over his shoulder at his teacher. He saw Asuma and Hinata stare back, wondering why he was looking so happy in spite of his pain. The look he directed towards them also gave them something else to be baffled about. But I won't be the only one resting. The Jonin blinked, recoiling a little at his extended piece of information. Why do you say that? The jinchuriki smirked, looking ahead of him. He may have gotten me in the last few seconds, but I got him as well. Oh. Nai smirked, turning heel when he saw the contingent of Team 10 collect their fallen comrade and begin walking in their direction. Seeing that they were locked onto their tail with no other problems holding them back, the kickboxer wasted no time in heading on his way alongside his companions. Vincent, now back on his horse and seemingly back to his previous, collected self, was looking over his shoulder to see if the shinobi were on their heels. Once assured that everything was right with the troop, he directed his soldiers to follow and began moving out to the castle. However, upon resetting their course across town in supervision of the esteemed guests, the man from the Lancer Cavalry unit couldn't help but glance down towards Nai as the young man strolled along with his hands in his pockets. He must have been some kid? Blinking, the pugilist looked up at the officer. Huh? Vincent smirked and looked ahead as his horse trotted forward. You've had many sparring sessions with a lot of the officers in my division, yet none of them presented any form of contest to you. However, when I arrived on the scene and saw how you were butting heads with a boy no older than yourself, well, I was a little bit worried. Nai blinked, looking back in front of him with a childish frown and scowl. Don't get the wrong idea. The kid's punches were light. Yet you managed to bring down an entire wall in the ensuing tussle, Vincent chuckled, looking away with a contemplative smirk. How do you explain that now? Okay. Fine. He was good. Nai replied, shrugging his shoulders with a huff. His punches were sharp and he was damn fast, I could barely keep up with him. But he was on his last legs too. I don't the teenager's eyes suddenly widened and he shuddered to a stop. Sensing his friend's footsteps skid to a halt, Vincent tugged the reins on his horse and also stopped in his tracks, a signal that had all the other soldiers walking around them to come to attention. All eyes fell on Nai the moment focus was drawn to him, where they saw the teen stagger forward with a look of what seemed like utter terror drawn across his face. The beads of sweat also appearing added to his shaken state. Hey, Nai, the captain spoke, turning to him in worry. You okay? What's wrong? Choking, Nai stumbled off to the side, his shoulder involuntarily ramming into a temporary stall. The people behind it parted sharply when he rammed into their posts, nearly knocking the goods that was being sold off of the desk. The young fighter gripped his chest and, using the post as extra support, bared his teeth as he keeled forward. Moments later, and after emitting several strangled sounds, the teen fell to his knees and threw up. The soldiers in escort looked on in shock, as did the captain and the civilians standing around the boy as he puked up his guts and what he had had for lunch that day. They had no idea what the heck was happening to their comrade as he retched and heaved up blood, before his coughing came to an end several worrisome seconds later. Barely hanging onto the post he had crashed into, Nai pulled himself to his feet. A Britannia soldier off to the side came over to him for help, taking him by the arm to pull him the rest of the way up. You okay, sir? Coughing up whatever there was left, the boxer brought a hand up to his lips to wipe his mouth clean. When he looked down at the gauze in his palm, he saw blood smeared across it, which prompted him to stare in silent shock and bewilderment. After several seconds of gawking, he then reached down to his stomach where a sharp bolt of pain zapped free and spread throughout the rest of his system. Wincing a little, he focused attention down at his exposed stomach through the gap of his unbuttoned top. It was there, wedged cleanly just under his ribs across his front and side. The raven-haired boy saw from his hunched-over position a handprint engraved into his muscles and flesh. The area around it was swelling up badly, a sign that whatever it was that had hit him had dug in deep and was the cause of his internal bleeding. Though it came as a shock that he didn't feel or notice it before now, Nai quickly came to the realization of what it could be. Eyes darting, he thought back to the last moments of his fight and looked over his shoulder. Just a dozen yards away he could see Team 10 walking towards them with their friend. His eyes quickly locked onto the blonde, where his gaze met with his momentarily before both parties looked away. Nai? Shaking it off, the boxer looked up at Vincent, where he saw the teen looking down at him with the same amount of concern as before. What happened? Blinking, the pugilist stared ahead almost vacantly, adjusting his arm's position around the soldier's shoulders as he was slowly led away from the stall. As he stumbled along with the help from the guard, the teen frowned. I got hit, bad. Vincent blinked, ordering the rest of their convoy to follow. How bad? Gasping for air, the boy looked up. He held back. That's how bad, Nai answered. His mind delving deeper into his already vast, acquired knowledge of martial arts and techniques, the teen quickly recalled as to where he had seen or experienced something like this before. That was no ordinary gust of wind. That was an armor-piercer technique? It was inconceivable. Someone from this land actually knew how to control chi? At first he thought that only the people from Qin could harness that energy, but apparently the boy being supported by his team several meters behind had actually learned how to use it as well. As a result, even Nai was being carried away from their ring by a fellow comrade, like the whole fight had led them to an impossible tie. Seeing the captain up on the horse still giving him a concerned look, Nai managed to shake off his surprise and grin back at him. He held back, and that means. He looked ahead of him, continuing his vocal exclamations in thought. He could have beaten me, just as I could have beaten him. Nai looked over his shoulder one last time, where Team 10 had managed to catch up with the soldiers, and his eyes fell back upon an equally battered Naruto with his arm around Shikamaru. Interesting. The kickboxer smirked. Most interesting. Chapter 18. Port of Dusk. Mugen Castle Throne Room. Unlike the rest of his little team of rookies just starting out their lives as shinobi of Konohagakure, Asuma had years of experience under his belt with honors and golden stars included. He was pretty sure he also had a smiley face drawn over his profile by the Hokage himself. Rightly so, hitchhiking his unblemished record, he'd visited many places in his lifetime, among which included a wide variety of institutes, summer houses and five-star properties he wasn't even allowed access to. Those adventures, however, were on a need-to-know basis, stories that would be better suited for an R-rated movie than a documentary. Compared to his team of freshmen, he was a skyscraper stocked to the brim with unfathomable amounts of history behind its construction and operated by a force of over 100 strong. Those were pretty impressive stats for a man in his prime. The genin, on the other hand, were only houses, small, newly built, and who have yet to face the tests and hardships of time while holding a roof above people's heads. Hence, with this contrast in mind, it was only fitting that the Jonin was able to bask in the sheer bewilderment and amazement that Naruto, Shikamaru and Hinata expressed the moment they set foot inside of Mugen Castle, the capital building of the port town and the most recognized piece of architecture within the village. Sure, from a distance the structure was huge, not that there weren't other big things floating about in the harbor. This one looked even more impressive with its overall exterior design and attention to detail. The moment the team fell within the shadow of the colossus that was the princess residence, the group of rookies was quite literally thrown into a whirlpool of wonder. The impact the castle had over them resulted in a prolonged pause for about a few minutes outside, which was spent gawking up at the building before Asuma, albeit amusement derived from his students' gaping fish impressions, herded them indoors with a grin and a chuckle. On the outside the castle looked more like a tower, stacked and formed by what appeared to be numerous other buildings, sort of like Jenga, only more stable, and was holding up a down sight better than the Tower of Babel. It was an almost postmodern design of castle combining traditional yet extravagant elemental nation architecture. But aside from the massive courtyard at the base of the steps leading up to the castle surrounded by a lush, beautiful garden filled with exotic wildflowers, the inside of the building was even more impressive. The insides practically screamed royalty. Imagine the inside of Nagoya Castle combined with elements taken from the Imperial Palace of the Forbidden City with many levels, stairwells and hundreds of rooms and other chambers hidden behind shoji doors. The spire that was the castle was blocky on the outside but leading out from the center, followed a circular skeletal structure. The red pillars and framework against a light brownish canvas background and white doors pretty much set the tone. It was amazing that something like this was constructed from human hands alone. After making their way through the castle following the main stretch of corridor marked by a red carpet, passing through many chambers all looking exactly the same as the last one, the team and their escort eventually arrived at the throne room. This room was even bigger than the others. A ballroom-sized assembly area with beautifully painted walls, a stretch of varnished floor with a raised platform at the very end with the throne elevated on a series of steps, overlooking a long dining table set up for visiting guests and councils. It should be noted that there were already a great number of individuals here, with about half of them looking to be aligned with the Western visitors. Team 10 was led around the side of the room, following the wall directly behind Captain Alexander Edward Murray and Nye, the former still carrying his lance and marching along with an air of pride whereas the latter had bandages wrapped around his abdomen and was looking quite miserable. Naruto, still being helped along by Shikamaru and Hinata, couldn't help but trade hostile glances with the raven-haired brute that he had had a savage punch-out with earlier that day. Asuma made sure to keep an eye on both boys, just to ensure that they didn't start something again. Arriving just off to the side of the throne, the visiting team was able to catch a glimpse of the princess herself sitting in her seat accompanied by a man who they assumed to be her bodyguard. The princess herself was fair and beautiful, with long dark hair framing a gentle face with white robes adorned on her person. She sat upon the cushion silently, looking out towards her guests with an admirable smile as both her council and the envoys that arrived with the western ships communed. It was pretty much all routine business at the moment. The most opposing force being conveyed towards the young squad however that was currently present in the room was her guardian. To Team 10, this guy spelled tough, but not in a bad way. In contrast to the guards dressed in black with silver armor, this man wore a very traditional, smart-looking suit with designs taken from this country's clothing and had long, black hair tied back into a ponytail. A rounded face, pointy nose and sharp eyes gave him the appearance of a very perceptive individual, and matched with his thin build and a height comparable to that of Asuma's, all of this was made much more prominent by the presence of a katana he was holding in his right hand. It was kind of odd for a bodyguard or butler of his stature to be holding his katana rather than carrying it at his side, but perhaps it was part of his discipline or principle, as it was bound to his hand in rope. Noticing the entourage of guests, the guardian excused himself from his princess side to approach the team. Asuma stepped forward and bowed in greeting to the man, who also bowed in kind. The jonin then reached into his bag and pulled out the box that his team was tasked with delivering and handed it to the individual, who took it with great care. "Thank you very much for your services, shinobi of Konohagakure," the man exclaimed in a rough voice. Although it was unquestionably an intimidating tone to use in his address, he did give the youngsters a smile, but that expression didn't really settle the nerves felt by either Naruto or Hinata as they looked up at the shockingly tall samurai adorned in classy garb. "You're most welcome," Asuma exclaimed, nodding back to him. "I hope that this will help you guys in further developing a good relationship with the visitors to this continent. I pray that this gesture will move us towards sealing the deal between our two worlds within the week," the servant replied, putting the box under his arm. "After all, we are in the presence of a lot of distinguished men and nobles from across the seas, people with power who wish to open up secure channels between our great countries. This is all for the benefit of both the elemental nations and the Western empires, you see." "I can only assume so," Asuma grinned, looking out across the room at all of the men in suits, all of whom were engaged in conversation. Yup. There was no doubt in his mind that this was a really high-class party. There were a bunch of old dudes with canes and monocles, not to mention a number of military personnel, particularly generals. It actually made the rest of the team feel a little insecure at how poorly dressed they were compared to the rest of the crowd. With the number of boats in the harbor and the suits in here, I'm just a little surprised that the daimyos aren't around to say hello to the newcomers. They have sent representatives to sit in with the council, the bodyguard informed with a smile. Due to the large number of foreigners here, many of the big leaders felt uncomfortable with making appearances, so they sent their most trusted of aides to partake in the negotiations in their places. "Sounds reasonable," Asuma exclaimed. "I figured as much. The daimyo normally travel with swaths of bodyguards, not to mention with the sudden spike in the populace in this town it presents the perfect opportunity for any would-be assassins to come in here no problem under the guise of one of the outsiders. It's a pretty complicated setup. Our security is stretched out over the entire port and will remain as such throughout the entirety of the proceedings. We have platoons of soldiers stationed at every entrance and patrolling the streets. To try anything here would be equivalent to suicide, the bodyguard stated, before bowing again to the jonin with a smile. Oh yes, where are my manners? I have yet to introduce myself. I am Princess Kasumi's right hand and captain of the guard, Okita Soji. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintances. Asuma smiled and nodded back. The pleasure is all mine. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, leader of Team 10, he then gestured to the kids surrounding him, and this group of troublemakers is the squad I'm in charge of, Shikamaru, Hinata and Naruto. The three youngsters smiled pleasantly and waved, albeit some trouble from the middleman since he was being supported by his two friends. Still, this did little to put off or even affront the captain, who smiled back and acknowledged their presence with a bow. Of course, once he was back to a regular standing position, the swordsman brushed his chin with his fingers before pointing down at the blonde in the orange jumpsuit. Let me guess, trouble in the streets with. He then pointed at Nai, who was standing beside Vincent to the right of the team and trying to appear formal, him. It was all too clear. The bandages were a dead giveaway. Realizing that he was being singled out this time, Nai huffed, folded his arms and looked away. He started it. The boy was then elbowed sharply in the side by his irritated-looking companion. Ouch. Okay, it was all just a misunderstanding. He rubbed his bandaged torso. That's still tender, damn it, Vincent. Well, fortunately it was just a disagreement between two children and not between diplomats from different countries, Okita smiled, readjusting the box under his arm and putting it in his hands, before then turning heel. I pray that the peace will be kept between all parties participating in this symposium. Now, if you will all kindly wait here. Upon receiving their gestures affirming that they would hold firm, the Okita then approached the throne. He presented the gift to the princess, who took it with a grateful smile on her face. The genin standing by their sensei couldn't help their curiosity and craned their heads around to see exactly what it was that they had been transporting, and watched out of sight as the young country leader opened the package. When the lid was popped and the cardboard was removed by Okita as assist, Kasumi revealed the gift to be a solid gold statue of a bear, from Naruto Shippuden episode 194, The Worst Three-Legged Race, an unusual little item, but it definitely held true merit as a bequest. It was then, after admiring the artifact for a few seconds, she then rose from her seat and proceeded down the stairs toward one of the foreigners engaged in conversation with a daimyo from a neighboring nation. Arriving at their side, she gave the foreigner the gift, which he accepted gladly. While the young princess went about her official duties entertaining and communing with the guests under the watchful eye of Okita, the entirety of Team 10, Asuma and their two escorts remained on the far side of the room, indistinctly overseeing the rest of the meeting. It was a very free-for-all gathering, diplomats from different states speaking with each other whenever possible, almost like this was more of a casual get-together or a party than a real conference. Of course, who were the shinobi to judge? This was none of their concern. So our job here is done then? Shikamaru inquired, looking up at their teacher for an answer. He saw Asuma leaning up against the wall, arms folded. Expressing nothing else but a small nod of his head, the small action made by the instructor was all the body language the Nara needed to settle on a conclusion. Well, aside from the monotonous trek across the entire country, this assignment was pretty uneventful, pretty cool. Speak for yourself, Naruto mumbled, his leg giving him pins and needles again from standing on it. He readjusted his arms around both of his friends. Geez, why does this stuff always happen to me? He was a magnet for trouble. The jinchuriki wanted to have a seat, but too bad there weren't any chairs for them and this was a standing occasion. He just needed to bite his teeth and see this through till they were dismissed from the court. They couldn't just leave without their client's consent or the rest of their paycheck. It looked as though that they would be here for just a little while longer. That was all well and good for Team 10 except for the fact that Vincent had decided to make another move on Hinata. The boy casually slid over to her side and smiled down at her. When the girl finally noticed after several seconds that he was close to leaning against her shoulder, she started sputtering again. The charmer from Britannia smirked and propped his lance up against the wedge between his chest and shoulder, at the same time sliding his hands casually into his pockets. This is quite an assembly, isn't it? Gulping, the blue-haired girl stammered. Why yes. The young man sighed, leaning back against the wall and smiling up towards the ceiling. Months before, our two worlds were only able to communicate through minute trade and vessels sailing between ports under the management of private companies. However, now that we have crossed the Great Pond and made it onto your soil, we'll finally be able to trade under flags. Isn't that a fantastic prospect? I guess it is, Hinata nodded, glancing up at the boy. She flinched when she saw him gaze back down at her with full intensity. Does that mean that you're here to stay? Probably, Vincent replied, tipping his hat forward. It would be beneficial for both sides if we were to also trade associates, and not just packaging crates and resources. If our countrymen were to establish temporary roost here, it would not inconvenience us in the slightest if your people were to also go on over to our country and set up shop there. By having eyes and ears on both sides of the ocean, we would be able to reinforce our already tightly forming bond. He winked down at the kunoichi and gave another sparkling grin. Too bad for Naruto and Shikamaru, they were standing right next to Hinata, with the former having no choice since he was wounded. Nai, on the other hand, could walk around as freely as he pleased, but because he too was in proximity with the lot of them, he was able to hear every word spouted from his companion's mouth. He made gagging gestures and poses in the background as Vincent continued with his performance and made everybody around him uncomfortable. The Hyuga huddled up against a sick-looking Naruto for protection. The Jinchuriki was green-faced mainly from listening to the constant dribble and wondering why in the world the universe was punishing him when he had already taken such a vicious beating. I agree, with forming bonds and strengthening relationships, Hinata gulped, tightening her grip around her teammate's arm and leaning further away from the officer flirting with her. All of us will be able to continue on with our work more comfortably knowing that we have friends out there whom we can look to for help, if we need it. The captain nodded, looking back out towards the gathering of officials from the two worlds. True. Everybody needs friends that they can count on, which is why I hope that we can move forward with this setup as quickly as possible so that the bridge between our nations can be secured and that the people from both continents will be able to come and go as they please without consequence. Don't feel too at ease just yet, Shikamaru interrupted, attracting the attention of the officer who rounded on the other two standing nearby. A big move like that takes a lot of time and preparation. You're not just talking about a small nation from this land trading with another from your continent, you're talking about trade between all nations from both ends of the spectrum. Vincent blinked, giving the brown-haired boy a smile. Why do you say that? It wasn't that big of a mystery. Shikamaru directed all of their attention back out onto the floor towards the smartly dressed officials exchanging pleasantries and pouring drinks for each other. The various colors and appearances were singled out in the following explanations. Look around. You don't just have noblemen from our nations accompanied by their officers, there are lots of suits from different countries from your land in this room as well. The Nara smirked and looked back at the captain. Your good friend Nai gave it away the moment we laid eyes on him because he's from another country altogether. It's not one state that wants a piece of the action but many, right? The officer chuckled, folding his arms and looking back at the perceptive young man. Good eye. However, there are only representatives here. Nations from both mainland Europa, which is the continent Britannia is aligned with, and the Americas are here for the purpose of checking things out on this end. A lot of countries have interests in opening up trade but are unsure of whether they wish to follow through with officially setting up channels. Britannia, however, is already decided, and wishes to open the doors between both their ports and the ones here in the Land of Dusk. Asuma, cluing in on all the little details, nodded his head in understanding. The instructor and Shikamaru appeared to be the only ones from the group who were really following this, whereas Naruto and Hinata were just confused. Nevertheless, all of them continued to lend an ear to this boy's explanations while intravenously cutting in just to make sure that they were all on the same page. The pugilist Nai was also standing by with a weather ear open. So if I got this straight, the envoy you're tasked with guarding is from Britannia, which is a nation of Europa, and the representative we just delivered the package to is the princess of the Land of Dusk, a country allied with the elemental nations. These are the two main players here who wish to sign a treaty for secure trade between both nations. However, representatives from other nations from Europa and these Americas are also here for interest purposes, as are the daimyos and government officials from our land, Asuma inquired. Vincent nodded, yup. Then, summing up all the suits, the ships and the setups, this is basically a signing of the paper for the history books, isn't it? The Jonin concluded with a raised eyebrow. Talk about a Forrest Gump moment. While all this History Channel stuff was going on right in front of them, his group was basically playing the extra guy role in the background that unknowingly gets caught up in all this important crap. Right you are, sir, the teenager replied with a smile. Well, this should be interesting, Asuma exclaimed openly with his arms still folded. He then gave the officer another inquisitive look, but one question still remains unanswered. What is your purpose here as an individual, a part of a much larger group? My purpose? Vincent blinked, looking back down at the three genin staring at him. You mentioned you were one of 4 guards assigned as escort to your envoy visiting this nation, Hinata spoke up, raising a hand in her query. After you stopped the fight. Oh, of course, the captain jumped back into reality, stepping off of the wall and onto the floor. He took a position directly before Team 10, lance in hand. At the same time, Nai hung behind him with his arms folded and trying to look interested. The cavalry officer smiled back at Hinata, his eyes then tracing over the others in his presence. I am an officer of Britannia's detachment along with 3 other specialists hired from allied countries. We not only serve as bodyguards to the representatives but are also here to attend conferences as secondary emissaries. Sounds tough, Naruto murmured. His team could agree with him, mostly for the fact that not even they had been given responsibilities like the ones this other guy had, and they were practically the same age. All they ever had the privilege of doing thus far in service of both their village and their country were pathetic odd jobs like finding cats and transporting goods. Just who exactly were these people? With these facts dawning on them, especially the memories of picking up dog crap on their last D-rank mission, Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru turned to scowl up at their sensei. Although, the kunoichi was leaning more along the lines of displeased rather than agitated. Nevertheless, the Jonin noticed their unsavory glares and after a brief second of consideration, inconspicuously looked away and started whistling nonchalantly. Shikamaru turned back to the young officer with the staff, seeing him step closer to Nai. The 2 boys from the foreign group took up positions side by side, while the 4 members of Team 10 stared them down, both factions sizing each other up for the second time since meeting. You mentioned 4, the Nara restarted, looking over at Nai to see the raven-haired teen grin back with a wave. You as well? Yup, the pugilist exclaimed, thumping his fist against his chest. I'm the 2nd strongest guard and the 4th hired. He then thumbed over to the officer standing beside him. Alex over here is the 3rd strongest but is one of the higher rankers. So, you 2 are a part of the same team, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, looking between them with interest. He kind of figured that much given how they interacted with one another in public. But putting their personalities and relationships aside, they both seemed pretty tough. Given the standards of grunt abilities from both countries, these 2 teenagers about the same ages as him, Shikamaru and Hinata, definitely ranked high as specialists. In terms of shinobi rankings, they stood around Genin or low Chunin level, or at least that was what Naruto perceived from his fight with Nai. Attaining Genin level for ordinary people was no easy chore. There had to be intense training involved, exercises that were much harder than ordinary drills for your standard soldier. The fact that they were also young meant that they also had to be students back in their worlds. They were exactly like them. This made Naruto wonder as to how many other powerful fighters there were out there in the big, wide world. Where are the other 2? Shikamaru asked curiously. Nai smiled, running out into the hall and scrutinizing the multitude of faces. Eventually his sights fell upon his targets and with a beaming smile, he waved toward the person or persons till they received the message and decided to come on over to investigate. The kickboxer then jogged back over to where Team 10 stood, with Naruto managing to hop off of Shikamaru and Hinata. The jinchuriki was eager to meet the newcomers and in spite of the numbing pain in his leg, found the strength to stand under his own power. The groups waited for a minute or so before they were eventually joined by 2 other strangers. When these 2 came to stand behind Nai and beside Vincent, Naruto and the others looked up at them in awe. Now, the pair working for the foreigners did come as a preliminary surprise, but after some reflection and time, Team 10 was eventually able to shake off the shock. They could roll with an extremely strong pugilist from another country who could go toe-to-toe with Naruto and a young officer they assumed had his own talents, so it was all good. These 2 new guys, however, were a completely different story. Another teenager around 15 years of age but looking more like a young adult stood at least a head and a half higher than Shikamaru and his companions. He was also wearing a blue military uniform not associated with the Britannia forces. Aside from the clothing that was quite distinct and the fact he didn't appear to be carrying any weapons whatsoever, there were 2 other notable aspects about his physical appearance. Number 1, he had a youthful, chiseled face, like it was literally taken off of the statues of ancient Greece. That was his immediate appeal. Second of all, he was big. Like, buff big. Despite his age, his tight uniform revealed a rather beefy exterior starting from his broad chest and shoulders down to his legs. The guy was a walking brawler. The fact that he had an incredibly serious expression in play topped with appropriate lighting had the rookie members of Team 10 feeling a little small. The man in blue was presenting himself as quite an imposing figure by how he was glaring at them. The second newcomer was a man around Asuma's age and nearly the same height. A young, fit-looking male, he wore a khaki uniform much like the Britannia forces, only the insignia didn't connect him to the forces at all. He had many badges stitched above his tunic pocket and a ranking of a major. He also wore a kepi instead of a helmet, leather boots, gloves, and had a rather unordinary sword sheathed at his side. Looking more closely at the man's weapons aside from the sidearm, the sword didn't look like a katana or anything else Naruto had seen before. Asuma, however, recognized the individual's sword as a saber used by the Westerners, with a golden handle and a straight blade. It wasn't a bad-looking thing either, definitely worthy of praise to the craftsman who molded it. Nai grinned proudly at his own entourage and gestured to the two strangers. These guys are Thonk-garg. The boy was comically interrupted when the adult behind him knocked him over the back of his head, getting him to lean forward from the braining and grip the pulsating bruise. You simpleton, what's with all the jumping around? The swordsman grumbled with a scowl. Mind your manners and keep your actions to a minimum. We're still in attendance of an important meeting. Whimpering, the kickboxer with the growing lump forming out of his hair grinned up at his elder. But Peter, Thonk-gahh. He slumped over a second time. It's Pericles, not Peter. Honestly, I don't know where in the world you got Peter from, the man replied, before tapping the youngster in the rear with his boot. The boy yelped and spun around furiously. You're a complete wreck. What on earth happened to you? Nai huffed with red in his cheeks. I got beat up. The swordsman smirked. Not just anybody can do that. He looked up towards the guests who were Team 10, all four of whom were still looking in the group's direction in sheer perplexity. The Westerner's eyes wandered over the faces, before falling upon a blonde-haired boy with bandages wrapped around his right leg and visible around his stomach. The man tipped his hat with a smile. I'm assuming you're the one that put Nai in such a miserable state. Blinking, Naruto smiled and pointed at himself. It wasn't easy. Sorry about that. No need to trouble yourself. I can tell it wasn't your intention to do so, given how you've also taken a few unwanted bruises yourself, the man said while adjusting his saber. The jonin standing beside his squad visibly flinched when he noticed the man's hand movements, and couldn't help but stare at his opponent's fingers wrapped securely around his weapon's pommel. I apologize on his behalf, since he's quite a stubborn child. Hey! Nai shouted back, earning a scowl in return. Now don't try to argue with me, youngling. You know I'm right. Puffing out his cheeks, the kickboxer folded his arms with a growl. Suddenly, before he could mumble any more complaints about troublesome adults, he was grabbed from behind by the other teenager standing beside Vincent, who proceeded to crush him against his chest in a massive bear hug. Team 10 immediately fell into bewilderment when the new boy squashed the pugilist against his body and smothered him with what appeared to be pink diamonds floating around his head. Oh, my dear Nai, how can it be that the man who has proven himself to be my equal has found himself in such poor condition? The teenager cried out as he lifted his companion off of the ground, tears streaming out of his eyes and pouring down his once serious face. Now it looked as though he had adorned the mask of a Shakespearean actor, which turned out to be, hilariously enough, his normal persona. I weep for you. Please tell me that you are all right? Nai, his face turning blue from being stifled by the man's clothing, choked out a response. Garg, aga. W. William, can't breathe. Oh no! It's even worse than I thought. He is asphyxiated with pain, the boy shouted, releasing his hold of the kickboxer who fell to the ground, gasping for air. The teenager standing over him cracked his knuckles before grabbing his blue tunic. Then? I must take drastic measures. While the swordsman and lancer on their team looked away in mortification, Asuma's squad gawked at the performer when, with lightning-like speed, he unbuttoned his top and threw it off all in one go. Nai almost screamed out in abject horror when he found himself gazing up at the teenager flashing his unbelievably muscular upper body down at him. It was almost like the door he didn't want opened had indeed been opened, and was pouring blinding light down upon him. The boy in the blue uniform smoothed back his shortly cut hair and struck a strongman pose, his biceps and chest muscles twitching. Though his build was more like that of an incredibly fit, heavyweight boxer, since he was still young and there wouldn't be that much definition, he was still unbelievably cut. It was like someone had been injected with a small amount of steroids. As I suspected, you are in desperate need of my assistance, the teen exclaimed, striking another pose with his arms out, flashing his six-pack. What you need is an example of a perfect, physical specimen to inspire your recovery. Before Nai could sound even 1 minute protest, he was once again picked up and brought into a massive bear hug by his companion. The contingent of Team 10 and the other two members of Britannia's guard paled when they saw the kickboxer pressed in between bicep and chest, and was damn near crushed into submission. Feel the sweat dripping down my magnificent curves. Isn't it wonderful? See. You're looking better already. W. What are you doing? Nai screamed out, don't rub your chest on me. In spite of all the shouting, the diplomats paid them little mind. Typical associate behavior was their assumption. The group's antics went on unhindered and Nai was forced to further endure the passionate embrace of his companion. Had he not been so injured he would have probably shaken him off. But of course the universe was playing hardball. Naruto, looking a little pale, glanced up at an even more horrified-looking Asuma. And you say I'm bad? The jonin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his cheek when he smiled down at his student. Did I now? Many times, sensei, Naruto frowned. I think you owe me an apology. Actually, I think you'd fit pretty well with these guys, Shikamaru stated observantly with a cocky smile. A tick mark appeared on the blonde's head, after which he then glared at his teammate, who asked you. The show went on for a little bit longer when the adult among the foreigners decided to intervene. He peeled an eye away from the other exuberant teenager, who threw his tunic back over his shoulders and returned to standing where he was, sparkling like a jewel. While a close-to-passing-out kickboxer hung back in the shadows of his senpai, the more mature ones of the troupe decided to meet each other on equal footing. It pretty much went in this order: Asuma and the officer with the saber, Hinata and Vincent, and Shikamaru and the brutish-looking teenager with stars in his eyes. Naruto kept to the center, looking between all parties. So you're all of them? Asuma smiled, rubbing his chin. I have to say I'm quite intrigued. For a force of this size it's only logical that they'd select you four as the head guards. The man with the saber chuckled, bowing to the jonin. Why, thank you kindly. Hand on his chest, the ranking officer present beamed up at the shinobi. I am Major Pericles Pierakos Mavromikolas, officer of the Hellenic Republican Army, captain of the fore and secondary representative for my nation. I believe you've already met young Nai and Vincent, representatives from both Siam and Britannia respectively? He pointed to the still wheezing boy behind him and the distinguished-looking teenager with the lance. His fingers tapped against his sword, movements which Asuma's eyes flickered towards uneasily. It is a real pleasure to make your acquaintances. It was then the larger teenage male in blue stepped forward and jabbed his thumb into his chest. Grinning proudly with diamonds sparkling around him in a show of pride, as opposed to Vincent who had diamonds sparkling around him in a show of glamour, the young male began his own introductions to Team 10. And I am Lieutenant William Muldoon, officer of the Northern Republican Army and secondary envoy from the Americas. Nice to meet you all. The trio of youngsters smiled and introduced each other in kind, with Asuma also saluting. It is by my reckoning that we have encountered kindred spirits in these lands, Vincent exclaimed, running his hand through his hair in slow motion, giving him that aura of grandeur again. What a rare and fascinating turn of events, practitioners of the arts meeting each other on friendly terms. The major identified as Pericles nodded his head in agreement, adjusting his kepi. I concur. Perhaps the heavens have some unspoken plan in store for us. Shikamaru shrugged and picked his ear, whatever. It's not like the folks upstairs really care about what's going on down here. Oh, and why do you say that? The boy named William boomed as he stepped forward, leaning down to meet the unmotivated-looking Nara in the eye. The genin leaned away slightly at the intensity of the slightly older boy's stare. Do you not have faith? Feeling a little insecure about his own well-being, Shikamaru frowned back. I do, but it's too much of a hassle badgering a bunch of old guys about our problems when I'm pretty sure they have their own lives they want to live. William gasped and straightened himself up while striking the Superman pose. Such disregard towards his own youth. Why, with an attitude like that, odds are that a man with exuberant potential such as yours will more than likely wither away in some corner as the best years of his life pass him by. Embrace your passions and take to the skies. The man hugged himself before striking another, very Greek statue-like stance with tears streaming down from his eyes. Seize the day. Real men do not look down upon life but move forward and grow. Flinching from the bright lights emulating off of the buff teenager, Shikamaru sweat dropped. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. Please, allow me to reinvigorate you. William shouted, slamming his hands together before taking Shikamaru by the shoulders and lifting him several feet off the ground, like a child. Come. Let's let real men be men together and wrestle till the sun goes down. Now, while this comment had Naruto and Hinata lean away looking rather oddly up at the American, Shikamaru just stared back with his ever-present, emotionless gaze. Put me down. Asuma chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Typical. Hinata giggled and pressed her fingers together, and Naruto was grinning up at his companion being manhandled by a very meow-slash-guy-like character. Though the atmosphere should have been tenser than this, what with all the pretentious-looking rich people hanging around, these guys seemed pretty normal to them, or as normal as Ninja viewed the rest of the world. It was quite honestly fun being in their company. Pericles ended up calming his subordinate down by peeling Shikamaru away, who went back to stand beside Hinata for safety. It was while they were beginning to become more acquainted with one another that a guard from the Westerner's side approached the swordsman of the four and whispered in his ear. Nodding in understanding, the major adjusted the weapon at his side and bowed to the shinobi. I must return to base. We're having some problems with the fishing trawlers coming back into port. Tipping his hat to Asuma, he then bid his companions good day before following after the runner. Team 10 watched from alongside the other three as the senior officer parted, an intermission that gave the group time for discussion. He seems like a pretty nice guy, Shikamaru smiled, hands in his pockets. No kiddin', Naruto grinned. Hinata looked up at Asuma to see their instructor still staring after the swordsman. What do you think, sensei? She got no response. The entire squad turned to face their teacher, where they saw the jonin glaring after the fencer with an uncomfortable shadow cast over his eyes. It quickly became somewhat discomforting for the members of Team 10 as they'd never seen their usually carefree team leader use an expression like that. Shikamaru, Hinata and Naruto looked between each other worryingly for a moment, before turning their attention back to Nai and the others. If their teacher was thinking deeply, perhaps it was best to leave him be and not risk getting scolded. That Pericles is no ordinary warrior, nothing like Vincent and the other grunts out on the streets. He's something else entirely, Asuma frowned, subtly looking back at the others under his wing, where he saw the formerly mentioned engaging in conversation with Shikamaru, while Hinata and Naruto were chatting with Nai and William. It was quite clear from his point of view that, though the newcomers were still in their mid-teens, they were all masters of their professions. The Muay Thai fighter in particular showed terrific form, skill and strength during his little spat with Naruto in public, which led to the injuring of both participants and the destruction of a person's property. In his humblest opinion as an instructor, even though the boy's speed, finesse and experience didn't even come close to his, he was pretty sure that Nai's stamina and hitting power was on the exact same level as his own. That Vincent character also had a suave, cool air about his head, with insight and a calculative nature similar to that of Shikamaru's, and a stride suggesting balance and form refined from years of precision bodywork. Then there was William, a boy so terrifyingly similar to Guy that he didn't even want to try and decipher him. However, the teen looked and felt as though he had enough raw power that could rival a summoning animal the size of a building. But in spite of whatever terrific skills these young representatives possessed, their auras didn't hold a torch to the one that other officer had, who had just left their presence mere moments ago. There's no doubt, all four of these guys are strong, Asuma frowned. But compared to his and even my own team, that Pericles fellow is in a whole other league. I haven't sensed a presence with such pressure like his since the last time I saw Kakashi in a serious fight, which means he possesses Jonin-level instincts, maybe more. It's not just his character that gives it away but also his mannerisms. Like how he was keeping his fingers trained on his blade the entire time. It was a note worth pointing out. He remembered how the swordsman's grip never strayed from around the pommel of his main weapon. Asuma realized that it wasn't just a comfortable position for the wrist and hand to be placed while at attention, it was also because the man was keeping his sword within reach of his touch out of reflex, like he was expecting hostilities from square one. This told Asuma two other things about his opposite, that he was as cautious as he was disciplined and that the highest-ranking bodyguard of the Western envoys was an above-experienced soldier. That man Pericles was a veteran, one who knew exactly how games like the one going on around them was played out. His unconscious motions were so refined that even a twitch of his finger was enough to have even the skilled leader of Team 10 almost reach for his own trench knives. Asuma rubbed the back of his head, turning to look out over the crowd before them while at the same time ignoring William giving Naruto a bear hug and the raincloud of dismay hovering over Hinata's head as she was being hit on by Vincent for a third time. What kind of monster am I dealing with? XXX. Meanwhile, outside of the hall, with a stoic expression on his face, Pericles made his way down the hall and down the entrance steps leading in and out of the palace. To his left and right there were castle guards belonging to the princess posted at every key point and fixture in sight, and around the front gate stood a platoon of soldiers from both sides. Things were pretty feng shui with the security around here, making it a very intriguing sight for commuters coming and going, and providing a great deterrent for any would-be assassins. Not that he was a killer in that sense, the swordsman just felt more at home wandering around in such a high-class, tightly defended place. He stopped for a moment to light a cigarette, using the fresh air outside of Castle Dusk to indulge himself a little. After taking a few breaths he then made his way for the main exit. He returned a salute to the guards posted on their side when he passed, and just when it seemed like he was home free, he suddenly stopped dead. If his peripherals weren't deceiving him, then he realized that he had yet another guest to contend with. Unlike the shinobi he had met with, this was a guest he was not too fond of seeing out at this time of day and in such a high-profile area. Pericles glared ahead of him, biting down at the end of his cigarette. "I thought I told you to stay inside the hotel." Not even bothering to turn, the man knew that standing directly by the front gate and leaning up against the wall just out of sight of security was a young girl around 16 years of age with green hair and golden eyes staring at the ground. Average in height and incredibly gorgeous, almost goddess-like in complexion, she was wearing a flowery white and blue kimono and sandals, an outfit she had picked up whilst she was in this country. Though it was rather an unorthodox change from the Western clothes she had worn traveling here, Pericles has known her long enough to tolerate her little quirks. I was bored, the girl replied, simple as that. The swordsman frowned. Well, you're just going to have to deal with it for the time being. I'm afraid we're going to be staying here for a little while longer. Getting nothing but silence as his answer, Pericles glanced in her direction to see his companion staring at the ground with her arms folded. You wouldn't just come out here for any petty reason other than to probably find some pizza, which by the way is rarely sold in this country. So what prompted you to follow me all the way to the princess's castle? The girl with green hair looked up, her eyes narrowing slightly. You sensed it too, didn't you? Her question had the swordsman flinch. Expressing his alarm to her question with a subtle change in his expression, the man then glared ahead of him quickly so as to not rouse any suspicion that he was distressed. His docile partner stared back at him, even though she wasn't expecting a reply anytime soon. I did. So you should already know my reason? The girl exclaimed, her tone set on level and expression unchanging. The man huffed on his cigarette and rolled it about between his lips. The tapping of his finger against the pommel of his sword also began showcasing his unease. I never thought I'd sense another one of those in this country. His potential to control the power of kings is unfathomable, just as chilling as your previous client, and he certainly acts the part as the team's leader. If you're referring to the man with the odd scruffle and the distasteful uniform, it's not him, the girl replied, earning a surprised glance from her keeper. She frowned back when she met his disbelieving gaze. I'm talking about that blonde-haired boy in orange. Clenching his fist, the man gritted his teeth and glared down at the ground. Damn it. I was hoping it wasn't going to be him. I was trying desperately to ignore it. Perhaps if I made it out to be someone who was older and more capable of carrying the burden. There was good reason for his distress. The course that he had taken was one wrapped in pain and torment. The fact that it was also a child wasn't doing his conscience any good. Regardless of the situation, that boy has definitely caught my attention, the girl interrupted, looking back around with a smile. Destinies entwined and pathways crossing? I would certainly like to meet with him. Pericles looked back at her in shock. He turned quickly and approached, desperation glaring in his actions. Don't, there's no need to involve a child that young, not again. The green-haired girl smiled and glanced back up at her companion. You don't need to worry yourself, Pericles. It's not like I'm going to propose a contract with him right off the bat. If I do, then it will be his choice of whether or not he wishes to accept it. She stopped when the swordsman slid to a halt directly in front of her and glared straight back into her enchantress-like eyes. But against the one we're really after, the harbinger of disaster, we may need all the help we can get. The one we're after is the devil, someone who stole from you and wreaked havoc across the Western world with the power he maliciously took, Pericles stated, reminding her of her previous predicament. How can you even consider? I'm not just considering, C. replied, maintaining her composure, I've decided. The two of them glared at each other, almost like they were trying to figure the other person out or intimidate the other party. It was then, after an uncomfortable silence had passed, the girl smirked and lowered her head. You don't need to fret, Pericles. I'm not forgetting the contract that you and I have made, the girl replied quietly, earning a sigh from her companion and a head nod from her in kind. You know better than anyone that I only do what needs to be done. Sometimes I question the way you go about achieving these goals of yours. I may know you well enough to count you as a trusted ally, but it's often really hard following your true intentions, Pericles breathed, turning heel. She was as stubborn as always, not to mention she withheld a lot of important information from him that he wished he knew. Unfortunately, she was that enigmatic of a person, someone he figured he would never be able to understand. Perhaps a day would come when somebody would finally be able to connect with her. Spitting out his cigarette, the man ran a hand over his face. Very well, I will allow you to meet with him. He then spun around quickly and pointed at her, but after this conference is over. I don't need you sticking your nose in business where it doesn't belong. Make him a part of your plan once all things on this end have been put to rest. The girl smirked. Boy, you certainly are a bossy one. Where do you think I picked that up? Shaking his head with a half-smile, Pericles wheeled about and headed off. C. followed, moving to trot beside him as they made their way away from the palace and any wandering eyes. While pushing a path through the crowd, the girl smiled up at her friend. By the way, where can I find some pizza around here? The swordsman sighed. I told you, it's really difficult to find any stores that sell them in this country. I'll make it for you myself when we get you back to the apartment. C. took on a rather sour expression and looked away unenthusiastically. But yours always taste gravelly. Oh, shut it. Chapter 19. Mugen Castle Throne Room. The end of the conference was as uneventful as the end of a factory worker's shift, lacking any real energy or immediacy. When the speaker announced the meeting's closure, the government officials and generals were slowly escorted out of the chamber and sent either to their rooms inside of the palace or off of the premises. Those who were providing protection also offered fine escort services, proof that the princess of this land was kind and considerate even towards guests from another land. The room was quick to empty. Once all visitors save for a handful of others had finally vacated the hall, all who remained were the members of Team 10, the three youngest of the Guard of Four, Princess Kasumi, her bodyguard, and the primary representative from Britannia standing in the presence of each other. The moment silence fell upon the assembly room, the leader of the country permitted the visitors to approach. That was exactly what Team 10 did, albeit some sluggishness from the resident jinchuriki. "Stop dragging your feet, Naruto," Shikamaru groaned, feeling his friend hobbling after him with a hand on his shoulder. The blonde scowled. "Well, I'd like to see you walk straight with your thigh blown out." This coaxed an amused smirk from his teammate, which did little to improve the Uzumaki's mood. The squad formed up behind their instructor, while Nai and his companions took up positions beside the Britannia representative. Now while things had been pretty much smooth sailing for the lot of them when the teams from both sides had been able to freely interact in their corner, now that they were in the presence of more prestigious faces, the mood changed drastically. Team 10 and the Guard of Four slapped their game faces on, ready for business. "First and foremost, I'd like to personally welcome you Konoha shinobi to my palace," the leader of the country Princess Kasumi exclaimed, directing her addresses toward the entire squad and earning smiles from all of them. "While I assume it was tough for all of you getting here, I greatly appreciate you delivering my package to me safely and in perfect condition." "It was all in a day's work, Kasumi-sama," Asuma bowed gratefully. "I would like to thank you all properly." She then gestured to the Britannia representative. When all eyes fell on the leader of the Western forces visiting the country, the squad from Konohagakure almost found themselves immediately taken with the man in the suit. Unlike a lot of the other government envoys that had graced the room prior to their evacuation, all of whom had looked completely military-related from their garb and whatnot, this gentleman was more or less dressed both formally and properly. The man definitely went all out in making an impression. Next to the tailed, black and white suit, he also had a rounded face with a head of neatly combed hair that with a spiky top, and though he appeared gruff he still had a most brilliant smile. This appealed greatly to the youngsters, all of whom stared back at the gentleman in awe. "Before I move on to payment, I would like all of you to meet Britannia's trade ambassador." The man curtly nodded to each of the members of Team 10, smiling all around before focusing his gaze on Asuma, the obvious head of the pack, Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill. "It's a real pleasure to make your acquaintances." "It's nice to meet you too," Asuma replied, bowing his head. "I hope you find the present we delivered to your liking. It means a great deal to a number of the clans on this continent, so consider it passed on with the highest of compliments." "Oh, it is spectacular. Thank you very kindly," the envoy replied with a light-hearted chortle. "It is a most wonderful gift. I just don't know how I am ever going to return such a gesture. It has such incredible aesthetic and historic quality in it, definitely a piece worthy for the Museum of Antiquities." He slipped his hands behind him, but of course, it was a present given from one person to another, therefore instead of finding itself behind 4 inches of glass, it will reside in a special place back home and in my heart. "Consider it a symbol of our new friendship," Kasumi spoke up, bringing her hands together in front of her and engaging the diplomat eye to eye. "I wish to strengthen our bonds and free up communication as much as possible, ensuring that our two horizons remain unclouded. I assume that all of the arrangements for the treaty have been finalized." "Yes, indeed. The media will be here on the day to cover the procession, and I have just sent a message out to the top brass confirming that all parties have agreed to the signing of the document," Mr. Churchill replied with a wink. "We will get the official nod by tomorrow." "Splendid," Kasumi clapped her hands together, turning back to the leader of Team 10, "this is a most momentous occasion for all of us. At the end of this week, Sir Winston Churchill's associates and my own will be standing at the top of the palace stairs in the courtyard signing the agreement for open trade to be permitted between both countries. It will be the first official, international trade organization founded between a state from our continent and another. Our signatures give consent to the trade groups under 2 flags to conduct their businesses via the rules and accords established between 2 parties, Churchill continued, puffing out his chest. This is to make sure that no weapons or material with malicious intent is exchanged between lands. The purpose of this is strictly for the safe processing of both civilians and basic supply items across the ocean." "That's good," Asuma breathed. Trade was a really complicated thing at times. There was a lot of black tape involved with private companies, not to mention incredibly controversial stuff like drugs, weapons, slaves, and all that. The fact that this deal was being made under the supervision of two superior bodies with military might backing them up, assured the shinobi that nothing underhanded would be taking place. The heads appeared to be completely mature, level and professional about this deal, so Asuma couldn't sense anything unsavory going on at this point in time. I was a bit worried about all of the soldiers here. But now I see that they will be the enforcers of this new trade route. Interesting. But of course, since he was on the topic, Asuma did notice that there were quite a lot of Britannian forces here, so this still struck a cautious note with the Jonin. Unless there was something going on otherwise, he needed to keep a clear head for further investigation. It's a major breakthrough for our countries, Churchill sniffed. I look forward to the day when all nations across the globe will one day come together under a single banner, to ensure peace without the need for borders all around. It's a big dream, Kasumi added. No kidding, Shikamaru agreed, scratching his cheek. He was slapped over the head by Naruto. Ow. What? In any case, it's going to be a big day. We're hosting a festival with entertainment and fireworks to commemorate the officiating of the treaty, so the village will be crowded with patrons from across the continent, the princess concluded, waving a hand towards her servant. Okita answered immediately, stepping towards the team leader and handing him a large envelope. You will find enclosed your full payment and a little something extra as thanks for all your trouble. It was our pleasure, Your Grace, Asuma replied, taking the letter and slipping it into his vest pocket for safekeeping. If there is anything else you need, please let us know. We shinobi of Konohagakure will accept any mission, anytime and anywhere. I believe you still have our number. Kasumi smiled, examining the Jonin from head to toe and taking a moment to consider his words carefully. Sensing an opportunity, the village leader took advantage of the silence to look around at the others, pausing for an extended few seconds when her attention landed on Naruto. Though the Jinchuriki and his companions became overly perplexed by the royal's sudden inspection of their group, their surprise was only encouraged further when the girl beamed excitedly and turned back to their squad leader. Actually, now that I think about it, there is one other job I was wondering if your team would be able to do for me. Oh? And what would that be? You see, since I have most of my forces spread out across the land in preparation for the coming event, I was hoping to hire on some extra hands to help with the workload. Would your team be interested in performing some bodyguard services for me until the conclusion of the festival at the end of this week? Kasumi inquired, bringing her hands up in front of her in a clear sign of hope. She smiled sweetly at them all. I would very much like it if you accepted. I just need a small, part-time escort around town, and it would make me feel a whole lot more comfortable up on the podium if I had some company closer to my age standing beside me. Bodyguard work, huh? Asuma murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Well, that does sound tempting and all, Your Grace. However, I'm not too sure if my team is quite yet up to the task. He scrutinized his young, eagerly listening squad gathered up behind him. Not right now anyway. They are still genin after all with only a small amount of experience, so to suddenly step up from delivery work to guarding village leaders. I think it might be asking too much of them too quickly. You can only expect what was going to happen next after hearing the man say that. Please, Asuma-sensei. Naruto unexpectedly rushed forward, dropping to his knees in front of the man with a desperate look in his eyes. Sure, his leg stung like a bitch in protest to his strenuous actions, he didn't give a flying shit. This was a once-in-a-lifetime offer that was being dangled right in front of them. Understandably, knowing that they would be able to work for a real princess from another country and a friendly one to boot, well, it had the dreamer literally springing at the opportunity. Can we? Please. Yes sir, it just went to show how much of a child he really was. I'm with Naruto on this one, Shikamaru spoke up as well, catching the Jonin by surprise at the sloth's sudden support of his teammate. Since we're all the way out here anyway, it wouldn't hurt extending our leave from the village for a little while longer. I guess it's just more convenient this way, since there's no point in wasting energy trading teams up. Let's just go with it. He shrugged. Just as lazy as ever. Typical. It would be good experience for us, Hinata exclaimed timidly. I would very much like to learn more about the other important jobs a shinobi is involved with. I want to help out as much as I can. Her vote made it 3 for 3 for the kids, something that leaned their teacher towards an appropriate and reasonable response. With any luck the man would make the right call for them. Naruto was way more than eager about it. Shikamaru simply wanted to crash in town for a while, and Hinata wanted to explore, much like her Jinchuriki crush. Everyone had their reasons including their teacher, so how could you argue with that logic? Their words only served to turn the wheel further. All right then, we'll do it, Asuma replied, bowing to the princess. Thank you for the opportunity. We won't let you down. His team followed up instantly with a cheer, with Shikamaru waving a hand at their success rather than vocalizing their victory in the blandest way possible. Hell, even Nai and his squad over by Mr. Churchill smiled to themselves at seeing that their counterparts would be sticking around. Then it's decided, Kasumi said, clapping her hands together, I'll be sure to pay for your extended services at the end of the period. You may stay on in the palace in one of the guest suites so you don't have to go to all the trouble of finding a hotel. Additionally, I will be able to call on you whenever possible, agreed? Sweet. Naruto cheered, earning a giggle from the village leader. This castle serves as a beacon to everyone living in the land of dusk. It is also rich in natural energy, which is why there is such diversity of plant life in the gardens and valleys. I'm sure that your stay here will be most comfortable, the princess concluded, before gesturing their attention toward the guard of 4. Nai and William will escort you to your room. The pugilist made a sour face. Oh, why me, he groaned. Vincent elbowed him in the side for the second time, causing him yet more pain to what he already had to bear with. Do as she says, you stubborn mule, the officer hissed. Don't make me reprimand you again, or would you like to spar with me in your present condition? Fine. Nai choked, rubbing the bandaged areas around his waist before looking away to scold at the corner. Wonderful. Then this meeting is adjourned, Churchill laughed, tipping his head to the nation's leader beside him. The well-mannered diplomat bade everyone a good day and left the chamber promptly, with Vincent following in his shadow. Business was a tireless, often incomprehensible machine after all, it was always on the move. The soldier needed to stick to his client, as per the requirements of his contract, no matter the state of affairs. Kasumi also left on her own errand. She needed to inform the council members and guards on the new development, while also parting final instructions with the Jonin leader of Team 10. Apparently the squad would be on call early in the morning to escort her around town as she assessed the various institutes being occupied by the Western forces. Kasumi also intended to visit the ships in the harbor, which was foreseen by all to be one heck of an excursion for the able kids under Asuma's wing. Man, I can't wait to get going tomorrow, Naruto grinned, hobbling after his team as they were led out of the hall by the kickboxer and his exuberant partner. Protecting a princess, checking out the foreigners and those big-ass boats in the harbor, it's like all the best things on my to-do list are coming together into one perfect chapter in this amazing story of my life. How long is this list anyway? Wait, don't answer that. Just, let me know when you get to the end of your epic adventure, or submit it to me in writing, Shikamaru yawned, throwing his hands behind his head. However, out of curiosity, how long will it take? Hopefully not too long. The jinchuriki staggered over to his friend and jabbed him in the arm. So far I've only covered the first few pages since starting out at the academy. There are tons of other things I haven't checked off yet, like running between countries on a marathon, finding pirates' treasure, and rescuing a damsel in distress. This mission might actually cover the stuff on pages 2 through to 5, if I'm lucky. Honestly, I hope it doesn't come to that, the Nara grumbled. More things to do, basically means more work for us. I'm all good with just watching out for Ms. Kasumi until the end of the week, beat around the bush a little, watch some history go by, then Kuku-chu waltz back home and stop by at the hot springs along the way. If fortune favors the reserve, then maybe they have an open-air bath in this palace for the intermediary period. You'll end up a shriveled prune if you stew in the water for too long. The less moving around for me the better. You're just pained because you don't want to go through another one of Asuma-sensei's endurance exercises or his D-rank, pot of luck draws, huh? You know me better than I know myself, Naruto. I'm flattered, Shikamaru grinned at his friend, who continued to limp along beside him. So, what do you think will happen to us on this part of our trip? Enlighten me. What's this? Naruto tried to look shocked. You're asking me what I think will happen? You're actually getting into this gig? Why? Shikamaru, what's happened to you? He tried to act the part too, but as usual Naruto was just acting like Naruto. It was pretty much his hobby to try and yank on people's strings, and for some reason it worked really well for him. He just had trouble working the tones. I wised up a pinch, Shikamaru replied simply. Perhaps I'm trying to be a little bit more open-minded like you. Maybe if I approach this mission with your kind of mindset, I won't go insane like several others characters we've already met. His eyes trained onto William's back, whom the members of Team 10 all immediately focused on. As if feeling their eyes boring into his broad shoulders like laser beams against a piece of lino, the brawny American looked over his shoulders at the trio being herded along by their Jonin instructor. They didn't even try to avert their gazes when the teen's eyes fell upon them and, right on cue, as if their inquisitiveness was his audience, the American struck another pose while continuing to walk backwards. He chose the thoughtful hero pose for this particular demonstration. Real men don't succumb to insanity. The mind bends before the will of men. That is the undeniable truth of the universe. Man is the master of all aspects of his life. His biceps threatened to rip through the cloth of his tunic, a sight that had Team 10 pale. If man cannot take control of his life, then what is the point of living? The foundations of the castle quite literally trembled from his vocals. A servant moving empty dishes across the hall amusingly shrieked in terror and dropped the plates she was carrying at the boy's voice carrying throughout the entire building. God, why'd you guys get him going again? Nai whined. Even though he was trying to avoid being part of the conversation, he was standing right next to the guy. Animated tears streamed out of his eyes as he led the visiting team up the stairs towards whatever floor they were going to. It would be one hell of a climb and a hell of a lot of torment as William continued to be, well, his usual self. I think this could be fun, Hinata spoke up, the group ascending another flight of steps. She rubbed her fingers together when Naruto and Shikamaru glanced her way. With the number of soldiers and guards walking around, it would be impossible for any bad people to try anything funny in this place. Things should go okay for us. Yeah. I mean, why else would Asuma-sensei say yes to this if he didn't think we could handle it? Naruto grinned and leaned back, his eyes falling on their teacher trotting after them. Right, sensei? Damn straight, Asuma chuckled. See, Naruto continued, making a gesture between his, Shikamaru and Hinata's heads. It was like he was trying to point out the invisible thread linking them all together. Though it wasn't a tangible element, he knew that it was there. We speak the same language. More like we think on the exact same wavelength, the Nara commented. Don't get me wrong, it sounds cool at first. But, and I'm being serious here, if I start hearing the thoughts of any of you guys while we're standing several blocks apart from each other, consider me gone for good, or dead. I don't know. Perhaps I'll retire at the tender age of 13 and spare myself the pain of endless, subconscious clairvoyant understanding on a fifth-dimensional level. Speak small, book face. Some of us can't understand bone idleness, Naruto murmured, earning a scoff from Asuma and a chuckle from Nai up ahead. I'll be over the next hill if I start hearing your senseless ramblings of ramen, Shikamaru kindly rephrased, which had the blonde scratching his head. Why didn't you say that before? I did say that before. Whatever, Naruto replied. He nearly tripped up on the last step up, but managed to find support on the railing. Shikamaru helped his friend along by looping his arm over his shoulders, and Hinata took the other side. Don't force yourself, and Naruto-kun, the kunoichi affectionately whispered. No biggie. I'm cool, Hinata-chan, the boy replied coolly, yet still sounded a little bit forced due to his numerous injuries. Though his leg was continuing to give him the shits, he felt so much better being in the company of his friends. There was no way he would be able to make it along without their help, so it was understandable why he was so delighted that he had comrades who would support him like this. Don't worry about it. My leg is healing great. It'll be brand spanking new by bedtime. And, is there anything else you can see? Shikamaru asked, grunting as they made the last flight of stairs. Well, I see a hot bath, a comfortable futon and a delicious breakfast. Naruto licked his lips. He should have added dinner somewhere in that equation. Damn, he was hungry. You asked me about what would probably happen on this mission, Shikamaru-kun? There you go. I think I'll enjoy that. While Team 10 bantered under the supervision of their teacher, Nai, who was leading the tour party, had managed to catch the last words spoken by the jinchuriki from over his shoulder. The point towards his leg proved to be an interesting piece of information, as it gave the pugilist a better idea as to the recovery rate of his opponent in contrast to his own. Though he was surprised that he didn't snap his opponent's femur with one of his best shots at the end of their fight, Nai was even more stunned to see that the blonde-haired knucklehead was still walking about under his own power, even after taking a direct hit. I mean, sure he was being supported by his friends a lot of the time, but shit, he was still on his feet. Just who was this freak of nature? He certainly was no ordinary human being. Nai winced at the throbbing pains in his stomach and he turned his gaze back ahead, where he saw a cheerful William parading around inanely. Now leading the group down a hallway decorated in beautiful, awe-inspiring prints painted over sliding doors left and right, the boy counted the rooms before stopping short of the one at the end. He turned to face Team 10 when they all merged up behind him, making sure to clear a way for a couple of servants running errands on this level. The suite you have been assigned is right here, Nai smiled, opening up the chamber for them with a simple push. The level you are on is just above the one assigned to us. There are toilets on the left and bedrooms to the right. The indoor baths on this level are further down the corridor and the main dining hall is on the third floor overlooking the harbor. If there is anything you need, just ask the servants. They will attend to your needs. Pick this up from your stay already? Shikamaru asked with a smirk, strolling past the darker-skinned boy. It's a bonus, the boxer shrugged, waving to both the Nara and Hinata as they went in. He even spared a courteous nod to Asuma when he passed, the Jonin thanking him kindly for the directions. However, just before Naruto could walk through and join his friends, Nai's hand unexpectedly shot out and grabbed his wrist. The Jinchuriki's head immediately snapped towards the kickboxer, both oppositions promptly throwing each other into an intense standoff. Asuma noticed their actions through his peripherals straight away. Responding to the warning lights, the instructor halted his own stride and fixed a careful glare on the both of them. Though neither boy was decisively throwing any punches at this point, the atmosphere around them became so thick so quickly it almost felt as though another fight would start at any second. All parties waited to see what would happen. Even William, Shikamaru and Hinata took note of the quandary, yet instead of responding out of alarm, decided to hold their ground where they stood. There was no point in throwing themselves into a scrap if one hadn't started yet. In fact, both boys surprisingly had a right in mind not to start a new one. Instead of testing the boy's mettle physically, Nai chose to smirk at his former opponent and lowered his head to him. You showed me some sweet moves out on the street. Who taught you how to fight like that? Blinking, Naruto smirked back and jerked his hand out of the other boy's grip. My teachers. Teachers? Oh yeah. Funny story, I have more than one, the blonde chuckled, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. They live in the same house as me, so I guess you could say they're like my older sisters or something. Really? Yeah. But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's great. They taught me tons of useful stuff and I love hanging out with them. This spiked Nai's curiosity that much more. So, the style named after and practiced by the great Yim Wing Chun isn't the only form of martial arts you've learned? The blonde blinked in surprise. You know about Yim Chun? Hearing this question earned a snicker from the Siam native. I've been traveling on foot from country to country for several months now, so I guess you could say I've come to recognize many styles of martial arts in the time I've had, Nai explained, grinning and holding a fist up to him. You've got fantastic technique. Your hand-to-hand skills alone are incredibly polished for someone of your age. Oh, thanks. You too, Naruto turned to face him completely. You must have some great teachers yourself. Who trained you? Well, my father for one, then my master, Nai pumped out his chest proudly. Though they were both awesome, I'd say master is the strongest instructor I've ever had. Master is so strong, he can rip through solid rock with his bare hands and bench press mountains. Both appeared awestruck at that piece of information, even the teller. It's my dream to become more powerful than him, to become the strongest in the world. Wow! With that kind of strength, he could take on an entire country, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, giving the boy his utmost attention. So your sensei is that powerful? Yes. And if I work hard enough and overcome every obstacle I'm faced with on my journey, I'm sure that I will surpass him one day. He raised his head up high, his dreams carrying on through the wind. One day. Such ambition. Such heartfelt determination. Oh, Nai! William suddenly shouted, towering over the boy from behind and collecting him up into another bear hug. The kickboxer cried out in shock as he was pressed up against the rippling pectorals of his companion. You are the quintessence of soul that I myself wish to possess someday. Come, butter me up in your dreams of self-improvement. No! Nai cried out, struggling to break free from the terrifying individual. Let me go, William. Don't be so greedy, Nai. Share some of your youth with the rest of the world. William bellowed, hoisting the boy over his shoulder. As if the pugilist were a rifle, the man turned heel and fast marched down the corridor, waving in parting to the shinobi just as Nai started pounding against his back with his fists. Good day, Team 10. We shall meet again. Wait, put me down. Right now. Nonsense. We must focus on getting you fixed up so that you can get back into full, fighting shape. To do that, I must take you down to the ring to reinvigorate your mentality and have you watch as my beautiful muscles batter the training bags. Help me. Kicking and screaming, the kickboxer was carried away against his own will. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Though he felt sorry for Nai, he also felt a sense of liberation for his own sake because he didn't have to suffer through the same torment that guy was being put through. Manhandling didn't sit too well with the Jinchuriki, even though the only people he would probably let it slide for were his teachers back home and Asuma. The latter was a bit of a long stretch, but he'd worry about that road when he came to it. The man commanded respect. Problem with that was he had to earn it first. Point of reference, the Jonin in question was presently leaning against the doorframe, arms folded and looking proudly down at the blonde nuisance. He stroked his beard when the Jinchuriki turned to face him. Do you want to be carried off into the sunset too? Haha. Naruto chuckled sarcastically, pushing past his teacher and into the room with a shallow step in his stride. Asuma laughed to himself when all of his students were finally in and accounted for, leaving the squad leader alone to look out into the corridors and through to the grand stair hall beyond. The kids hate and love me at the same time. Though I'm pretty sure there's a greater amount of love in there than contempt, I can live with that. He pulled out a cigarette and popped it between his lips, but after considering where he was chose not to light it. Instead the man held it in his teeth and shook his head, thinking back on what his previous experiences with young apprentices were like. It's got to be some kind of curse. And here he was thinking he'd already won them over. True, but there were always going to be some rough edges needing to be trimmed out, and getting them to completely idolize him was one of those issues. Naruto and Shikamaru were his main goals, whereas Hinata was definitely proving to be an enigma in that department. Hell, Asuma couldn't tell whether she was being timid or passively aggressive. She was quite honestly the potential scariest of the three. Determining that the area was safe, he shut the door. There was business needing to be discussed with his team concerning the specifications of their mission tomorrow and over the course of the week, not to mention a relaxing bath, followed by dinner, and then sleep. Sweet, sweet sleep. XXX. The very next day. Apparently things weren't that different out here in the wild world compared to life back home in Konohagakure. In fact, Konohagakure was probably more terrifying by contrast. Just like any other regular day, save for the fact that they were all staying in the same room, the team got up, got dressed and had breakfast, before setting out on the dot to meet up with their latest client. They gathered at the foot of the castle steps and waited for her to arrive at the predetermined time, and spent that period either adjusting their jackets or kicking at the dirt. As expected of sovereign descent, Princess Kasumi emerged from the castle alongside her personal bodyguard Okita. Upon relaying instructions to him partway down the staircase, he bowed to her in acknowledgement and kept watch of her until she was safely beside Asuma, who greeted her curtly. The samurai butler then went off to do whatever it was he was ordered to do, leaving the leader of the country in the hands of the youngsters. Chin up guys, Asuma spoke, escorting the princess toward the gates with his small troop following close behind. Keep your eyes open and be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. You can never be too careful on these kinds of missions, so be on guard. Yes, sensei, the trio said in sync. Kasumi giggled at their uniformed response. There's no need to be so tense you guys. It's just a routine inspection, the raven-haired princess informed them, looking up at Asuma strolling stock straight beside her with his hands in his pockets. I believe I said that all I wanted from you four were your services and abilities as bodyguards, not another entourage of soldiers watching my back. I get enough of that from Okita-kun. Sorry, your highness, the man nodded apologetically, I'm just trying to whip my little rookies into shape. This is as much of a learning experience for them as the delivery mission. I can't afford to have them slacking off or neglecting any aspects of their training. There's more for a shinobi to learn than just strategy in combat, jutsu and fighting techniques. There's also mission etiquette and conduct. He grinned back at the three in question, all of whom bolted upright considerably as soon as his eyes rounded on them. Right, my cute little apprentices? Why yes, Hinata squeaked, whereas Naruto grinned back nervously and Shikamaru gave his characteristic yawn and a thumbs up. No need to sweat the little details, sensei. Beautiful, Asuma smiled, looking back at the princess for confirmation. That was exactly what he received, moments before Kasumi decided to turn her attention to the teenagers behind her. She looked from the nervous face of the kunoichi to the sort of bored, systematically occupied expression worn by Shikamaru as he drank in their surroundings of the stores and hotels they were now passing by in the village's streets. Considering their present conditions and how attentive they were to their tasks, she then focused her gaze on Naruto. It came as a wonder to her why he wasn't limping anymore. In fact, he looked like he was feeling and looking better than ever. If memory served her, she was able to recall the details of the conference the other day word for word and gesture for gesture. Nothing escaped her keen eyes. After inspecting his stride and the springs in both his feet, Kasumi then smiled up at the jinchuriki. How is your leg? Huh? Naruto jumped, shaking himself out of his daze once the question was processed. Oh yeah. My legs are doing great. Though my thigh is still tingling a bit, everything's cool. I just need to walk around for a little while. This stroll should help stretch out my muscles and get my usual rhythm back into my footwork. That's good, Kasumi beamed, relief flooding through her at the news. From what I heard from Okita-kun, you had a bit of a disagreement with Naikun close to the edge of town when a couple of insubordinate soldiers touring the village started picking on you and your friends. Shikamaru scoffed. Disagreement? More like a punch-out, Naruto grinned back, hopping over a random rock lying in his path. We had an argument and we fought until we stopped. Thankfully one of Nai's comrades had been scheduled to come greet us at the square and happened upon the scene. Had he not arrived when he did, I'm pretty sure Naruto and his brawling buddy would have beaten themselves into submission, Asuma replied, getting a bit of a discomforting look from Kasumi and an unsavory glare from the blonde following after him. Hey, if that fight had kept on going, I would have beaten that jerk into the road, the blonde retorted loudly, ramming his thumb into his chest. I'd be wearing his face on the soles of my sandals right about now. Kasumi laughed when Shikamaru nudged Naruto roughly in the side to get him to ease up on his rather graphic responses, an action which earned him a pat on the back from Asuma. The raven-haired village leader reacted to the character expressed by the blonde shinobi with great interest, mostly for his unusually carefree nature, which he wasn't afraid to show even when in the presence of high-ranking individuals like her. While his team members kept their sentences short and to the point, and made double sure not to speak out of term, this boy just spoke his mind whenever he felt like it without a second thought to anyone or anything else around him. Not even his teacher or that other prospect Nai were as bold as he was. There had to be some sort of story there, but Kasumi kept these suspicions to herself. For the time being, she quietly marveled at the boy's tact and, while she was being escorted through town, where they could see restaurants and businesses on either side of them opening up to greet the sun, kept a weather eye on the jinchuriki. The group visited a number of places, mostly the lesser stores you wouldn't expect a princess to visit. While it would have made more sense for someone of Kasumi's position to visit those five-star places, she instead focused her attention on the little guys who would have been better suited for cozy spots in towns outside of the big city. Naruto, Shikamaru and Hinata were incredibly pleased by her diverse preferences and manner in which she presented herself as a village leader to her subjects. She revealed to them while visiting a small spice store owned by an elderly gentleman that she liked shopping for herself whenever possible and that she appreciated above all others the hard work of a person pursuing their dreams. This brought a big smile to Naruto's face. She also took them around the factories, the squares where the parties were expected to be held in celebration of the invisible bridge to be erected between them and their Western visitors, and to the lodgings where the delegates from across the seas were staying. From hotel to penthouse, she dragged the ninja all around town. They even had the pleasure of going on board the HMS Hood, the battleship that had caught the visiting group's attention the day they stepped in sight of the village. Shikamaru, Naruto and Hinata gawked at the superstructure of the vessel as they walked laps of the decks. They pretty much ran on autopilot from then on since they were so completely entranced by everything else. The team drank in whatever there was to see, the seemingly impenetrable hull, the massive guns covered up for safety, the soldiers marching up and down the walkways, and the multitude of other ships in the harbor. The Jinchuriki and his companions were so captivated in one of the QF 4-inch MKV guns undergoing maintenance that they missed the princess greeting the captain at the bridge a level up. Their teacher filled in the role as chief overseer as she interacted with the vessel's director and was given a special tour of the helm. The kids, figuring it was best that they didn't crowd the main control area, stayed behind to check out the rest of the awesome firepower, familiarizing themselves with the arsenal currently owned and operated by their Western counterparts, and comparing it to their own. Damn, Naruto exclaimed, looking up at a towering AA gun and stepping aside to allow a runner to get past him. I'd hate to be on the receiving end of this bad boy. Can you imagine the kind of shit you can fire out of this thing? I'd rather not think about it, Shikamaru replied, stepping forward from behind his friend and bending over to get a better look at the gun's rotating shaft at the base. How the hell can they make something of this size? The physics seem impossible. You want to ask them? Too much trouble, the Nara flat out responded, straightening up and letting out a huff. To be honest, I'm more interested in learning how to stop one of these things if we ever found ourselves pitted against one. Why you want to learn how to beat this thing, Shikamaru? Hinata asked, taking up position beside her blonde teammate currently in partnership with the Nara over the topic. Think of this moment as sort of like a gigantic game of battleship. Har har, have a giggle. The fact was that the normally indolent member of Team 10 had taken quite an interest in the subject at hand. It certainly made a lot of sense since Shikamaru thought along these lines a lot of the time. He was even-handed, sharp, and pessimistic, considering every possibility, particularly the bad side of things and ways of counteracting against them. It was always a gag to see the usually lazy member of Team 10 thinking on things that had others baffled, as he always had something incredibly insightful to add to group discussions. Not that the others didn't have those defining moments, but for Shikamaru it was like one of the many. Not really. But you never know when you'll need that kind of strategy. I mean, look at this thing. He threw his arms out and gestured towards the sheer enormity of the ship they were on. Over 1,000 men and thousands of tons in weight, think about it. If an enemy force managed to get a hold of something like this, then it's a safe bet to assume that a lot of countries in this region would be in a heap of trouble. His friends agreed with him wholeheartedly on that hypothesis. With the notion of an enemy shinobi fleet firmly implanted in their brains, the three of them soon found themselves trying to figure out ways and strategies designed to overcome a titan packing the same kind of force as this vessel, while at the same time keeping their voices to a minimum around the crew wandering about. It was nerve-rattling enough being on this ship surrounded by its unmanned armaments. They didn't need its sailors added to the equation. Well, you could capsize it with a water-style technique or set it alight with a fire-style jutsu, Naruto suggested. He received an unsure glance from his strategist friend, who looked around the deck level they were on a little more critically. It's too big to be capsized efficiently. You'd need a platoon of shinobi to be able to tip it, and even then you'd need to have a massive amount of chakra and a large enough jutsu to achieve success. I'll bet even a tsunami would have trouble trying to topple this thing, the boy replied. He looked down and tapped against the boards of the deck with his foot. Fire style might work, it's got wooden decks. But the crew may have come up with several countermeasures to deal with open flames. This thing was designed to fight in a war after all. Alright, what about wind style? Again, you'll need one that's big enough with enough chakra and piercing power, Shikamaru replied, ramming his fist into his palm. This thing looks like it can cut through a wall of fire as well as a storm. And maybe you're thinking too much on how to bring it down from the outside, Hinata interjected, drawing both their eyes towards her. She pressed her hands together thoughtfully. What about trying to take it down, from the inside? Options available, a soft underbelly or an indigestion problem. Naruto knew from experience that the latter was always the biggest pain, not to mention it was a lot more difficult to deal with compared to something like a scratch from a knife. He and Shikamaru hadn't even considered that kind of solution to their problem till their teammate managed to bring it about into the light. After a few seconds of consideration, both of them smiled at the kunoichi for the key she had so kindly placed upon the table. Why wouldn't she be able to come up with her own strategies? Hinata was smart, not to mention her fighting style focused primarily on inflicting internal damage. This kind of thing was right up her alley. She shied away from their intense gazes. Good thinking, Hinata. No, not just good, brilliant, Shikamaru exclaimed, taking his chin in his hand, combustible material placed at key points around the hull or explosives in the ammunition chamber. Or you could take out the crew, Naruto exclaimed in a whisper, making a hand gesture that conveyed success. A ship can't work without people, just like how a kunai can't hurt anyone or hit a target unless it's thrown. Shikamaru and Hinata agreed on that note too. It was a big question, how do you sink a ship as formidable and as large as the Hood? For a shinobi, doing things by hand always worked out for better or for worse depending on the scenario, since their kind was pretty much used to raiding fortresses and destroying buildings. While the Hood was a grand ship and was guaranteed to be out on the ocean during battle, way out of reach of most opponents, shinobi could walk on water. Not that Team 10 could, since one of them hadn't exactly mastered that stage of the training, whereas the other two hadn't even learned how to properly climb trees yet. However, in general, all a shinobi had to do to cripple an armored vessel as big and as tough as this one was get in close, get on board, and wreak havoc with the crew. That was just one way and perhaps the best plan a shinobi could formulate in dealing with a similar problem, unless they had a jutsu capable of causing damage to the landscape at a distance. The team was about to take the discussion one step further into more effective methods of infiltration with more detail on attack planning, until Kasumi returned from her tour along with Asuma. They descended to the main deck, where the captain then started showing the group around to some of the other areas of the mighty Hood. The team that had waited patiently outside joined them in haste. Naruto led the pack for the rest of that excursion, whereas their Jonin instructor hung behind Kasumi to have a smoke. Clicking his lighter a few times, Asuma quickly gave up when he saw that he was inadvertently holding up traffic, namely the rest of the tour. With a shrug, the shinobi absent-mindedly tossed the chewed-up cigarette down the nearest pipe, a habit that sailors had also developed when they couldn't find a proper way of disposing any small pieces of garbage that they just so happened to have on hand. Let the guys in the lower levels deal with it, why not? Oh. While the group went about their business on board the ship to the time when they had to leave for their next destination, the cigarette that Asuma had chucked down the exhaust stack had fallen out of a separate air conduit somewhere in the lower levels. Coincidentally, it fell out of the main pipeline and into a cargo hold where a couple of sailors were moving a crate from that room into another. As good as naval personnel as they were, it was all too easy even for a sharp-eyed individual to miss a stick packed with tobacco the size of a finger falling out of an air vent into a partially lit room. When the sailors left, the cigarette that had landed on top of a couple of barrels suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, revealing a shadow clone of Asuma crouching in amongst the supplies. Keeping to the shadows, the Jonin then went about fulfilling the tasks that his creator had instructed of him. Now, let's see what these Britannian guys are hiding around here. He wasn't given his rank and elite status for nothing. There was something fishy going on with these Westerners, a stench that had been bugging him even while he and his team were in attendance of that uneventful conference the day before. Though he admitted he was acting outside of the grounds of his agreed-upon responsibilities as an escort, he was going to find out what this unpleasant odor tickling his nose was. With a cluster of explosive tags in hand, the elusive shadow clone went about the ship from room to room as quietly as he could, making sure that he wasn't spotted by any of the crew. XXX. The tour of the ships went on without a bump or bruise, otherwise a pretty successful excursion for the squad. It turned out to be a very educational experience for all of them. Kasumi became acquainted with the captains, they all had tours of each of the ships sitting in the harbor, and the youngsters reveled at the opportunity to get to know more about the vessels used by the foreigners. Damn, if the cargo ships weren't impressive enough, there sure as hell was a lot of firepower in this fleet. The sight of the behemoth silhouettes alone made the entire group ecstatic. The stuff that the Britannians had to show definitely made them a formidable force even for just a single fleet. If they were here in any capacity as an enemy, then the elemental nations would definitely have something to worry about. But thankfully, they were here in these waters on friendly terms. Things were made a lot more enjoyable for Naruto and his team on board one of the destroyers when the ship's captain test-fired several of the vessel's main guns on targets out in open water. The cannons were loud and the explosions were grand, the shockwaves reaching the shoreline even behind the barrels. Shikamaru ended up having to clear out his ears for a good few minutes afterwards from how loud the artillery pieces actually were. The team was hoping to get a little bit more familiar with some of the smaller crafts to see what else the visitors were packing. Unfortunately though, their grand tour of the sites was cut short at the wharfs, where the team arrived at a Britannian encampment. This particular area of the harbor in the warehouse district was being used by the soldiers and sailors as temporary lodgings. It was like a battle encampment, with tents lining the main roads and vehicles parked all over the place. The citizens of the village had in fact taken a great interest in a lot of the equipment and the soldiers weren't at all bothered by them. This showed just how well the Britannians had managed to integrate themselves with their hosts. Shikamaru estimated that there had to about 4,000 sailors resting in this temporary base, not to mention an additional 1,000 infantry, half of which was contributing to security within the village. Kasumi's outing ended here for the day, and after being seen off by the captain of the last ship they visited, asked for Asuma to escort her back to the palace. Obliging, the Jonin dismissed his squad, saying to them that they could hang around for a little while longer and see what else they could dig up on the foreigners. Though he didn't mean it as a bad thing, he did instruct them to behave, keep their excitement in check, as well as to try and soak up as much of the Britannians' activities as they could. To Naruto, Shikamaru and Hinata, they felt like normal children being left at a fairground with a bucket load of money to spend. I mean, what kind of trouble could a kid in that situation possibly get into? The fact that the youngsters looked like ordinary citizens, being shinobi and dressed in casual clothing and all, helped their case out a ton. After Asuma left with the princess, the three of them weren't bothered or harassed by any of the soldiers or military personnel walking around at all. They were all pretty chilled around here, and that was good for the young team. They had an uneventful walk around the vehicles and warehouses, and even checked out a soccer game being played over by the clearing. Well, Shikamaru and Hinata did anyway. The two of them had a really good time over by the field and even cheered for both sides. Naruto on the other hand had preoccupied himself with something else entirely. After realizing he had wandered away from them, the Jinchuriki's teammates went out in search for him. They came across their friend later onwards, finding Naruto leaning over a railing up on a makeshift stand where a bunch of soldiers had gathered in audience. When Shikamaru and Hinata approached him on the uppermost walkway, they saw that the blonde had his arms folded, was leaning on them on the railing, and had a very intense expression in play. This focused, contemplative expression was something that the pair seldom saw on his person, and prompted them to question his condition. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Something on your mind? Bang! The two of them jumped at what they first thought was the sound of an artillery piece from one of the battleships in the harbor going off. However, realizing that they weren't on a ship anymore and that it wasn't an explosion of the combustible sort, they then looked over the side of the stand Naruto was unflinchingly peering over to see what all the commotion was about. At the bottom of the gallery and in the center of the yard where everyone was currently focused, the team saw what appeared to be a small podium elevated onto some sort of makeshift platform with a canvas surface. Dimensions fitting a square with ropes stretched between four corner posts, Shikamaru immediately identified the Western-style arena as a boxing ring. There was a massive audience from both the village and the visiting soldiers, and there were also contenders resting on the side benches, awaiting their turn. It was quite an impressive attendance, especially for the show going on inside of the arena. Shikamaru and Hinata looked just in time to see one of the officers from Britannia's army get carried out of the ring on a stretcher. He was quickly replaced by another rather beefy-looking soldier, who threw on a pair of boxing gloves and head safety gear. Dressed in a black singlet, trousers and boots, he then assumed an orthodox stance in his corner and glared across at his opponent. It surprised the newly arrived genin to see Nai over on the other side, wearing only shorts and ropes wrapped securely around his arms and legs. He was leaning against the post at ease with his arms sitting on the barriers, and apparently fully recovered from yesterday's tussle, just like Naruto. However, instead of resting for the day, he was already up and active, training in a manner in keeping with his practice. The jinchuriki frowned, watching the kickboxer push himself off of the post and slowly make his way towards his opponent, who was at least twice his size. "You don't need to worry about him," Shikamaru smiled, nudging the blonde in the arm and leaning forward against the railing just as he was. "He's tough. I'm sure he'll pull through this fight just fine." "I'm not worried about him," Naruto replied instantly, beads of sweat running down his face. "I'm worried about his opponent." His opponent? For a second time, all eyes fell upon the ring once again, where they saw Nai moving at a snail's pace around his opponent, who was balancing himself on his toes and, setting a good rhythm, began moving as well. They circled each other, eyes locked and guards up. At first the round started off with a staring contest, nothing too serious. Both sides sized the other fighter up carefully while also making note of the distance between them. Then, after a full minute of silence and it started to appear that the combatants would only be walking laps around the center for the duration of the match, things then unexpectedly exploded into high-roller action when the hulking Britannian soldier went at the teen with a mixture of punches that he dished out with great ferocity. Straights cut through the air like bullets as Nai moved back, intercepting each hit with a parry and redirecting his opponent's attacks or blocking them to avoid them. He moved step by step at a surprisingly labored speed, allowing the taller brawler to power into him with everything he had. Just like against Naruto, Nai circled his heavier foe slowly, taking no damage and just keeping his pace. The soldier was quite quick. It was easy to see that he'd practiced boxing for quite a while. But as fast as he was and as loud as he yelled with every punch he threw, he simply could not land a clean hit on Nai. The Muay Thai fighter kept the circle and shimmied back from a flurry of hooks, ducking and slipping calmly. He ducked a jab and stepped in, experimenting with the distance before moving away again. Shikamaru and Hinata watched with anticipation as Nai zigzagged back, dodging a 1-2, before being pushed into a corner. Nai took up a turtle guard the instant he felt the ropes on his back, both arms covering his face as his opponent drove into him with punishing straights, before beginning to pummel him with hooks and uppercuts. He hit the teen under the guard in his stomach, ramming heavy blows into the body and rattling the barrier of the ring. The crowds cheered as the dull thuds echoed all around, the excitement climbing higher and higher. "He's getting beaten," Hinata gasped, holding a hand over her mouth. "I'm not so sure about that," Shikamaru added, narrowing his gaze as he watched the teen that had given Naruto so much trouble before get plowed further into the wall little by little. From the Nara's point of view, he could see that the kickboxer was not panicking or making any effort to move excessively whatsoever, and was just glaring up at his opponent from underneath his guard. "It looks to me like he's taking his time. The other guy is just being reckless. If you go up against an opponent who's able to maintain his cool in the heat of battle like that, then you're in danger of falling into whatever trap they're cooking up for you. That's scary smart. But what can he do?" Hinata murmured, wincing when she saw Nai take a big hook across the guard and nearly crumble. "He's cornered. And Naikuin can't go anywhere." "Watch his hands carefully, you'll see," Naruto stated, drawing his friend's attention to him and then to his point of interest. Holding their breaths, the Kunoichi and Shikamaru kept a close eye on the defending boy's fists, where they could see him still peering over his guard with narrowed eyebrows. The soldier growled and shouted angrily with each blow, trying to break through the unyielding guard with full-body swings that continued to shake the ring. It looked as though he was about to overwhelm the boy at any moment, but as he was soon to discover, his hits were nothing more than annoying flies compared to Nai's previous opponent. The man swung in with a right straight with such speed that it had Shikamaru and Hinata leaning forward in shock, expecting a finishing blow. Much to their shock, instead of taking yet another hammering blow to his guard, Nai maneuvered around it with ease, pushing off of the soldier's shoulder and placing himself directly behind the buffer, larger man. When the boxer turned around to meet the teen, he found his back pressed into the corner. Now the situation had been reversed, a turn of events that did not surprise Naruto one bit. "Don't miss this," the jinchuriki said, gritting his teeth. The soldier stepped forward, attempting to push through the teen to get out of his detrimental position. He moved with a left jab leading him, only to have it blocked by the boy's fist, leaving his body wide open. However, instead of going for the opening, Nai ignored it completely and instead twisted in with a left hook. His body spun like a cyclone and resonated with the force equivalent to one, the kickboxer's fist slamming into the soldier's face behind the guard with the sound of a gunshot ringing out across the district. The man's head blasted to the side as a result, a cloud of sweat and blood spraying into the air. Though it seemed gruesome, it was a damn sight better than watching his melon get ripped clean from his shoulders, even though it was excruciatingly close to detaching anyway. Despite the headgear, the power in Nai's attack was like that of a locomotive running down a table laid out on the tracks. You can imagine what would happen to the table. The soldier was knocked unconscious the moment the hit traveled through him, but Nai wasn't done yet. He quickly pulled back his left and followed up with a right hook, completing a 1-2 combination that sent the soldier cartwheeling to the ground in the opposite direction. The battered man hit the canvas head first, followed by the rest of him. The fight was over before it even began, and the most amazing thing was that Nai hadn't even broken a sweat. His glare and collected expression said it all. Shikamaru and Hinata were stunned. "Did you feel the shockwave when he hit the ground just now?" the Nara asked, his hands shaking just from watching the spar at this distance. "That was insane." "Naikuin is unbelievably strong," Hinata whispered, looking in the Jinchuriki's direction to see Naruto sweating even more than he had been before. "Even though his speed isn't as great as yours, the power in his attacks is exactly the same as Asuma-sensei's, and the level of his technique is on par with our own. The way he held himself back until the very end also shows that he's a really conservative and intelligent fighter," Shikamaru exclaimed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "He thinks on his feet, yet chooses not to rush things, meaning he also relies on stamina to carry him through a bout. It's like fighting is second nature to him." "I also noticed one other thing," Naruto interrupted, drawing their attention back to him as he watched Nai hop out of the ring and dry himself off at the challenger's bench. "He moves extremely well and uses outfighting tactics, but he leads his opponents into entering an infighting contest and lets them have it when they get too close. My guess is that he specializes in extreme close range, which explains his insane durability and power, but he isn't rigid or slow at all. He's really quite graceful when he's keeping his distance." "Sounds like the perfect opponent for you," Shikamaru replied, seeing the blonde run a hand over his face, wiping sweat away and thinking about the number of rounds he'd seen earlier. "You've got good hitting power yourself." "Not like him though," the Jinchuriki said. He pointed towards the soldier that Nai had brought down with a single hit and was now being carried off of the ring by medical personnel. "Those soldiers he just fought were professionals, like, really good fighters, even stronger than your average grunt. This was Nai's 20th fight, and the 20th officer he'd knocked out clean with just a single hit." "You're kidding, right?" Shikamaru gaped. "These guys are tough even for regulars, but how can he?" "It's like he said yesterday," Naruto smirked, "he had a good teacher." His fists visibly clenched and his knuckles popped under the strain, a sight that drew his friend's eyes toward and then back up to him. A new expression of excitement came across the blonde's face while he watched Nai stretch out down on the floor and shadowbox for a moment or two. A couple more soldiers from the sidelines headed into the ring to have their shot, allowing the previous contender to have a moment to himself and the potential challenger to take stock of him. This whole setup was obviously some form of entertainment for the general crowd. But to the Jinchuriki, instead of a show, it came off as a terrifying demonstration that Naruto had had the absolute privilege of observing. Shikamaru knew his friend's character all too well to make an accurate guess as to what he was feeling right now. After all, weeks of watching him work and pretty much march through everything thrown at him had definitely given his companions a better idea as to what his interests and thoughts were like. The boy was like a machine compared to everyone else. "You want to fight him that badly?" "Oh yeah," Naruto grinned, turning to his squad mates with an almost literal glow about his person. He saw Hinata blink when he turned to face her. "But I can't do it alone, so I'll ask you guys directly. Who wants to start training for a whole new type of game?" "A new type of game?" Hinata murmured. The Jinchuriki nodded, "I mean leveling up. Fix our weaknesses, trim away the fat, and sharpen our blades. If we want to start playing with the big guys, we have to get stronger and faster." He clenched his fists and extended it to them. "I don't know about you two, but I feel like showing everyone here just how strong we can really get." Feeling the positive energy radiating off of him like the sun, it would have almost been impossible for anyone there to say no to him. His teachers would definitely be proud of the orange ball of energy, and Asuma would have patted him on the back, wishing him all the best. While the Nara shook his head in amusement, finding his comrade's determination amazing as always, the Hyuga blushed and wrapped her fingers together tightly. Hinata fidgeted for a bit before gazing back up at her teammate, finding his attitude most admirable. "If you need our help, Naruto-kun, we are here for you." Fantastic, the jinchuriki cheered while hopping off of the railing. He straightened up his sleeves and jacket. Then what are we waiting for? Hinata beamed, whereas Shikamaru just sighed exhaustedly. He couldn't fight against these people, so what was the point? He may as well just go along with them and hope he didn't wake up the next morning with his finger glued to the inside of his ear. Seriously, Naruto sealed his arm inside of a cast and stuck a hook onto it the last time he fell asleep before training, and it had been hell on earth explaining it to everyone he met on the streets as well as to the staff at the hospital. All right, if you insist, you troublesome blonde. Shikamaru smiled, placing his hands on his hips. For my sake, I'll take you up on the challenge, but just this once, understand? While the trio bumped fists and whatnot, falling into an animated discussion about how they were going to go about this leveling up plan, down on the ground Nai had spotted Naruto up at the top of the stands and was currently watching him with full intent. Seeing him and his friends sharing pleasantries, the young pugilist ventured a guess that it was all in response to seeing his previous fights. He knew he had felt a prickly sensation on the back of his neck earlier on from being watched by an enemy, and now that that figure has revealed itself to him, Nai was able to thank his wonderful sixth sense for locking his attention back onto his next, prospective opponent. Upon seeing Naruto lead his group off with a spring in his step and a grin on his face, the kickboxer smiled as well and stretched his arms out in response to the sight. Once all of this diplomacy is settled, we'll finish what we started. Nai thought, punching a fist out towards the retreating shinobi with even more force. I'm fired up, Naruto. So you'd better watch out, because I'm coming for ya. The fact that the boy started laughing maniacally had a lot of the soldiers in the area look at him with great concern. Not wanting to trifle with a mad power puncher capable of astonishing physical feats, the officers wisely kept their distance, and went about with their training regime. XXX. Over the next few days? Naruto was really psyched about getting stronger, so much so that his teammates thought he wanted to take on the world right off the bat. Of course, instead of wanting to increase his skills and strengths the roundabout, half-assed way that Sasuke normally did with that damn genius gene of his, he was going to do it with sheer grit and an iron fist. The jinchuriki was intent on surpassing his current level of wallowing around in the muddy shallows, and with Shikamaru and Hinata accompanying him he had even greater reason to push himself. Asuma was ecstatic that his students were approaching him directly and asking for his help to train them. Of course, jumping for joy wasn't exactly in the teacher's programming, so he settled for a small smile, a cigarette, and a gesture of appreciation toward his group of younglings. At the end of the day, when Kasumi was safely back inside the palace with Okita once again taking charge of her safety, Asuma took his team out to the back of the castle and started them off on the tree-climbing routine. For Shikamaru and Hinata, he gambled that it would take them around a week to complete this task successfully, or even less if they seriously pushed themselves. However, while he gave them this exercise with extreme confidence in their abilities to handle it, he knew it wasn't going to be an easy haul. Predictably enough, while the Hyuga was initially concerned about putting her feet against the tree and making a spectacular fall on the first go, Shikamaru just sat at the base of his and stared up at the wooden tower that was daring him to climb it. Sure, it was slow going at first, but Hinata eventually bucked up the confidence needed for her to start trying. Though there were a few falls, the girl wasn't going to be deterred by a handful of bruises. Just like Naruto would, every time she fell and hit the ground, she would pick herself up and keep on going. Shikamaru, however, spent the better half of that afternoon staring up at the damn thing. Asuma could have pressured him to put forward more effort into the exercise, but after thinking on it a little more, he knew that all he'd get in return for his troubles was a lot of groaning and complaining about how the task was too troublesome and would be forced to endure an hour of the boy repeatedly falling in and out of sleep. He gave up on encouraging the kid and allowed him to proceed at his own pace. For Naruto, he gave the kid more chakra exercises, such as walking on water, running up spires, and even giving him a burst technique. By using his chakra, he told the blonde that he'd be able to increase his dashing speed and hitting power by focusing his chakra at the bases of his hands and feet. It was very much like how he directed chi throughout his body, only he was using a different system of energy to accomplish this. It didn't surprise Naruto at how simple it came to him, since he'd been practicing with the basics of chakra as well as advancing himself in the chi department with his other teachers. While all of this was going great for the jinchuriki, the practicality and everything, he still could only use chi techniques about 5 times per fight. 6 was pushing it and 7 meant that he would be passed out in the corner. He cursed himself for being ignorant of this ability from the get-go. Naruto worked on his exercises alongside Shikamaru and Hinata, from which they all suffered as a result. While Asuma also worked with his students individually over the next few days, he made double sure that they all got equal treatment. The Jonin helped Naruto with driving and hitting power by providing the boy with a buffer he had to overcome. The Nara gave the instructor some otherwise interesting entertainment, with Asuma having him play as much shogi during break times as possible, and losing to the brat spectacularly, and then getting him to work on physical exercises, primarily taijutsu, which went well. Then he encouraged more aggression from Hinata. While the girl was still a little timid and didn't exactly show complete confidence as of yet, which had her ducking and running a lot of the time, Asuma was persistent. The kids weren't going to break that easily either. So over the next few days, after escorting Kasumi around the village to wherever she needed to go and answering to all her calls whenever she requested their presence, the team went back to training in the background. The palace guards weren't fussed, and the world kept on turning as per the usual course. XXX. 3 days before the ceremony. A raging bull drooling profusely at the mouth let out a great, infuriated holler that echoed throughout the entire area, before ducking its head sharply and thundering across the clearing towards its target standing dead in its sights. The soldiers of Britannia inside of this camp, set up some ways outside of the port town of Dusk, cheered wildly as the enraged animal charged across the yard, a trail of smoke kicking up behind it. The tremors in the ground made everybody believe that a train was passing them by, when in actuality it was the male boss Taurus making all of the noise. For a cow weighing over 1,000 kilos, he certainly was fast. It dipped its horns, ready to make impact or to perform a spectacular toss. Whichever method of execution it chose, it wouldn't matter either way. The thing it was targeting was as good as dead whichever way you sliced it. At full charging speed, it rammed headlong into its target, a loud bang of a shockwave ringing out like the animal had just met another of its kind of the same weight distribution at the center. The result was biblical. However, what the animal had shockingly run into and was effectively stopped by, was not another bull or a wall, but was in fact a human male, wearing nothing but trousers and boots, with his ripped upper body bathed in sweat. Fists on his hips, William Muldoon stood his ground. The impact of the bull slamming into him shook the ground and garnished a loud cheer from the watching soldiers. As powerful as the bull was, William didn't even budge an inch from his spot. Hell, he was barely even fazed by the animal's charge. He took the full impact of the bull's skull and horns against his abs, which absorbed all of the force and stopped it dead. What should have killed an ordinary man or at the very least sent him flying, America's youngest solid man remained standing and unflinching. The bull staggered away, huffing angrily as the teenager, once upright in a Superman pose, had now assumed a fighting stance. Like a weary wrestler he circled the animal as it whipped its head irritably and slammed its hooves into the ground. Both the young adult and beast met each other as equals in the middle of the clearing, cheered and hooped on by an excited audience. Eventually, the animal had had enough with the pacing, and with a kick of its back feet, charged towards the teenager again at full speed. Muldoon grinned and clenched his fists, M-E-N-N-N. He sent a right hook swinging at the animal's face at full speed. The impact of his fist was as loud as the bull's impact with him, the blow plowing through the Taurus skull and sending it barreling away when William leapt around it. Knocked senseless, the animal stumbled around for several seconds. Its world remaining a shaky haze as it circled the general area, before it managed to regain its balance shortly afterwards and finding its target standing calmly behind it. It roared once again, charging with its horns down. William roared as well and rushed forward in kind. He caught its horns in an epic collision and started an intense grappling match with it. They tossed and turned furiously, one trying to overpower the other. The whole thing quickly transformed into a battle of sheer grit and willpower, with the wrestler hollering out all sorts of nonsensical declarations of youth. Man versus beast. A clash of superpowers. If you are a real man, then don't let the beast take control of you, attack it head on, but show it your utmost respect as a gentleman. William bellowed, tossing the animal aside and watching it stumble away. It skidded to a halt, circling, and once again setting its sights on the wrestler and readying itself for another contest. Nature is wild and untamable, that is the irrefutable truth in life. The best one can do with the nature inside of them is to live with it. The animal breathed out and charged one last time, the wrestler clenching his fist and assuming a lowered, crouching stance. Come Taurus, let us show the world what two males in their prime are capable of. The bull whipped its horns one last time, only for its neck to be caught in a massive hook thrown by the huge teenager. William hollered out excitedly as he clotheslined the mad animal and sent it hurling through the air, giving everyone an unbelievable spectacle as to how much power the man actually possessed. The bull hit the ground several meters away, rolled, before carting to a stop. It lay there where it was, panting, completely spent from his epic battle with a true powerhouse. Flexing his biceps, William assumed a strongman pose and grinned towards the audience, raising a fist in triumph, "Menn." His cheer roused applause from the crowd, all of whom were now asking him for more. While the amassed soldiers on that side of the camp praised the almighty wrestler for his efforts, across the lines of tents over in one of the open fields further away, another training exercise was currently in progress. Astride his noble steed and scorching the earth with his fierceness, Vincent was executing his own signature precision techniques with great proficiency and effort. Riding his horse at full speed up and down the field of grass, the man performed a dazzling display of spins and swipes with his lance, flashing crescent arcs all around him. It was almost like he was a Chinese martial artist twirling the staff around his neck, body, around his arms and between his hands. The weapon was incredibly long too, but he wielded it like a professional. His horse made a charge down a line, and after spinning the lance around he stabbed out at one of several small targets he had set up around the pitch. The spear tip of his lance pierced through the plate sitting atop of the pole, shattering it. After which he spun the lance around his neck and swiped across with it at another plate, which had been set up on the other side. He hit the thing before the shattered pieces of the last one even hit the ground. He kicked at the sides of his horse, pulling on the reins single-handedly to make a sharp turn. His horse did as dictated and charged down another line of attack. Upon leveling out, Vincent stood up on the back of the horse's saddle. Mounting it like a surfboard, he spun his lance around and slashed out at several more targets, shattering plate after plate on a single pass. Once he reached the end, and all of his targets had been hit and destroyed, he turned his horse around one last time and charged down the last target. Still crouched atop of the saddle and riding the wind like the Avatar, he took careful aim at the oncoming circle. Several tense seconds later and after a great deal of patience, it soon fell within range, and he swiped upwards with the lance. The plate was knocked spinning high into the air, flashing under the rays of sun. Vincent watched it soar out of reach, before crouching low and spinning his lance around his body several times. After performing another array of graceful spins, the graceful young male then swung out with perfect accuracy, catching the plate on the tip of the spear and balancing it as the horse charged on. Managing to keep it still at the tip while astride an animal with no shock absorbers, the young man smirked to himself before flicking the plate up and stabbing it with the lance. He pierced straight through its center without shattering it, and once it was securely impaled like a piece of meat on a kebab, he pulled his horse to a stop. "Whoa, steady boy," Vincent exclaimed, his horse slowing to a trot before ultimately coming to a stop. The animal huffed tiredly, its tail whipping around behind it. The officer hopped off of his trusted companion and held him down, checking out the job he'd accomplished with the plate. Upon assessing the target's damage and the point where he'd punctured it, he then slammed it down on the ground and finished the job, before beginning to pull his horse back over to its stable. Hearing the crowds of soldiers roaring from the yard where presumably Muldoon was challenging another predator to one-on-one, manly, combat, Vincent shook his head and propped his staff against his shoulder. His horse whinnied in response to the noise. "I know, boy," Vincent chuckled, stroking the horse's muzzle. "Our world is full of crazy people. Him included, he just didn't see it or want to admit it. But it wasn't like it was the biggest, most life-threatening thing Vincent was most concerned about, oh no. There were other things on his mind, like the procession that they were soon to be a part of as well as the days to follow. Upon tying his horse down and removing his hat, brushing away the sweat with the back of his glove at the same time, the young officer smiled towards the sky and allowed a sigh to escape his lips. He was looking forward to the days after the treaty. Though he wasn't one to get excited about these kinds of things, the future for his world across the seas and the one he was in looked quite promising. "I swear, I will win Hinata's heart and continue to proclaim my undying love for her," Vincent exclaimed, pretty much killing the mood and making a rather stupid-looking pose in the middle of the valley. He could feel the sunset drifting across his face right now, showing the world that even the coolest of individuals could sink to an extreme low. "Yeah, sure, whatever you say, buddy," would probably be what Cammy was mumbling right about now.